don't know how much of an ally they've been to us, but under President Trump, we're picking up a lot of nations that normally were not allies, and we're doing things like Qatar. Qatar was not really a big ally of America until Trump came along. I think Saudi Arabia is another country. So Trump is making a lot of allies in the Arab world that were not allies before he came along. It's up to you to decide whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. I will talk about it, but I do have to look at it from this aspect. Chastising and threatening NATO while doing this looks kind of odd. I mean, you're picking up Arab friends and threatening all of our NATO allies constantly. In fact, he's talking now about potentially cutting off trade with the nation of Spain. Yikes. And that is a NATO country. So now he threatened Greenland already. We're all aware of what he talked about. In fact, he talked about taking over Greenland completely. And that came up again yesterday. And he's still indicating that we need Greenland. So he's not done with that statement yet. But I don't understand why he's befriending Arab nations and going against our longtime NATO member partners. So we'll talk about that. We'll certainly talk about him once again attacking Iran. I got into a off-camera debate with one of the viewers, and MAGA, one of my MAGA friends, they don't like me saying that Trump is lying about what's going on in Iran. And I'm going to tell you, I absolutely believe President Trump has been telling a lot of whoppers in regards to what's taking place in Iran. Number one whopper being they are begging for a ceasefire. Has anybody seen any evidence backing up Trump's claim that Iran has been begging for a ceasefire? I'm going to submit to you that they've been threatening America and attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz or attacking neighboring countries the whole time. So President Trump claiming Iran was begging for a ceasefire. When I got into a debate with my MAGA friend, I'm like, dude is lying. That's a lie. Now, he didn't like it. He told me I was wrong for saying it, but I still see it that way. I do not believe Iran has ever begged Trump for a ceasefire. I don't think that has ever happened based on what we've seen so far. But in addition to that, we can get into Tyler Robinson also. This is an open forum, so we're going to be willing to discuss everything. I want to know what we can do to also help the program, make it more entertaining, more interesting. Some of you folks have statements to say about other guests and things like that. I want to hear that as well. We do this about once every few weeks, every 2 or 3 weeks. We take in compliments, complaints, and comments, suggestions. So we want to maintain an entertaining program, and the best way I believe to do that is always to have a free speech forum where you bring the people up and you let them criticize, comment, and even compliment if that's what happens. So we're going to do that as well. But Tyler Robinson is in the news as well. The guy who allegedly took the life of Charlie Kirk. Now, currently, it's all about whether or not Utah can have the right to execute this guy if he's found guilty. But once they come to a conclusion on that, then I believe we get into the meat and potatoes of an actual trial. Tyler Robinson is probably going to plead not guilty. And depending on what comes out of this, whether or not they can take his life afterwards, if he's found guilty, then he'll qualify for capital punishment. But a lot of folks are speculating that he'll end up pleading guilty to prevent the trial. And oftentimes there is that reward that if you plead guilty, you don't put the family through the anguish of a trial, because obviously there's a lot of graphic video of the last moments of Charlie Kirk's life that the family and associates and friends may not want to see, even though it's easy to find on the internet. But I'm assuming Erica Kirk does not want that video played on the screen in court over and over again. But if you try to take him to trial and his defense attorney is trying to say he's innocent, that may have to be shown. So oftentimes the defendant gets the opportunity to just plead guilty Like, I'll plead guilty and not put that family through this horrible trial of seeing him lose his life over and over again if you take the death penalty off the table. A lot of analysts believe that's what's going to happen. Is that they're going to come out of this with the ability to execute Tyler Robinson, and then his side is going to try to get that taken off the table by putting in a plea of guilty. And that way he would just be punished directly with some prison time, probably the rest of his life, or some loan sentence, and that would be it. And that would be taken off the table. But we're gonna see what happens. In the comments, so Sabrina says he's not gonna plead guilty. If they have the ability, if they win the ability to take his life, you still think he won't plead guilty? With them saying his DNA was found and all of that, you still think he would fight? I don't know. I'm not sure of that. I'm not sure of that. But you might be right. But what I've heard is that that's more likely what he's going to do. Now, Scumbag Steve says he didn't even do it. Um, he left behind a lot of a long paper trail, text messages and stuff. Didn't he allegedly even tell his? Well, look, let me rewind some of this, because I know there are text messages that he left behind apparently to his lover or whatever, but I understand folks are suggesting that the way those messages were typed does not sound like the grammar of a guy in his early 20s. So all of that will come out. But by the way, they should be able to determine where if the lover of Tyler Robinson received these messages, even if they're written in grammar that does not look like a typical 20-year-old using a text message, they can tell what phone it came from. And they can tell where that phone was located when it sent out the messages. So we'll see. But the idea that Tyler Robinson is going to be completely innocent, I'm not so sure of that one. But we'll see. Because if it ends up that Tyler Robinson is innocent, then somebody off Charlie Kirk, and we don't even know because they're looking in the wrong direction. It'll be like O.J. Simpson saying, I'm going to help you find who took the life of my wife and Ronald Goldman. He never got around to doing that. But when O.J. Simpson was found not guilty, he claimed he was going to help look into finding out who took his wife and the life of Ronald Goldman, who took their lives. He never got around to doing it. So anyway, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. This is going to be a open forum where we're going to talk about a host of topics, and I certainly want to hear about ideas, comments, complaints, and compliments, if they're existing, of what we can do to make the program more entertaining. We always want to continue having a program that is entertaining, educational, so be it as well. And because your host is not a know-it-all, I come to you folks for that part of the show about every few weeks, and today is that day. So cutting off trade with Spain, I mentioned that earlier, is something President Trump is threatening. President Trump is still fairly upset that once he decided to attack NATO along with Benjamin Netanyahu, or attack Iran rather, once he decided to attack Iran along with Benjamin Netanyahu, he is still upset that NATO member nations did not just jump in and help him out, despite the fact that he gave no one a heads up whatsoever. So, and I don't think most NATO member nations are concerned with Iran to begin with. So we'll talk about that. And that's another one I meant to also bring up. Kareem the Dream, in all caps, says Mitch McConnell is dead. Well, that is possible. That has not been officially announced, so that is not some type of announcement. But there is growing concern that Mitch McConnell may not be with us anymore. I'm watching The View of all programs. I know my beloved MAGA has no tolerance for a program like The View. But this is what I heard on there, and I don't have any reason to believe what they said is not true, but a journalist released radio transmissions of when the paramedics showed up to Mitch McConnell's home, and the dispatcher stated that they were there for an unconscious person, and the paramedics were on the air saying that the person was in cardiac arrest and CPR had begun. at Mitch McConnell's house. So someone that was unconscious in full cardiac arrest and needed CPR, which means they're dead at that point, was in Mitch McConnell's house. And we haven't heard about anybody else getting sick at the McConnell's residence. There's only one dude missing, and it's that guy. So it is very likely what some folks are floating around as a rumor might be true. He may actually either be no longer with us or in vegetable form where he is no longer with us. He actually may be, that may be true. I don't want to wish any awful outcome on anybody, but Mitch McConnell may actually be deceased. You may that. I mean, look, I'd have to know what the poly market says, but I bet you if you put some money on Mitch McConnell being deceased on the poly market, you put $20 down, you're not going to win 2,000 back. I bet you won't win a whole lot more than what you put down. I bet you there are people placing bets on the poly market that McConnell is no longer with us, and they're in the Republican Party is just not helping that situation out at all. I mean, look, if the guy is around, the governor of Kentucky, Bashir, is like, we need to know where, reach out to us. They're only talking in Republican circles, so that looks really, really shifty. Anyway, are we at 10,000? Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Host of topics here, open forum as well. Read it in the comments. Here is my complaint. You have too many Democrats and not Republicans. An unbalanced show, says Hanson Conservative. That is 100% correct. I've been trying since the beginning of doing this to change that. That is impossible. Even during the Biden administration, when I was chastising Biden on the economy, chastising Kamala Harris when she said she wouldn't do anything different than Biden on the border. Look, your host admittedly leans left of center, and that's enough to turn off a lot of conservatives. That alone is enough. Unless I'm on here talking like Officer Tatum or Byron Donalds or somebody, it's probably going to be somewhat leaning left. And the problem now is that President Trump is in office, and he is failing to deliver on a host of his campaign promises. And so he's taking criticism, which is absolutely running away MAGA as much as they possibly can go. I'm not going to maintain a lot of MAGA criticizing Trump. I got a lot of folks who tell me all the time, you used to be watchable. My MAGA viewers, my beloved MAGA viewers, the ones I try to get and I want to talk to. A lot of them say, you used to be watchable, but now you've gotten hard to bear. You've went too far to the left, they tell me. My response is a total denial of that. I am still where I always have remained on the political spectrum. Slightly left of center, not far left. I'm not AOC or Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Mamdani left, but slightly left of center. The reason the program seems so much different than it did in years past is because President Trump is moving all over the political spectrum, and unlike MAGA, I'm not following him. So if I'm slightly left of center and Trump is over here, then we're this far apart. But if Trump decides to change his promises like wars and all this, start backing Israel, and he goes all the way over here, I'm still where I am. But now because Trump has went all the way to the right, I seem far left. That's where the difference is. I'm giving you the same opinions. I'm being very consistent on how I feel about different issues from day one. Trump is not being consistent. And the MAGA viewers that are telling me my program is hard to watch are the ones that are moving all over the scale with Trump. So I get it. I am going to appear further left. The further he moves to the right, he's leaving folks that are in one spot behind him. I mean, hell, a lot of you guys think that folks like, who I'm thinking of, the guy who ran for president against Obama in 2012. I cannot think of his name right now. Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney. A lot of you MAGA folks think he is left now because your side has moved so far right. These people are not changing. You are. Marjorie Taylor Greene has not changed any opinion whatsoever. Yet you're calling her a rhino. She hasn't changed. You have. So that is why it appears the program is not the same as it was. You are moving all over the spectrum with President Trump. You guys were favorable to no new wars. He decided to come in and start attacking all these countries, and you just moved with him. The no new wars people are exactly where they were. You just left them behind. And that's what's happened on a number of Trump's issues, is that he's moving all over the spectrum, and you guys are going with him, and you're complaining that the people that are not following you are suddenly rhinos and far left. So I don't know how to alter that. I can't change that because I prefer consistency. And right now with Trump, you're not getting that. People are following him wherever he goes, and it is what it is on that. Anyway, looking in the comments, also tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. We'll take the first caller. In the comments, WMix1 says, fuck MAGA, fuck Trump. Dot says, exactly, stand for nothing, fall for everything. Look, like I said, I am welcoming to any MAGA I can get on the program. I want as much MAGA on the program as possible, but I'm not going to move all over the place with President Trump. The way he's attacking NATO, that ain't the way the right normally felt. Even some of the stuff with January 6th, the way he's treating Capitol Police, you guys were the ones that were bashing the left for talking about defunding the police and the way the left treated the cops. Suddenly now Trump gets in there and he don't give a shit about the Capitol Police, and you're following him with that. That's anti-cop. That ain't how you guys were talking. You're following him all over the damn scale. So yeah, what can I say? I'm going to criticize that. And you would have too if it wasn't being done by Trump. Looking in the box, we'll continue. We'll start off with the program. Still waiting on my $2,000 check, says Jim Sunwar. Did he actually promise? Did President Trump, and the Epstein list is another, but did President Trump actually promise a $2,000, what do you call it? The ones we got with COVID, what do they call those checks? Whatever, you guys know what I'm talking about. But did he actually promise that? Let me go back to the box. We'll bring up Twisted. Good evening or welcome. He actually promised that? Tariff checks, stimulus checks, yes. Twisted, good evening.
Good evening, man. Shit, it's about damn time I get my ass up here. Shit.
Well, we tried to bring you up last night. You were busy.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to get the air conditioning going and trying to get my washing done for the work week, so.
Well, today is an open forum. We're obviously attacking Iran right now as we speak, I believe. So we're back. This is an on again, off again. Kind of reminds me of LTD. Every time I move, I lose. Back in love again. I mean, one day they're begging for a ceasefire and we're celebrating the end of this. The next day, Trump is threatening to blow them off the map again. And right now we're on again, which is another issue about what I'm saying. He's moving all over the map, but
man, tell me about it. Like, I don't know why he's moving all over, and then 1 minute we are open, the state of Hormuz is open, the next minute it is closed, Iran is pissed off again, and
yeah. Well, but here is something that I suppose it's a relief for the Trump administration and some of my MAGA viewers, is that you had a lot of folks saying that the deal Trump got with Iran was worse than Obama's. Well, apparently they've scrapped that. So that deal no longer exists because Trump is saying that he's going to put an embargo on Iran selling and trading oil. I suppose they won't be allowed to travel through the Strait. So whatever the details of that deal are, I'm assuming Trump is not going to adhere to that.
Yeah, it is something though. It's because I wasn't really expecting all this to really happen. I thought we were going to be at the point where we thought that Iran was our friends or our allies. but
Where did you hear that from?
Obviously not.
Where the hell did you hear that?
From the news. Like that's what Trump is trying to be like. Hey, like.
Well,
You know,
yeah, you are right. We've hosted a number of shows because Iran was allegedly killing protesters, and the Trump administration was saying that they would view us as liberators coming in that country. Now, they just had a memorial service for the Ayatollah. And thank you for that, DJ. Shake some. Thank you. Appreciate that. They just had a memorial service for the Ayatollah over the weekend or whatever, a few days ago. And yeah, the chance of death to America are significantly greater than they were before all this stuff. So they're not viewing us as liberators. They do not like us even more so now.
And see, now what is actually going to happen is now it's going to start, now it is going to start activating all these sleep cells now, and now it is going to start.
Do you think we actually have Iranians? And I know under Biden, I'm going to hear from my beloved MAGA that Biden let everybody in the damn country unannounced. But do you think there are currently Iranian sleeper cells on our soil as we speak?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
I don't
100% yes. It's because they are waiting for the right moment. They are waiting for the moment where we look weak, where we are not really paying attention. That is when the strikes are gonna start to happening.
I gotta push back and disagree. I don't think we have Iranian sleeper cells in the country, and I'll tell you why. When you say that they're gonna wait to the moment we're weak, that's virtually every fucking weekend. There are little league ball games all over America that you could go and blast everybody there. I mean, we just had the 4th of July, large gatherings all over this great nation. It was soft targets are everywhere. It's pretty easy to get your hands on some firepower. We're always weak. If they really wanted to if they really wanted to go October 6th, a la Israel style in America, you could do that. You could do that shit every weekend.
Yeah, but depending upon how you really look at it, though, it is a fire type of a cell. They can either attack our power grid. They could easily attack our water. They can easily they can easily.
Yeah, but instead of attacking that stuff. To me, if they hit up a little league game in middle America or went into a high school while a basketball game was in session and took out all of the bleachers, you're attacking our freedom. You would make it just like after 9/11 where people did not feel comfortable moving about. To me, that's better. That would have more of an effect. I don't want to say better. That's a horrible word to use, but I believe it would have a far greater effect on the American way of life than taking out a grid or a desalination plant or something like that. If people are afraid to go out and party and hang out, that changes our way of life fundamentally.
Oh yeah, it does. But also, this is why, as Americans, we have to be very, very diligent. We have to be self-aware, and we have to be looking. It is around us. You have to be aware of your surroundings. It's because the attack can come from anywhere.
You can't look. I hear to be diligent and keep your head on the swivel. If you see something, say some stuff. But in reality, you can't. In a country like this, where you got this many people, you have large gatherings damn near every day in this country, in clubs. I mentioned sports events, you name it, and how easy it is to get your hands on significant firepower in America. Being diligent ain't gonna stop it. I mean, all it takes is one determined person. I mean, you see what happened in Vegas at the Mandalay Bay. That can happen over and over and over again in this country because it's very easy to get your hands on some significant firepower. And there are soft target gatherings all over the country virtually every day.
Right. I wanted to ask you, what is your opinion of Graham like Graham like Plattner?
Wow. Shit. You talking about the? You talking about? You know, that's a great question, and I don't know why I didn't mention it because I got it written down on my notes as part of the topics.
Yeah.
Listen, in terms of Graham Plattner in Maine, the Senate running for Senate up there. Woo boy. First of all, he should step down. For the simple, and I'm saying this as a liberal because if I was a conservative, I would give a different answer because if you are a male and you have been accused of sexual assault and it's a possibility it may harm your career, you are much better off being a conservative than a liberal because the liberals tend to believe the women is accusing you. The conservatives tend to not believe the woman making an accusation, and they rally around the man. So any man that is accused of any kind of sexual impropriety, you're better off being conservative because they are more likely to say the women are just in it for fame, money, or to take down your career. The liberals, where all the feminists and things are, the Me Too movement, they're going to believe that woman first and then ask questions later. The right does it opposite. So what I'm saying in the case of him, being a liberal, he needs to step down because he is not going to win with that going on.
But why is it that, like, I would say, like, here's the thing that I'm kind of, having a hard time, though, or that I'm struggling on. Mm-hmm. Why is it that he has very little that is happening, and Trump is a convicted felon? He's a pedophile.
I just gave you. Why do you think I just gave you the party differences? Trump is a conservative. He's on the conservative side of the house. The Democrats would not elect someone like Trump with that kind of baggage. If you got a Democrat that's on record saying grab a woman by the pussy and all that, the Democrats are not going to propel that person to the top. They're just not. The feminists are going to be all over that shit.
Yeah, it is something though. But who do you think that they will get to
replace him? Ooh, right now my answer is simple: anybody, because the Democrats are really competitive in Maine. They just need to find somebody that is somewhat respected, somewhat known, and get this dude out as soon as possible. Don't let it turn into another Joe Biden where he's trying to fight against all odds and stay in when he has no chance. I mean, the Democrats with this one in Maine could literally be snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They need to convince this dude to step down immediately. I mean, I'm kind of wondering why the parties don't have some kind of rule in place. I guess you can't go against the will of the people, but if kind of wonders why the parties don't have a rule.
Into your vehicle before driving.
No. What I was saying is, I'm surprised. Surprised there's not a way. You got it.
Sign it successful.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Work card.
You got a lot going on, man.
No, you're good.
All right. I'm surprised the parties don't have a way that to actually stop a candidate from rising to the top of their party if they are fairly certain the candidate is on a suicide mission. Because if he stays in, he is on a suicide mission for the Democrat Party, at least in terms of the Senate in Maine. He is not going to win.
Well, the thing is, though, he was talking and he was actually preaching. It was a good type of a show, and then all this stuff about women and the rape and all that other stuff, it just got kind of out of hand. And then at the last minute, that's when they just everything just.
He got the knots. He got the.
Is this woman? Is she really legitimate? Is it really real?
That's not
he is not all that really.
That's not the twisted. How could you say something like that? What are you saying? Ugly broads can't be great? Come on, now you sound like Trump saying that shit. Don't say that. An ugly woman can be. Look, cops.
I'm just saying.
Cops assault hookers all the damn time because they don't think anybody's going to believe them. Don't ever suggest that an ugly, unattractive woman can't be great. I mean, look what Arnold Schwarzenegger cheated. Hold on, Arnold Schwarzenegger cheated on Maria Shriver with a horrible looking broad, and we're talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Sometimes the guy just wants some ass, man. So don't believe that a guy won't take advantage of an ugly woman. That absolutely can happen.
Like I'm just saying though, like she is like
she was a hole. She was an available hole. Don't looks ain't got nothing to do with it all the time. She happened to just be there.
But the thing is though, I would honestly cheat on somebody like Laura Bora.
That ain't how this works. That ain't how it works, dude. It ain't always about looks. Ugly people get it too. It ain't always about looks. But
I know that.
You pissing off my woman audience with that sexist shit you're talking about. Let me just say it like this.
I'm just simply saying though,
you are very wrong.
I know that though, but the thing is though, like you gotta be like for certain though, like you gotta like something has to actually honestly be.
Well, the answer is simple. This ain't the first woman to accuse him. And this ain't the first issue. The dude got the Pete Hegseth tattoos going on and shit. I mean, it ain't like this is the only thing. Just like with Trump, it ain't just one chick accusing you of this shit. It's several of them. That's why I said the Democrats are not going to propel somebody like Trump to the top of their ticket. Where you got, if it's one woman, look, we can listen to her and check her credibility and see what's going on if you are a really great candidate. But when the numbers start piling up, all these chicks ain't lying, man. I mean, you know, if it's one I can kind of work with when they're starting to all have the same MO and they coming up out of the woodwork from everywhere, it gets to be hard to believe that all these women are lying on you.
Right, yeah. It's just hard. It's just hard to really say. And like as I said, I don't have nothing against ugly girls or nothing like that.
You sound like Trump with this bullshit. My God. You sound like it's exactly what Trump tried to say with E. Jean Carroll, tried to say her looks had something to do with it. Look, it's to some degree, first of all, it's a power dynamic. So some dudes just find somebody who may make a good victim and victimize them. It ain't always about looks. So they may be getting off on the power dynamic, not what they're visually seeing. So you're going to have to take some classes by the time you're done with this conversation, damn it. I'm going to have to move it on before you cost me my whole female audience, man. God damn.
Hey, look. I'm just like the guy in Friday. Bitches need love too. So hey,
you need to be like the guy on the ground with Debo standing over him. The shit you said. I gotta go. I appreciate it. I enjoy it. You make sure you support the program for all that bullshit you put me through. I'm afraid to cut that up in the clips. I gotta go. Appreciate it.
Right.
Thank you. Tap the screen. Listen, I'm going to repeat that because there's not a lot of comedy in that. I get that we were, two guys joshing around, but there are women listening, and no, the looks of a female have nothing to do with whether she gets assaulted or not. That is not always how it works. Sometimes it's an opportunistic predator, and prey just happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. It ain't always got nothing to do with how they look. Tap the screen, get the likes on up, if you will, to 30,000. We'll go on to the next song. I'm surprised he didn't get a bunch of galaxies sent out to him for that. Looking in the comments, well, never fear, I will stick with you. Like the show of yours, thank you, handsome conservative. The Islamic Republic of Japan has the straits closed. I don't, I'll just say this, with the way the Strait of Hormuz is being handled, it's hard to really make an accurate prediction on what's going to happen with this shit, how long the Iran war is going to last, if it's going to spread to other countries or not. Probably the only prediction you can accurately make is the price of fuel is going to go up. Is that you as an American citizen are going to end up paying more money because of this stuff. This is an endless war that I'm getting my MAGA side saying it's wrong to call it an endless war, and I'm getting folks saying Trump is doing a good job. I don't know what metric they're basing that on, but I have had folks suggesting that Trump is doing a good job with this war. Gabachi, I think it says 101. Good evening, welcome to the program. You are definitely one of those that I am speaking about since Advent Comics. You're talking to Gen X. Oh Lord, no fuel isn't going to go up, but we are going to bomb them tonight. You feel confident about that MAGA mission? You feel confident that this I guess what I want to say, escalating the war effort, you don't think this is going to affect fuel at all? I disagree with you vehemently on that, just based on what we've seen. When we talk about a ceasefire, the market, the price of oil and everything goes in a favorable direction. When we talk about the end of a ceasefire, it goes in an unfavorable direction. That's what's been happening throughout this war. Why would you think it'll change now? So I think I got to disagree with you. Amazing president doing amazing job saving the world's greatest man ever in history, most intelligent man in history, says Charlie Peace. Is that what you're saying? First of all, Iran is not a threat to the whole world, so you're going way above and beyond on that. Here's what I don't get. America's the one that's attacking everybody, but we're claiming we're threatening Greenland, we're threatening Cuba, we threaten Venezuela and all these other countries. We threaten Colombia, talking about Canada. We all these countries we've threatened are actually attacked, and you're suggesting that Iran is the biggest threat to the planet. Look, don't believe your lying eyes. Dark Truth. Good evening, or welcome to the program, Dark Truth. Good evening.
I've been on your live before, man. I follow you.
Thank you.
And you're not one of those MAGAs that's all the way down the rabbit hole, and I like you.
Thank you.
So you're gonna call out for it. But see, I wanted to come up because here's my concern, right? Donald Trump says that he wasn't gonna get involved in the Middle East. We're involved in the Middle East, right? We're in something that looks like it probably won't end. Iran is not budging, right?
Right.
And there's so much, because I voted for Kamala Harris, right? And because she was just a better pick for me, right?
Well, what about Trump? What you say that Trump is saying that they've been begging for a ceasefire. Thank you, Doc.
You know what? But see, the thing about it, the ceasefire. Let's be honest here. You know what? It's not going to happen. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the plan that they had, right? We should have kept the JPCOA in place. That was working, right? And Trump got
not according to Trump. Not according
Trump is the one who dismantled it, Tim.
Well, but according to Trump, he said that today, that the JCPOA was the dumbest deal ever. He indicated even again today that was not working. And by the way, for my viewers on YouTube, I need you guys to smash that like button. It helps out the algorithm. Numbers are low, so smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. But Trump says the JCPOA was one of the dumbest deals in American history.
Well, if it was a dumb deal, then why didn't Trump come up with another deal? He put the Abraham Accords in, and that didn't help anything, right? I mean, because there was all this talk about the Abraham Accords, right? What did that do? Nothing.
Well, in regards to your question, why didn't he come up with another deal as opposed to the JCPOA? He actually did. You got to look at what Trump is doing. Trump is not operating on diplomacy. Trump's mindset is, we got the most powerful military on earth. We're the most powerful country on the planet. Do what we say or we'll kill you. That was the replacement to the JCPOA. Fuck that. We're not giving them.
Tim, why would you say you're going to unalive someone? The thing about it, see, I look at it like this, right? I think anyone from the left or the right, Iran necessarily does not need nuclear weapons. They do not need them. And I can understand that, right? But you're talking, he put on Truth Social to unalive a whole civilization.
Yeah.
That was insane, right? And because I think that focus there, what Trump, because you're saying things like that, you're not taking care of American people's business. Because the biggest thing for me, right, because I'm very in the middle, right?
Okay. I'm
more concerned about housing, right? That housing bill, right? You know, you could, if the SAFE Act is something you want, which I'm not behind 100, I'm not going to support that 100%. He should have signed that housing bill.
But
And that's-
not to stray too far off the topic. You said you're not behind the Save America Act 100%. What percent are you behind it?
I mean, I know that there's issues with voting in America, right? And we need to fix those issues, right? But there are things that will affect people, right? With women, and you know, there are people, and I you know, with the transgender community, a lot of them changed their name, so it could affect them and hurt them in a way, right? And that's the problem I have with the SAFE Act, right?
Okay.
If they did it in a way where, okay, we're just gonna go after some voting, you know, showing ID and voting, I'll be okay with that. But there's a lot of issues, and I've read it in there. I'm not okay with that. Because I feel like it's a form of voter suppression. Because you're taking away someone's a whole ideology of voting. And could you agree with that?
I agree with it 100%. In fact, that you sound like you're closer to favoring the Save America Act than I am, as opposed to saying anything about who it'll harm or whatever. My answer is simple: show me evidence to why you need this act, and I'm on your side. Other than that, I'm not going to vote for something where you're trying to get legislation passed solely based on accusations of voter fraud. Sure, I mean, we got what, 300 million people? About 150 million of them voted in the last election. You should be able to show me all kinds of people that are cheating. If you're saying this stuff is happening, just show me some arrests. Show me people caught on camera showing up to polling places, illegal immigrants voting. You should have thousands of cases where you can show me. Then I'm on your side. If you can't show me that, I'm not for it.
But Trump propagated it.
Then I'm not
he
for it.
propagated the lie, and he's saying that, well, because he believes, right, he won the 2020 election, right, which we all know, me and you can agree that Trump lost the 2020 election.
Yeah.
And because of this thing, right, he still wants to live off a lie. He wants to live off this lie that, you know, what, since I lost the election, since I feel like I won this election, I'm going to do everything to gerrymander or everything to try to cheat, right? Because we all know this, and even you, Tim, know this. And I think even
me, what am I, some special guy?
No. I'm saying because you, no,
Even
Tim,
me.
hear me out. You even know this, right?
Even.
Democrats are going to win the midterms. And what is Trump trying to do? He's trying to stop that from happening. That's what the SAFE Act would do. It would literally disfranchise votes. It will take away the votes. I'm not for that.
Okay. Well, that's the reason why I took you down this path, because in the beginning, the way you framed it, you sound like, there's a little bit that needs to be tweaked, but you sounded like you were closer to being for the Save America Act than
No,
now that I've talked to you, it's pretty clear, but you sounded different.
What I'm saying, like, you know, here's an example. California, right? You don't even show ID. Do I agree with that? No. I think you need to show ID to vote. That is something that we do in all the states we do not have, right?
Yeah.
When you go to a polling place, you need to show an ID. I don't care
in the
what
comments.
Right?
In the comments, Debbie, I don't know, Debbie, are you from California? She says yes, we do. Alexa, do they need to show ID to vote in California? It's a long wait.
Let me see. I can ask Google. Like I can ask AI. Or Google AI. Let's see what it says.
She's actually still working on it. I've never seen Alexa take that long.
I'll ask Google AI.
Okay, Alexa, stop.
Do you?
My Alexa actually got fucked. California fucked up my Alexa. Oh, wow. I've never seen that happen before.
Issues. She's a woman. She's got issues.
Oh, why are you guys bashing women? Alexa, do you need to show an ID in California to vote?
In California, you generally don't need to show ID to vote. Something went wrong. Please try again later.
Alexa, stop. She says you generally don't need to show ID to vote in California.
Yes. So in the state of California, you do not need to show ID to vote in some cases.
That is something worth complaining about from the MAGA side of the aisle. That should change. I do believe you should be required to show ID, but there's a difference between requiring ID and requiring citizenship. That's where you lose me with the citizenship shit.
Well, they'll say undocumented immigrants can vote in elections. They can't. Show me a case, one case. Like if they can show me one case of an undocumented immigrant voting in elections, because I know they can't vote on federal elections. That is one thing they can't do. Now, there's other cases where they can vote, but in federal and state elections, they cannot vote.
Yeah, they need. I mean, just for shits and giggles, and I mean, the Republicans are going to complain about shit going on in liberal areas anyway. But this is an easy one. Require the people to show an ID. Just about every. It ain't too many people voting that don't have a license or a state ID on them. If you care about voting, you probably got a license or a state ID. So just require them to show this shit. That I mean, it ain't gonna please the right anyway, because they gonna the right doesn't want you to vote to begin with. So if you actually show ID, they're gonna just find something else to complain about. But I say, why leave that low hanging fruit? Require people to show ID. I don't see any problem with that.
Oh, they should. They can. I think that's where I can agree with the right, or agree with them. Right, is because you need to show ID anytime you vote. And I can tell you there's a lot of states that do not require an ID to vote, and they need to fix that system.
Yeah.
They need
but you know something, though, let's be clear. I'm sure California didn't require an ID to vote under Obama or Bush and none of them. Most of this shit does revolve around Trump making these allegations. It's not like America was loaded with, cheating in elections and everything was not free and fair. It's just Trump came along. He didn't like he didn't like losing. And that's been his method of operation in every election he's lost, or for every candidate he endorsed that lost. It's just to yell fraud. That's just what he does.
Mm-hmm. You know what's going to have to happen? And I'm going to say this. And it's going to, because it's going to be two candidates, right? Mm-hmm. Either J.D. Vance, or we'll say even Rubio. We'll throw Rubio on that ticket, right? And then Gavin. And possibly even Kamala Harris. Who even
Kamala ain't running again. I would highly recommend she don't run.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it possibly, but say if Gavin is there, right? You know what's going to have to actually, this is what I've been telling the MAGA people. J.D. Vance is going to have to distance himself from Donald Trump. 100%. He's going to have to do something.
No way you can do that.
I think he's going to have to. I think because literally a lot of people are not happy with him. A lot of the promises he made, talking about how he's going to drive down food prices, how you know what I'm saying? He keeps lying about elections.
The only way you get to do that is you have to do like what Tulsi Gabbard or somebody does. You have to bow out early in his term. Like, what was her name? The woman, she's now governor of Arkansas. Mike Huckabee's daughter. Mike Huckabee's daughter.
Huckabee Sanders.
Yeah. Something like that, because she bowed out in the middle of his first term. So that way you can kind of separate yourself. And it also leaves you room to come up with some excuse like, I saw things I didn't like, or, look, my opinion and the president's opinion kind of went a different way on this or that, and I felt he would have been better off with somebody else. It leaves you room to give some of those political savvy answers. But if he ride it out with Trump, to me, J.D. Vance has already written out too much shit with Trump at this point. I don't see how he can separate himself.
He has to, Tim.
He can try. I don't think it's going to work.
He's going to have to distance himself from, because you have to understand, people, the e-files, right? That's a big thing. The American people wanted that to come out, right? We want people, the gas prices, the food prices, like farmers, right? Farmers are suffering right now, right? Because of this mess. Farmers, the majority of America voted for Donald Trump because things were too high under the Biden administration. So what did they do? Now Trump hasn't done anything that he has promised.
Yeah. And I disagree with you. I disagree with you on the separation thing, for the simple fact of, you got Zelensky in there saying he ain't said thank you yet. I mean, J.D. Vance got so many notable quotes defending Trump's policies and making up shit to make it sound right. It's too late. I mean, it's too late to turn back now, as the song says. I don't see how he could separate himself. He's been questioned on a lot of controversial shit Trump has done, and he's defended it. So there's way too much linking him to the Trump. Marco Rubio might be able to do it because he hasn't spoken out.
Hell yeah. Rubio disses himself, because I really feel like this. With Gavin Newsom, he's just one of those guys, like, well, whatever. I think if it was Gavin Newsom and J.D. Vance running in an election, Gavin would win 100%.
I think.
But if there was J.D.
and Rubio,
but if there was J.D. Vance and Rubio, if it was J.D. Vance and then and Gavin, Rubio or Gavin, Rubio would probably win the election. That's how I feel.
Ooh.
It comes down to that.
Here's my response to that. Here's my response to that. I don't totally agree with you, but I'm in the car with you on that road. I absolutely agree that Gavin Newsom would have a much easier challenge with JD Vance than Rubio. I'm not as sure that Rubio would beat Gavin Newsom, but I do
So you
believe
think
he would be
Gavin
far
might win
more
the
he would be
2028
far
election?
more competitive. I do agree with that.
Do you think now? A lot of people don't like Gavin. Be honest with you, even Californians don't like the guy. I'm in California. I don't like him. But do you think?
What? Let's elaborate a little bit. Why don't you like him being in California?
I mean, because a lot of the policies, a lot of things we're doing, the wildfire, missing funding, homelessness, like it is so much in the state of California that he could have fixed, but he hasn't really done anything.
Yeah, but you ain't said shit. You in California, you got an issue with homelessness. You ain't gonna vote for a fucking Republican if your concern is getting rid of homelessness. You gonna still ride out with Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, no, if it came right now, because the choices we had for governor, like was the sheriff guy. But you know, I don't know. He with the mustache. I wasn't going to vote for him, right? He was just too far right for me. What's that guy's name with the mustache? What was his name?
You're not talking about Ambassador. Who you, Ambassador Bolden? Who with the mustache?
The guy had a mustache and he was the sheriff. He like the spiky hair, the sheriff guy.
What the fuck is that?
The white boy. He had a sheriff. He had the beard and the little mustache and the spiky hair. He was the sheriff. I can't think of his name.
Somebody let me know who that is. I don't know who that is.
I can't think of his name.
I don't know who that is. Okay. And he was running as a right winger?
He was, and Trump endorsed him.
Okay. I see some folks saying Chad Bianco.
Chad Bianco. You got Chad Bianco, and then you also had running on the Democratic ticket, Antonio Villaraigosa, right? Antonio Villaraigosa destroyed the LA housing market, right? I mean, you got all these people, these Democrats and all these Republicans, they're all terrible, right? To be honest, I don't like either side or either one. But I'll tell you right now, if it came down to it, now a lot of people are going to hate me, and I know a lot of people will follow me here to say this. I probably would vote for Marco Rubio, 100%. And I would do that.
Are you African American?
I am. I'm a black man. And to be honest with you, I am.
I just had to ask. I'm listening. Keep going. I'm listening.
Would I vote for Rubio? Would I vote for Rubio?
The motherfucker wait. The motherfucker threw out his own people. He ain't even reliable to Cubans.
I mean, it's either that or we're 2 years off, Tim.
Okay.
I think we're 2 years off, and you know what? I'm more undecided right now, but I'm still kind of leaning really towards Gavin, 100%.
So do you? Let me just make sure, because I know you said you voted for Kamala Harris. In regards to Trump's border policies, do you support what he is doing? Do you think what he's doing is right for America? He's been pretty gung-ho on securing the border and getting rid of illegal immigrants. Do you believe what he is doing is in the best interest of this nation?
No, I don't. When Alex Preddy and Renee Good, when that happened, I don't agree with that, right? Or you know what I'm saying, like ICE going after American citizens, I don't agree with that. Now,
how could you support Rubio? He's part of that.
No, but I'm saying now I didn't know that, but I have to research.
You know it now. How could you not know that? He's on the team.
Rubio. Right? No. If I research, because I have to be able to research these candidates, right? And I learn more and more every day, right? You know what I'm saying? But you're touching about immigration, right? I believe this. Immigration has always been a problem in this country, right? We can go way back to the Ronald Reagan. It's always been a problem with immigration.
Right.
Trump on his first term, he had a problem with immigration. Biden came in, he had a problem with immigration. But it got out of control because of the COVID pandemic we had, right? And then Trump just locked the border down. Then when Biden gets back in, he's dealing with fluctuations of migrants coming into the United States, right?
Okay.
And I feel like we need to go after the criminals. If you come into the country illegally and you break that law, you need to be deported.
Do you believe every single person in this country that is undocumented should be kicked out? No exceptions.
If you are here and you are working and you're contributing to the U.S. economy, no. But if you're just being a lazy bum and you're not doing anything, hell yeah, you need to be deported without due process.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking, I'm just amazed that you're talking about you would support Rubio over Gavin Newsom based on what the things that you favor. What about Rubio? Okay, let me ask you this way. I know you don't like Gavin, but what about Rubio do you like? What is making you favor Rubio over Gavin? Is it just hatred towards Gavin?
You know what? Like I said, I Rubio is, he has took some stance against Trump, but that's kind of what I'm looking at. But then he kind of pushes back. Like he kind of like what direction are you going in? Are you?
I'm trying to figure. I'll say it like this. I'm trying to figure out what about America? How running this great nation? Whether you mentioned homelessness and we can talk about the housing crisis. I'm trying to figure out what issues concerning this country do you believe Rubio would be better at tackling than Gavin Newsom? Things that you want for this country that you feel Rubio would do a better job tackling it than Gavin Newsom.
I don't feel like Gavin Newsom would be a great, to be honest with what I've seen the hidden weight of hell in California, because California has one of the greatest economies in the United States, over $1 trillion.
It sounds like you're making this decision more along the lines of I just think Gavin Newsom is bad, so I'll just run with Rubio. You don't sound like you're really favoring Rubio. You're taking an anti-Newsom candidate.
Right. Like I said, I will have to really sit there. And because we're 2 years off, right? Because my decision might change. I might vote third party. I might vote for Gavin. I might vote for Rubio. I don't know, but I think mostly what I'm mostly focused on is the midterms, right? Getting out there, just trying to, whether it's a Democrat or Republican, I don't really care. But at the end of the day, I want them to be able to get in there, try to clean some of this mess up that we have. And if Trump does not want to sign a lot of this legislation, the Congress needs to take action, right? Whatever that may be. I don't care if it's impeachment, right? Whatever it may look like to put the message across, because the American people are tired of this, right? Because you're doing things to this country that you thought, but I'm thinking that Biden was bad. I think you're doing far worse than what Biden is probably doing. And people are pissed off with Trump right now.
Yeah, they are. Unfortunately, for time, I got to move it on. You're a great caller, though. I could ask you a million other questions. You make it.
No, you're good, man.
You make an interesting call.
I appreciate you. I watch the show all the time, man. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you. We'll come back anytime. I guess I can talk to you for another half hour asking you shit, but I got a few other callers. So, Dark Truth, thank you for coming through. Appreciate it. By the way, tap the screen. I'm going to ask you guys to do that. Get us up to 50,000. Yeah, he was interesting. I mean, he started out by saying, I'm not crazy MAGA, which I appreciate, but yeah, he went down some interesting avenues. So tap the screen, get us up to 55,000. We'll take the next caller. Dark is good people, said Dark. And by the way, for my YouTube viewers, I really need you guys to smash that like button. I don't know why the numbers are all funky like that, but smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. Doesn't cost you any damn thing to do it, but I need you to smash that like button. Evil says, Tim, you should get this guy a prize, man. He needs a hug with open arms. Love how he's talking. This guy is excellent. He's making sense like your usual crazy callers. LOL. He was a good call. I enjoyed talking to him. He was a good caller. Tap the screen. Let me go to the next. We'll go to the comment section first. Get us up to 55,000. If you come in and you break the law, you are illegal and should be held accountable. I understand the sentiment. If you come in the country illegally, you have broken the law and should be held accountable. But the reason I'm pushing back is we don't do that in any other circumstance. Why are we treating illegals and demanding perfection from them that we don't demand from anybody? I mean, you got people who go out and run folks over and get off on affluenza. There was a kid that went out and ran over some people, killed them. And people commit major crimes and then get off. You judge each individual based on a whole host of metrics. Everybody that commits a crime does not get held accountable. And we know that. We know people get slaps on the wrist, probation. Oftentimes, people get let go for all kinds of shit. Why the hell, when it comes to illegal immigrants, I don't care if you committed the crime 30 years ago, you must be held accountable, black and white. Why the hell is that? We don't do that to anybody else. Lots of people break laws and get slaps on the wrist. Shit, I don't think any illegal immigrant did what they did on January 6th. All of them got off. There's tons of people in this country that get caught doing something illegal, and the judge gives them a slap on the wrist, probation, community service, or something very mild, and they let them go. Certainly, if you get caught for a crime you committed 10, 15 years ago, if you committed a crime that wasn't like a serious felony, and it was 5, 10, 20 years ago, and you haven't gotten in any trouble since, there's a really good chance the judge is not going to do much to you at all. You'll probably pay a fine. Let's say you were involved in a hit and run accident where nobody got hurt. You just did some damage to another vehicle 15 years ago. And there's been a warrant out for your arrest just only for that crime. They catch up with you. You've been working. You've been a model citizen. They're not going to throw you under the jail for that. I mean, it's a lot of crimes out there people commit. So I don't know why when it comes to immigrants, we want to hold them accountable no matter how long the crime has been. To me, that's a bit wrong in regards to that. Blue One Banks with the Galaxy showing the program some love. Thank you very much. Tim, most people get off, says Dope Knife. It says because the cops screwed up in the middle of the arrest and did churches they weren't supposed to, and so forth, that they get off. So that's what you got to look. Look, I'm just simply saying, I don't know why the notion is that if you came in the country illegally 15 years ago or something like that, you absolutely have to be held accountable and deported. If you don't stand for upholding our laws, that will affect you at the polls. Show me somebody that stands for upholding. Look at Trump. Everybody likes Trump. Do you look at Trump and say he stands for upholding the laws? All of the folks he's pardoned, and I'm not even talking about the January 6th. Trump is pardoning white-collar criminals every week. And people love him. So what do you mean you got to stand up for our laws or that'll affect you at the polls? People get away with it all the time. Let me go back to the box. I just think we're being a bit unfair and targeting the immigrant population. Let's go to Jeremy in the comments. Everyone doesn't like Trump, says Advent Comics. No, but a lot of people do. A lot of people do. Jeremy, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how you been?
Hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. You know what I say. This is an open forum, though.
So. Before we go any further, Tim, I just got a call from NASA. They told me that they need you to put a hat on. Your bald head is visible from space.
I take that as a compliment. I can be seen. What do they say? Any publicity is good publicity. So I take that as a compliment. That means I shined it quite well.
I love the attitude. Anyway, go on.
We're back again attacking Iran, and
as usual.
This is after Trump for several weeks, if not months, has been stating over and over again that Iran is begging for a ceasefire. Is he lying about that? Because that's the way I'm taking it.
Yeah. This guy. You see, it's really, it hurts. It really hurts to know that like someone who ran on my party's ticket is messing up this bad. Like he's not a true conservative. He's not, and he's just making us all look bad.
But I gotta ask you, Jeremy, what has Trump ever done to make you think, even after his first term, what has he ever done to make you think he was a true conservative? And before you answer that, folks, help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok, cap goal. First time I'm asking that, and I seem like I need to do that. So show the program some love. Help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok, cap goal. What has ever made you think Trump was a true conservative?
The border wall.
That's it?
Well, that's one of them.
Reagan, the most conservative president in our recent history, granted thousands of immigrants amnesty.
Reagan has some issues when it comes to conservatism. Like,
really?
He does. Yeah, a lot of people like him. I have mixed feelings about him.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, give me a conservative president that you thought was a good president?
Let's see. Okay, so
Reagan won like 49 states. For you to have issues for you to be conservative and have an issue with Reagan, I've never heard of that before.
Yeah. I don't think he was ever considered conservative, but a president that I really like would be what was his name? Roosevelt. Like Teddy.
Based on what did he do that makes you favor him?
Well, honestly, I think that people forget that conservatism oftentimes lights a lot of national parks. He nationalized a lot of parks, made sure that wildlife was preserved because this is a beautiful country, and he wanted to make sure that the beauty of the United States was preserved. Nowadays, that's more of a progressive thing.
Yeah, I'm about to say you sound like a damn tree hugging liberal talking. I don't sound like nothing conservative.
Yeah, but I know, because neocons turned us into the we need to get oil out of the ground.
Yeah, I think you got love. Yeah, I think you got love for what conservatives used to be versus what they are today.
Yeah. There's a lot there. Like, I would say there's no one president that I think really represented conservatism truly well, but every one of them represented different aspects of conservatism kind of well. I would say Reagan was good when it came to economics. I liked some of his economic policies, but he wasn't so great when it came to some social policies and gun control. I hated what he did. And the Black Panthers made me feel scary. So I'm gonna take away the guns, and shut up, dude. That's not conservative right there.
I know folks' favorite Reagan's economics, but that's where the liberal in me said I am not a fan of trickle down economics whatsoever. I do not believe giving money to wealthy people guarantees they're going to share and trickle down to poor people or working class people.
It's not so much giving them money. It's more like not taxing them into oblivion.
Yeah.
I always thought there was something kind of weird about hating success, about hating the idea of people making it. I thought that would be a good thing. I don't think it makes you a good person, because I think you can be a very successful thief.
What do you mean by hating? What do you mean by hating success?
Tim, I actually got to get going. I'm on vacation, so I'll see you around, man.
All right, we'll talk again. Tap the screen, Get the likes on up. I would have loved to have figured out what he mean by hating success, but we'll end up talking about it in the future. Get us up to 65,000. Ardita says bye. Come on now. It's one of my conservative guests. We like Jeremy. In the comments, Ronald Reagan was the devil. Damn, Lonely Therapy. You living up to that name for real, huh? Lonely Therapy says Ronald Reagan was the devil. Attacking illegal immigration is not the same as attacking legal immigration. No, because illegal immigration is a crime, but Trump is doing both, so it really doesn't matter. But no, I agree with you. Attacking illegal immigration is nowhere near as bad as attacking legal immigration. But yeah, Trump's doing both. Trump is going after both legal immigration and illegal immigration. He's making it very hard for people to come here legally as well. Why are you not talking about Nolan? Situation, and how do you feel about it? Is Nolan the African American guy that was with the three other? I haven't looked into that story as much, but the little bit I have is looking dark. It's looking like I came on here yesterday, and the little bit more knowledge that I've gained a little bit more knowledge on that, and shit. I don't want to jump up and say they killed the guy, but they don't come across as three innocent white dudes. I mean, at the very least, it appears that they know more than they're telling. Maybe protecting one or more of them or something like that. I mean, it sounds like they've lawyered up and everything. So that story don't look good. We'll certainly end up probably talking about that. I'll have to, after I get done with this live, I may specifically look into that tonight just for future lives, but it don't look like it. It don't look good, rather. That story does not look good. What I don't like from the racial aspect of that story is the division it's creating, where I'm literally having people say, if you're African American, you should not be hanging around white people by yourself. I think that's ridiculous. There's plenty of African Americans that operate in just like Eminem, a white guy, he hangs around, or fucking Bieber. Justin Bieber was known for hanging around a bunch of black people. I don't want to take what happened to one person and pin it on a whole group of people. I don't know what happened in that story specifically, but I am going to say it does not look good. What's coming out of it doesn't look like they're just forthcoming and cooperating with authorities. I mean, why would you hire a lawyer? That looks like you guys are expecting to the very least be investigated, and you're concerned where it may go. So it's looking questionable at least. But do I want to say that based on what happened in that case, lone African Americans should not hang around all white people? No, I don't. I still don't believe that, and I'll get criticized by my liberals, certainly my African American counterparts, when I say this. You're not going to be any safer hanging around a group of all African Americans than you are hanging around a group of all whites. I mean, it's just simply put, if you're African American, the chances are significantly higher that if something happens to you, it's going to happen at the hands of another African American. There are plenty of African Americans that live around white people, and you don't hear a lot of stories about them getting killed. There are plenty of African Americans that live around all black people. You do hear plenty of stories of them getting killed. So I don't want to take that case and stereotype my ass off from it. So I'll just say I want to hear more of what's coming out on that, but it doesn't look good. Anyway, looking in the comments, they just gotta pick up on things that are funny at their own expense. I don't get what you mean by that, Shanti. Tap the screen, get us up to 70,000. I need you folks on YouTube in particular, smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. Just so you guys know, by the way, we don't block, ban, or censor. Program is always MAGA friendly, always has been, always will be. Liberals are welcome on the program as well. Our comments go left of Mom Donnie till I'm having dinner with Q. Particularly on today, I'll say this every day anyway, but you can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly, but particularly today, because we're having an open forum show, and I do want to hear from you folks on things that can help make the show more entertaining, perhaps educational, et cetera, et cetera. So we're opening ourselves up, certainly for comments, complaints, and suggestions. We'll go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Gangsta Grandma. Help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok, cap, goals. Show the program some love. Gangsta.
You know what? With your ratty raccoon ass. Oh, don't be wishing all that on those white boys. You don't know nothing. They lower it up and shit, right?
Okay.
Right, dog? And it looks really fucking bad. But you were so kissing that man's ass, wasn't you? Tongue long, that thing. Yeah.
Wait, how was I kissing? Wait, how? What the fuck are you talking about? How was I kissing? Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Whose ass was being kissed?
No, you was trying to belittle me and everything else. You're looking at the race. You're racist, no bitch. Now look.
You still are looking at. You look at race every damn show. You do that.
Now look. See, you're a fucking white man with your cracker ass cracker. Then you had another one. What's his name? That guy that was up here, the ratty raccoon. I don't like Gavin Newsom. I might go for Rubio. You got fucking a black man? You fucking ass stupid fuck. Like, come on now.
But
Black men are. I'll go for Rubio.
in his defense, he lives in California. And he don't like. Wait, hold on. He does live in California, and he's indicating.
Okay, bitch, I live in California.
Okay.
And what?
You might listen. If he lives in California, he has a right to criticize the politicians.
You know what? He lives in California. He's kissing a white man's ass.
How?
To hockey.
How?
To hockey.
Well,
you don't like
well, first of all,
why he don't like Gavin Newsom? Do you know why he really don't like Gavin Newsom?
Tell me.
Gavin Newsom's good. Do you know why he don't like it? Because he's a progressive. He would put this country as progressive. He would go get his free healthcare shit. The ratty raccoon, he don't want all that shit. Oh, hell no. He don't. Now he's bitching about the homeless. People come to California just because they want to be homeless.
But is our country, wait a minute, hold on. Is our country, in your opinion, is our country ready, after President Trump in particular, for a progressive president?
Hell yeah. They need somebody up there to go and work for us. It's us. We the people. Well, they need to work for us. Trump isn't working for us. Look, he just made a mockery. My God, doing over there and not. Oh my God.
I don't know, a progressive president. You're gonna like this one. Brewster asked me this question. Tim, how can you say you are safer with a bunch of whites than black people? I'm going with statistical.
Because he's a ratty raccoon.
No, I'm going with statistical. Hold on.
He's not black, people. He's not black. He's a
fuck is
Am I
that?
lying though?
What
Am
is
I lying though?
what is tonsil hockey?
You suck it on in. It's tons of hockey on your little tonsils.
I have got to get you on here one day when you're not talking about sucking dick. You worse than
Well, you quit sucking it. I won't talk about it. How about that?
your
Why
name.
don't you become a fucking black man and say, you know what? Yeah, that doesn't look good about those white kids and that black kid. Oh no, you're looking at the race. Oh no. And guess what, Pookie and Ray Ray, you little tonsy hockey ass bitch. Guess what happened? Guess what
I
happened?
don't know. Why don't you just change your?
They
Change,
lawyered up.
you
They
should
lawyered
just.
up.
I should just start calling you Superhead because Gangsta Grandma is not fitting. I'm gonna come.
I'm a woman. I know how to suck it, but I ain't sucking on a white man. I don't bow down to the white man. I'm not a house Negro. I don't get the whips and chains for what the fuck are you talking about?
What has the
I'm
white
not no
man?
sellout.
What has the white man done to you?
What has a white man done to us?
You.
Are you fucking
You.
me?
I want to sound like. No, I'm talking. No, like Soldier Boy says. You. What has the white man done to you?
For one, they thought they was gonna bring ice into my restaurant, so I put on it with my GOUN. Yeah, they tried to come up in my shit, and I be well, what the fuck you doing? I said, what you doing, white boys? When they said we won't come in. For real?
Texas in
That's not white though?
Texas in the comments said the white man has existed. That's what they've done to you. They just existed. You don't like white people. Sound like
You know what, dog? You don't even like black people.
What?
Dog. You don't like nobody but
Bullshit.
Americans, dog.
No.
You know another thing that you don't like? You don't like people pushing back, dog. But you let people call you the N-word color, and you don't even call them fucking racist. Oh, but I say cracker. Oh, burnt mayonnaise. Oh, you don't like black
Burnt
people.
mayonnaise.
They don't like all fucking ass.
Well,
They don't like all
you know
fucking
what
ass.
it is. You know what it is. Superhead. I mean, Gangsta Grandma. My.
Hey, I know I got some stupid head. That what, dog? You
I-
called me
I
like,
think,
oh my God,
the-
you called me stupid head. Yeah, I know how to suck it. Damn. Like, what was that supposed to be? Was that supposed to be what? Yeah, what?
Katie-
What, you trying to hurt my feelings?
I can't
You
with
can't
you.
even have a comeback, dog.
I
That's why
am-
you're white as shit.
I swear
You
to-
can't even come back.
I swear to God,
Golly.
I am black as hell, and I still end up blushing when I talk to you. Let me hold
Not
on.
black. No, you're not black.
Hold on. You are not easy. You are not easy. I tell you that. Okay, listen. What?
I'm not. No, I'm not easy. I'm not like you, a sellout. Oh my God! So get the boys a white. Give the white boys a chance. They didn't kill that black boy. He probably just fell off. No, bitch, they killed him.
No, you
Why are you
don't.
blowing it up?
No.
Now.
They took Gangsta Grandma off the program. Oh shit. Anyway, Gangsta Grandma is. She got taken off. I didn't take her off. You guys know I don't block, ban, or censor, but she got taken off. In the comments, I see Yo-Yo says, dang. Tim, stop pouring gas on the fire. I didn't pour shit on the fire. She told me I was playing tonsil hockey. What the fuck? I've never heard that before. Tonsil hockey. It's a new way to describe sucking dick. Like I said, Superhead. She crazy as hell, says Cowboy. Yeah, she is like, when Trump said they ain't letting them out of insane asylums, she was part of that caravan. Tap the screen. I need you guys to get me up to 75,000. I need you guys on YouTube to tap that like button. What the fuck? You guys, we got 3 times as many people as like, so unless the program sucks, some of you folks are, that ain't French kissing, Tamara, is it? Tonsil hockey? Why are you backing somebody's mouth that far? God damn. Unless you're sucking something, it shouldn't be in that far, should it? Sound like something to make you gag. I think she's funny, says Carlos. I think she is attacking me. Back to the actual show, though. If I can bring some decorum and some order to this courtroom, so to speak. Anyway, let me get back into the program. She threw me off my square. Okay, what the fuck was I talking about other than sucking white dick? Okay, looking in the comments, justice for all. Somebody says, I don't know what that's going with. She's furious. Yeah, Carlos, she is. Because they're calling him by his first name. living around and hanging out, two different scenarios. You guys are talking about something I do not understand. But Handsome Conservative says for a white woman, she's got a mouth on her. She don't like that, Handsome Conservative. She certainly won't like that. When was the last time that Gangsta Grandma lasted the whole segment? Actually, she had started lasting. Over the last few conversations, she's gotten dropped, but there were several. I say for a couple months, she was making it. She was making it, but then she started picking up dicks and talking about tonsil hockey, and I guess the TikTok gods didn't like that. So go figure. Anyhow, before we move on, get us up to 75,000. We're pretty close. Help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goals. Tim, you know you have her on speed dial. Billy Wop, I enjoy talking to Gangsta Grandma. She absolutely can be on speed dial, but she thinks I'm a white man, so there's that. I mean, so I'm going to be discriminated against from Gangsta Grandma because of my skin color. Why are liberals so aggressive and unreasonable? Says the Black Receipt. You really think that's only liberals? Should I introduce you to a few Capitol Police who might tell you something different about how they got their ass beat and pepper sprayed by folks wearing red hats? I think you might find a little bit of aggression coming from both sides of the aisle. Lewis, thank you for the TikTok cap. How you doing today, Tim? I'm in the trenches. She thinks you're a ratty raccoon. Yes, she does. Me too. She does indeed. So we're discussing from an open forum standpoint. A pimp named Furback. Thank you very much. From an open forum, we're discussing hosting F-35s. Our most advanced fighter, even more so than the F-22, being sold to Turkey, the Muslim nation of Turkey. Netanyahu, prime minister of Israel, has already came out and spoke against doing that. So Netanyahu is saying we should not be selling our jets to Turkey, but Trump is going to do it anyway. Let me just say this before I go to the next caller. And I'm going to speculate here. There's zero proof of this. My beloved MAGA is going to disagree with this. But I strongly believe the reason Trump is suddenly befriending a lot of nations that we normally are not very allied with, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, now all of a sudden, in Turkey's, I think Turkey's part of NATO, but selling them jets was not that was not the way we used to do things. I strongly believe they're giving Trump shit. Personally, they're handing him shiny shit and it's causing him to make deals with these countries. That's what I personally believe. I want to be wrong 100%. I want MAGA to point out in the future how wrong I was and how much I had Trump derangement syndrome. But I absolutely believe that once Trump is no longer in power, we're going to find out that all of these new allies we picked up and suddenly started doing business with were actually enriching Trump personally, not the country, not doing things that benefited the country, benefited him personally. I really believe that. Otherwise, it makes no sense. I mean, Trump has never came across as somebody who was pro-Arab. All of a sudden, he's starting to be friends with all these Arab countries. MAGA has never came across as being pro-Arab. This is also why I told you in the beginning of the program why a lot of MAGA are telling me my show is getting hard to watch because it's starting to be unbearable compared to what it used to be. And I tell them it's not that I've moved on the political spectrum at all. It's that Trump has moved and you guys are following him. MAGA has never been pro-Arab. And I'll submit this to you. If Obama or Biden was suddenly selling, shit to Turkey or taking in jets from Qatar and making friends with the Saudis like Trump, you guys would hate that shit. But because Trump is doing it, you're moving all over the political spectrum with him. So my show is unbearable because I'm not moving like that. I am exactly where I was on the political spectrum when you enjoy watching me. The difference is you have left me and went further to the right. So I seem way far to the left now. I ain't moved. You have. Because he's doing all kinds of shit like that you would not have liked if it was done by anybody else. Let me go back to the box. Yep, supposed to be the America First says Dot. Yeah, I mean, he's moving. The same can be said about the Democrats, says Jimmy James. I don't know what relevance that has. If you want to deflect to the Democrats, I guess. That's not a defense for Trump. If we're discussing Trump, bringing up Biden or Kamala Harris or Nancy Pelosi or somebody, that's not a defense for Trump. Like Trump made $2.2 billion in a single fucking year. Well, let's talk about Hunter Biden. Let's talk about Nancy Pelosi. That's not a defense for Trump. When you thought Biden was corrupt, we talked about the Burisma and 10% to the big guy in the laptop. We covered it on the show all the time here. Now that Trump is president and he's doing things that look shady, you don't go back and talk about Biden. You talk about what's going on now. He's doing the stuff you criticized the last guy at an astronomically higher level. Lewis, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good. And real quick in the comments, Gen X, you're saying proof. You believe the 2020 election was stolen and Iran was developing a nuclear bomb and they bombed their own school full of girls, and now you suddenly need proof. You believe all those drug boats coming off the coast of Venezuela had drugs on it. But when I say something, you suddenly need proof, huh? Wow. Lewis, talk to me.
That's spot on. That's spot on. I mean, you got to figure right now, Tim, and this is no insult to your beloved Mega, but I'm going to say this to you. The worst of the worst are still all in on that.
What do you mean?
You know what I'm saying?
Explain.
Because the ones that come up now are going to make the least amount of sense. I mean, when Mega was first established, you still had reasonable guys trying to explain policy, trying to agree to certain things, and now all they have is he cleaned up the border. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nothing. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm 100% got to go with he did do that. Now, as far as what he's doing with the immigration policy, going around on the streets and arresting everyone and sending a private police force out there to gang up on everybody, come on, that's where he lost it at. So now it doesn't matter how many he didn't let across. Why ain't nobody coming across? Because would you bring your Mexican ass over here right now if you know what's going to happen?
It ain't safe. I mean, you got our own allies no longer touring America, and you have some Americans becoming expats. I know 3 people that have left the country because of Trump. I'm not at that stage yet, but people are actually leaving.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, though. But I think those people are cowards to me because this is their country. And if they're not willing to improve and stay here and fight for it, then they need to leave.
Yeah, but you can say the same thing about, listen, both sides of my family featured people who left the South because of oppression and moved up north. That's how I ended up being born in Chicago. My grandmother on my dad's side was in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Grandmother on my mom's side was in Memphis. They both fled in the 40s. A lot of black people did. Are they cowards because they fled what was going on down there?
No, well, Tim, I'm from the South. I fled the South, and that was in the 70s. You feel what I'm saying?
So then why you gonna blame people that's leaving America now?
I didn't leave America. I just went to a better partner. I think all them niggas down south should get out of there.
Yeah, I do too. And real quick before we continue, Forever C10 says, speak on it. Appreciate the love and support, your generosity. Thank you, Forever C10. I've said that too, that I don't know why African Americans continue staying in an area where you're not wanted. You could be far more prosperous.
Absolutely.
You could be far more prosperous in Philly or DC or Chicago than in Mississippi. I don't know why you don't. They don't want you down here, so I don't get it.
I guarantee you, if black people down south start leaving the South like they did back in the 50s and 40s and 50s, they build a wall around Mississippi, Louisiana, the way they couldn't leave. They'd be having to go to another country. They'd have to go across the ocean. The ones in Texas would have to go across the Rio Grande, going to Mexico, because all of those states treat their immigrants better than we do. Let's just be fair, they do. We don't treat our immigrants well, period.
That's something new though. Under previous administrations, we were not as harsh on immigrants. That's something because Trump's goal is to treat you so bad that
we were harsh on immigrants. We were harsh on immigrants when you got see Italian people and Irish people got a short.
But compared to okay, I see what you. I agree with you now. You're talking about throughout history.
Throughout history, they've always treated immigrants in this country bad. I mean, only ones they gave a break to was the ones that looked more like them. You know, and that's why it was easy for.
But I do believe it's gotten worse under Trump. I do believe the way we treat our stance on immigrants has gotten worse under Trump.
And you know what, Tim? I have mixed feelings about that. I think it's just showing a lot more now. You know, I think it's easier because we have something in our pocket that we carry around with us that shows us the light on every incident that happens in the United States. So we're more informed now. But I don't think there's any more pedophiles.
They're literally building. That ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying the Trump administration is literally buying up centers and shit to house these people. That wasn't happening under most of our. Yeah, he's treating them worse than Alligator Alcatraz. What other president has done something like that?
Warehouses. Yeah, he's buying the warehouses because he's not. What people don't understand, they are not exporting anyone. Nobody's being made to leave the country. They just putting them in them big warehouses and jails, and you can bet they probably are trying to figure out a way to put them to work. Because they're going to start doing what our prisons do. You know, all prisons are prisons for profit now. They all build.
You know what I had a guest come on the program and say, though, with all of these centers they're building and they're warehousing these immigrants, they tried to indicate that Trump might be capable of something like the final solution.
Oh, you're thinking like
Auschwitz, Buchenwald.
Nah,
I don't think so either. But I don't think so either. But people do believe that Trump is capable of something like that. I'm not there yet. Trump don't like immigrants, but I don't think he would take them out.
I'm not a passive man. I'm a warrior, but I can tell you this right here. I don't wish no American dies. I'm not gonna shed no tears if something happened to Trump. But I don't even want nothing to happen to him. You know what I'm saying? I really don't want nothing physically that takes his life and puts his family through any kind of grief or anything like that. I don't want that. But so I don't think America is ready for that. So there's no way if he does that, they're gonna definitely have to do that.
Shit. Wait. You say America's not ready for that. I'm not totally in agreement with you on that. I think there's a large portion of America that would turn the blind eye to that. I mean, we see what happened to Alex Pretty and Renee Nicole Good. People were like, yeah, that's what I voted for. So they got killed, and people were like, that's what I voted for.
I think if they were doing that, like where they just were walking them in the gas chambers and different stuff like that, I don't think America would.
Alligator Alcatraz?
Yeah, but let me tell you something, Tim. There's people who live in Alligator Alcatraz.
Come on now, you gonna round up some dude that lives in the middle of nowhere and put him on island and brag that if he escapes, he's gonna get eaten by alligators?
I didn't say it was right. I said, but they did. You know, I didn't say it was right. I say, but they did. There's people who live in that same alley. That's a town.
Yeah, but you got people getting off the highway and happily taking pictures with the sign that says Alligator Alcatraz. People would be happy if some of these folks died. I don't think all MAGA would want to see them wasted, but there is a segment of the population on that side of the aisle that would have no problem using that to take care of it.
I think there's a segment of the population that feels just like I did about CK. I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? I didn't shed one tear. I didn't say one Hail Mary. I didn't say one prayer or nothing when I watched this man lose his life on national television. It didn't mean nothing to me. And that's what made Mega so mad about it, because we didn't care. It wasn't that we cheered about it. We just didn't have no feelings about it.
What did they expect? I mean, CK was certainly, if you're an African American, CK was incredibly critical because they were trying to argue that CK Charlie Kirk was not racist. Like, have you heard him say anything that was not negative about black people?
No, I don't. Maybe he might say they play basketball well.
He did say that. He did say that. That's about it.
I know he said it. That's the only thing he can say. The only thing we contributed was a good basketball team. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't even think we were the baseball people no more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He said, "Fuck Barry Sanders and those home runs he hit. He cheated."
Well, how about this one? Here is probably the most common response about Charlie Kirk, and it's in the comments. KJ says he was not racist. You just taking everything out of context. I'll tell you something. I have never heard the word context more often than I did when Charlie Kirk got shot. I had never heard. Absolutely. It was everywhere. Context.
But I hear the same. I hear a lot of that with Trump people too. With the people say about Trump, we take everything out of context. that we don't listen to the whole statement. We just go with 2 or 3 words that he's, because most of the time Trump talks in 3-word things.
Right.
Make America great. Lock her up. That's the way he talks.
Yeah.
So when we hear that stuff, that's what we remember too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on.
I have never heard of any person on earth where you got to listen to 20 minutes in them every time they talk for what they saying to make sense. Like, you can understand when Biden said, you know, or Betty Obama said, you want your doctor, you can keep your doctor. You didn't hear the left saying, well, you're taking that out of context. You got to listen to a 20-minute speech to make it make sense. You know what the fuck he's saying?
Hey, the left was just as pissed off about that. You can keep your doctor stuff as the right was.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I think Obama was surprised too that they were going to do that. That was more of an insurance thing than it was an actual.
Yeah, but the point I'm saying is
healthcare.
Yeah, but the point I agree with you. But the point I'm saying is listen. I got a whole sheet here I've always kept by me of Charlie Kirk quotes. But BLM equals burn, loot, and murder. What kind of context is gonna make that sound any better? The Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
Right.
There's no context where you're gonna have the African American community walk away saying, yeah, that makes sense. The Civil Rights Act was a mistake. He said Martin Luther King was a horrible guy. There is no context that's going to make the African-American community walk away and say, you know what? Now that you say it like that, he was a horrible guy. They're not going to agree with that under no context.
Yeah, if I see a black pilot, I don't have to wonder whether they were qualified to fly a plane. Stuff like, come on.
Yeah, there's no context.
They go through the same training as the white was doing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just stuff. I never heard one of his speeches. And I'm gonna tell you something, Tim. If I was a white racist, I wouldn't find nothing wrong with what he said either.
Ooh.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it says more about you than it says about anybody that think he is. It says more about you if you don't believe it.
Well, because the context argument came up so much, I spent the whole night all online finding as much Charlie Kirk debates as I could find, whole debates. I even made videos featuring his whole debate and then explained it to folks, because I'm like, I want to see if anything he has said that people are chastising, if you hear more of it, will the context of it change? I couldn't find one quote of Charlie Kirk where if you listen to it in greater detail, the context changes and you suddenly have a different opinion. If you believe what he's saying from them 3 or 4 words and you listen to 20 minutes more of it, you're still going to believe it. If you disagree with those 3 or 4 words and you listen to 20 minutes of it, you're still going to disagree with it. The context does not change by hearing more Charlie Kirk.
I mean, I like I said, I hear some of the stuff he's be saying, and with most people, public figures, they say 1,000 words, but really only like 4 or 5 of them make sense.
Yeah,
and they can say so much more by saying less. And he said way too much that definitely should have been obvious of what he was thinking.
Yeah.
And now, if you just look at his following, I mean, look at his people that still support him.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still saying the same thing about him, Tim. I mean, come on, Tim. You're gonna fly the flags at half mast for CK and not fly them at half mast for John McCain
or Jesse Jackson? Yeah. I get it.
Jackson.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I mean, and like you said, you can look at the people that favor Charlie Kirk. Them the same folks that are telling you the Confederate flag is about pride and heritage, and they're on the opposite side. Most racial issues concerning African Americans, the Charlie Kirk crowd is going to be on the other side of that. Find any police encounter that the African American community thinks is racist, abusive, or brutality. The Charlie Kirk community is on the other side of that issue. So it's hard to suggest that these people that Charlie Kirk himself have no issue with the black community. You see the audience that's following him.
Right.
Yeah.
It's way too obvious that like I said, I just don't think racists think they're racist. They just think they're looking out and pro-white. They don't think they're racist. And that's just the way it is. And I don't agree with you. We're on opposite ends of that, because I look at it more from a literal standpoint, that I don't think a black person can be a racist.
Yeah, I totally
think we
disagree
can be bigoted.
with that.
I think we can be I know. I know.
Well, let me say it
Don't
like
go into that
this.
shit.
Let me
Don't
say
just
it.
start with that shit.
No,
I
let me
told
just
you,
say it.
I
Let me
told you
no.
I-
Hold on. I gotta throw some of it back. I gotta throw some of it back for the simple point of, let's say for instance, the cops pull over a person just because they're black and they mistreat that person. We're going to say the cops were racist. If the cops pull over if black cops pull over somebody just because they're white and mistreat them, it suddenly becomes bigoted or prejudiced, according to you.
Because it doesn't happen.
Well,
Tim.
it does happen. It bullshit. There's plenty of white people that come to black neighborhoods.
Don't know black. Don't know.
Yeah,
black
it does.
guys, don't know white guys. Those white people.
Yeah. Actually,
Why would they?
I'm trying to explain it to you. A lot of them come to black neighborhoods to buy drugs, for instance, and get fucked with before they buy the drugs.
Yeah, they'll definitely. I agree with you. Now, Tim, I was in law enforcement. I'm telling you, they do that, but they do that more for a protective sense than anything else. Because let me tell you something. We pull them over and we harass them because we want to try to get them to do a control buy for us. We want them to go back in there and buy something.
But if they done that to us, we would say it's racist. If they said we just doing it for protective or trying to get you to make a control buy, we would say that shit is racist.
We don't call those situations racist. We call those situations profiling.
We call profiling racist.
No, we don't. We don't call it racist.
We don't call white cops. Wait, hold on. We don't call white cops. Are you telling me we don't call white cops that profile us racist?
Black cops do.
That ain't what I'm asking you. Do we call white cops that profile us racist?
When they profile you because of your race.
Exactly. That's the point I'm saying. That's the point I'm saying.
Let me tell you something. When you're profiling someone that looks like a suspected drug buyer, you want to catch them with the drugs. If you catch them with the drugs, you let them move on. You don't make up no fake charges. You don't do nothing. But if you catch them with the drug, you know what we say? Yeah, I got a deal for you. Go back in there and make another buy.
I think you're making I think you're making excuses for fucking with white people.
I'm just telling you what happens. We use them to bust their drug house. If they follow through on what we ask them to do, they usually don't face any charges, Tim.
And vice versa. That happens to the African American community as well. I think you're using excuses to fuck with white people that we wouldn't accept.
Take your ass down to Mississippi. Take your ass down to Mississippi and think if they pull you over, they're gonna let you go.
Well, Mississippi's a special kind of place. That's a little bit different. But here's the point. Here's the point I'm making. Whether you call something racist, prejudiced, or bigoted, if the same event happens to a white person, they don't really give it. If I'm a white person and I walk into a black bar or I want to play basketball on the black court and they beat my ass just because I'm white, I don't care how you label it. If I got my ass beat just like the black guy who got his ass beat, it's the same outcome.
I think you're getting your ass beat because you're stupid. Tim, there's somewhere I live in an area where we got a really, really rough neighborhood. They call it the jungle.
And hold on. What the fuck? Gen X, I do see your comment talking about let's go boating on Saturday. You racist motherfucker. Why would you say something like that? Go ahead, Louis.
I see. What I'm saying, Tim, is we got this place called the jungle. And I'm black, and I'm telling you something. I'm not going to be caught down in the jungle at night. Do you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if some white guy's down there, they know that he's down there for two reasons. Either he's mentally ill or he's buying drugs. It's just that simple. There ain't no other reason for you to be down there.
You sound like
a person from this area, and you don't.
You sound like George. You sound like George Zimmerman. You sound like George Zimmerman making an excuse for why somebody can't be in a certain neighborhood.
Well, it's a pretty rough neighborhood, Tim, and I'm telling you something. If a white guy's going down there, if he's lost, he's probably gonna get robbed or get hurt, and you're gonna be reading about it. I'm telling you now.
I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying, other than the notion that something could happen to a white person and it can only be bigoted or prejudiced. As far as I'm concerned, if I get my ass beat, if I get wrongfully arrested, if I get shot or whatever, I suffer the same consequences as a white man that this person suffered as a black person. I don't care if you don't want to call it racist. The same thing happened to me that happened to that person. You can play games with the labels of it all you want, but at the end of the day, this person got their ass beat just like that one did.
I agree 100%. I'm just saying, life is not fair, man. I just think that like I said, I don't think a black person can be prejudiced because I don't think we have no system to back us if something did go down.
I don't think that's right.
What I'm talking.
You do got systems to back you. You got whole towns that are governed by nothing but black people. The mayor is black. The courtroom is black. The cops are black.
They don't. And now, one thing I say about black people, and it comes especially legislative black people, they don't care what color your skin is.
Then that's something different. All white people don't care what color your skin is either. But what I'm saying is the idea that the system, blacks don't have control of the system. We do have control of lots of systems. There are corporations that if you go work for, the whole floor is black. The HR department is black. The management is black. You want to tell me they don't control nothing in that company? That only black people can be.
My mayor is black and she ain't running shit here.
But then that's your mayor's fault.
It ain't no fault. It's just that there's people in higher places that she can't, that just she don't get the support from. I'm telling you, man. We got one of the richest families in America living right in my neighborhood too. But my thing is that they controlling everything. It has nothing to do with her. She does what they tell her to do.
Okay, but you got a lot of white mayors that do that too. I got to move it on, but I'm just simply saying there are plenty of systems in place where you making it sound like blacks in America don't control shit. That's not true. I mean, Colin Powell was a general. You don't think he could have influence over white soldiers in the military? He didn't have no power or influence at all?
No.
Colin Powell had no influence in the military at all.
Not on an individual, no.
He could. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! A general at that level?
He can't do what could he do? Let me tell you something, Tim. How it works in the military. Let me tell you this right now. If I'm in the military and say I'm a first sergeant, because I was, and one of my guys got chewed out by an officer over in another unit, and that other officer in that other unit tried to scold him about something. Then what you think gonna happen to that soldier that he tried to scold?
I don't know. It depends on what's going on behind the scenes. Eric Holder under Obama. He was America. Hold on. Eric Holder under Obama. He was America's top cop. He didn't have no influence at all. Eric Holder.
Yeah, of his guys, the guys that work for him.
He controlled the entire FBI. Or the entire, he was a top cop, rather. He was a top cop. He couldn't get nobody fired at all. He couldn't do nothing to anybody white.
Oh, but that's harder than you think, Tim.
Oh, come on. But the white man can do that, huh? See, I got to disagree with that. There's plenty of systems that we control, and we can be racist to white people. We've held a lot of high positions where we can affect people.
You just can't show me no examples of that. And I can show you plenty of examples the other way around.
Well, there is far more examples. I agree with that. But the idea that we don't control systems...
But what you're saying right now, though, I can't think of all the officers and all the employees that were in senior positions that were black. I don't know of any of them treating anyone unfairly because they were white.
My guess is if you do a little... I got to move it on. I just say this. My guess is if you do a little Googling, I'm sure some people don't try to sue and claim something. I don't know if it went anywhere, but I'm sure somebody don't try to sue and claim discrimination. So I would say do a little bit of research on it.
Yeah, I definitely will. I'm gonna definitely. That's Tim. One thing about it, it's just a Google away, so we can always just ask, and you can find out the number of black, whites suing black superiors for racial discrimination. Yeah. I bet you it's gonna come back none heard of because it don't happen.
I would bet you that's not true. I gotta go, but I would bet you. I know the numbers are gonna be much greater on one side, but I'm sure some white people.
No, I'm just messing with you. I get where you're coming from when you do say that, and I can definitely see somebody with a head that's like yours saying what you say. I definitely get it.
I'll take that. Thank you. Appreciate it. And that's the point I'm making. I don't buy the argument that blacks don't control no systems whatsoever, therefore they can't be racist. There's a lot of black people that are in positions of power, that have a lot of people that work for, I mean, let's take somebody, just take an athlete like LeBron James. I'm sure he got a ton of white people that work for him. He could refuse to hire white accountants. He could do racial shit. I mean, he controls you don't have to control the entire federal government and every mechanism of the country to be racist. You can be Oprah Winfrey, I'm sure she has a ton of white people working for her. She could do racist shit to those people. She could do stuff to her employees that if a black person experienced the same thing, they would say my boss is racist. But because she happens to be black, all of a sudden now it gets downgraded to being prejudiced or bigoted. It's the same thing. You didn't hire the person because they're white. It's the exact same offense. So if you need, in Crappy in the comments, you need me to show you proof that Oprah Winfrey has white employees, or proof that white people work for LeBron James or Jordan. You need actual proof of that? You believe every single person working for Oprah Winfrey is black? You need proof of that? And let me go back to the box and we'll continue. And the difference is that that's what white people do. No, there are plenty of African Americans that do not like whites, rappers and shit. I'm not going to hire a white accountant. I'm not going to let a white man or Jewish person. I mean, there's plenty of people, you hear them saying it. You hear people saying that stuff. So I'm sure it happens from African Americans as well. Plenty of them getting power, and I'm going to make sure my lawyer is black. I'm going to make sure my accountant, I'm going to make sure everybody, plenty of them, I don't want my taxes done by, there's plenty of them saying that shit. They're telling you out loud. You need proof of that? In the comments, they just saying that. Okay, well, maybe some of the white people just saying that. I don't know. The black manager on the job just don't go around being racist to white people. I don't buy that. There are thousands of African Americans that are in management positions in America. None of them mistreat white people strictly because of skin color. It just does not happen. None of them do that. When it comes to racial inequality and treating people wrong based on race, the African American community is perfect on that. They don't do it to nobody. I don't believe that. Because I'm going to tell you, as a Gen Xer, we grew up treating light-skinned people different than dark-skinned people. But when it comes to white people, we're going to treat them all as equal? I don't buy that. I don't buy that. In the comments, I was mistreated by my black boss, says KJ. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just going on realism. I know how mankind works. I'm sure that there are African Americans that are in management positions that have an adverse view of white people, just the same as there are plenty of white people in positions that have mistreated blacks over the years. Going back to the box, they are the same people that are okay with Charlie Kirk. They are the same people that are okay with Charlie Kirk dying, are the same people saying the Black Lives Matter burning down their own communities. I don't know if those two things have anything to do with each other, because a lot of the folks out there talking about Black Lives Matter didn't even know who Charlie Kirk was. In fact, in the black community, I'm gonna be honest with you, even myself, who often talk about politics, I didn't know a lot about Charlie Kirk until he got shot. He became the most researched name on Google when he got killed. He wasn't that big of a deal to people that were not in that circle. He was not that big of a deal. I know you guys think he was the next best thing since sliced bread, but outside of right-wing circles, Charlie Kirk was not that fucking big. So we didn't know who he was. Now in the comments, Bake Boss, you says Charlie Kirk was very intelligent. Maybe. I'm not saying the guy was dumb. I mean, you can do what Hitler was smart too. I ain't saying shit. I mean, I don't think Charlie Kirk was dumb at all. But that ain't necessarily saying anything. He was a unifier. Now that's ridiculous. In the comments, if not, then why is it wrong when black people want to circulate money in their community as well? I don't get that. I don't get the question behind that. Tap the screen, get us up over the 100,000 hump. Help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goals. We're pretty low there. Looking in the comments, I might have to reset this live over here because it's not letting me see the comments. Every MAGA is a pedo. Every single one, says the drunk something. That's not true. Every MAGA is not a pedo. Who said that? The drunks with guns. Holy shit, that's a hell of a name. The drunks with guns. Executing Charlie Kirk is like going after Trump. You just made him more popular. Yeah, he absolutely did become more popular getting shot. I absolutely agree with that Charlie Kirk became more popular getting shot. I don't know who he benefited though. I mean, it is what it is. His audience, he became more popular, but I mean, Trump is the guy that's in charge of the party, not Charlie Kirk. So I don't know. I mean, I believe it made Erica Kirk a lot of money. But other than that, I don't know how else it really benefited. I mean, Charlie Kirk was just preaching the same shit Trump was preaching. So I don't know, other than that, how it really benefited much on the right. Let me go back to the box. We'll go to Furback. Good evening, Furback. Welcome to the program.
What's up, Tim?
Not much at all. You can stop the messenger, but never stop the message. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Well, Charlie Kirk ain't the messenger or the message. That's coming from Trump. All Charlie Kirk is really doing is echoing what Trump says. I mean, so taking out Charlie Kirk would be like, taking out Al Sharpton when Obama's in office. He ain't doing nothing but echoing the same shit anyway. So it kind of is what it is. What is your opinion, Furback, of Charlie Kirk? Unifier? You disagree with the notion, the claims that he was somehow intolerant or racist? Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I think he was a frothing racist myself. I mean, I never. It's hard to say he was down the middle. You know what I mean? And even to the point where he caught that slug, he was saying something derogatory about the community. So I mean, he's racist, man. And for all those fools that keep trouting that shit he was talking about, unqualified airplane pilots, that shit makes no sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would tell you this. When he said, you're right about that. He said, if I see a black pilot, do the DEI or whatever. When you think about the Tuskegee Airmen, all of those black pilots that were saving white bomber pilots from being shot down, none of those guys came home and was allowed to be commercial airline pilots, even though they were better pilots than all the white guys, to the point where the white guys started specifically saying, we want these dudes to protect us because they're better at this shit. Came home and got any significant jobs in pilot. So when you seen white pilots after they came home, you were looking at lesser qualified people. So go ahead.
And this is why, people that support him and Trump, we tend to think it's a code. I mean, if you just step back from the comment and just dissect it for what it is, United, Delta, the liability alone tells you they're not going to put an unqualified person in the fucking seat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's where the argument falls apart. You know what I mean? Even if they wanted black people and women in there, they still have to learn. They still got to be able to fly the damn.
Point on this, I always say as well, I'll agree with some of the stuff that comes from the right if you show proof. And there is absolutely no proof that a bunch of minorities that were unqualified are flying aircraft around. In fact, there's been plenty of air crashes since aviation became a science in America. The overwhelming majority of pilots crashing planes are white. Probably over 90% of these motherfuckers, especially in the commercial airline industry. Anytime a plane go down, there's a high likelihood the pilot was a white male. So I don't know why you're looking at the black dude talking about that's the guy I should be suspicious of. He ain't the one crashing motherfuckers, it's your people. So I don't get that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, at this point, like I said, man, I've seen enough. The president's definitely racist.
You think? You think Trump is too?
Yeah, I mean, opportunist, whatever you want to call it. If the opportunity is racism, then you're racist. If the opportunity is stealing money and you take it, you're a thief.
Well, whatever is, whatever. I mean, obviously. So, give me something that Trump has done to lead you to indicate he's racist, though.
Well, it seems like he's trying to whitewash Black history. Money coming from the federal government. This is, the community saying, okay, there was a wrong done, and we're gonna, do the right thing and reappropriate these funds back to these people.
Yeah.
Nope. LJ said, nah, we ain't doing that.
Yeah. Listen. I mean, he's obviously said things that most of the black community have their opinion on Trump, and I see somebody in the comments saying racist platform or something. Look, I heard a lot of folks on the right saying that Biden was racist for the "vote for me, you ain't black" comment. If you can see that one comment is making Biden racist, Trump has made a lot of comments. He's made a lot of posts on social media. He's hanging around a lot of people that have made comments. If all it took for Biden is to say, vote for me or you ain't black, and that lets you to believe he's racist, but all of the stuff that Trump is saying is just getting dismissed as being jokes, taken out of context, then yeah, I think you're just being biased. Now, it'd be different if you was the kind of person who did not see racism at all. But you can see it in Biden's comment. Trump has said a lot more suspicious and crazy shit than that. A lot more stuff than that. So I do believe. Go ahead.
And like I've told you before, it's gotten to the point where there's no accountability from his supporters. You know what I mean? He had the Obamas as monkeys and whatever.
That's another one. That was called the joke. And in the comments, somebody said Trump has been doing a lot for the black community. Not as of late, Mario. Not as of late. I mean, other than if you ask MAGA, well, what has Trump done for the black community? You're going to hear a few things from his first term. You ain't going to hear nothing from his second term. There is nothing he has done for the black community during his second term. So it has not been. And by the way, Biden has done a whole lot for black people too. And you had no problem calling them racist. So explain to me what makes a person not racist. Because anything you used to defend Trump could absolutely be used to defend Biden. And you thought Biden was racist.
Well, I'll tell you like this. Biden, Trump, they all was, teenagers, young white men around the same time. So when Biden said, don't vote for me, you ain't black. When he said they gonna put y'all back in chains, I'm sorry. But my grandfather, if he tells me that old sharecropping white man across the street that he grew up with is a mouth frothing racist, I'm gonna believe him. Yeah. Because I didn't grow up with him. So when Joe says that, maybe it wasn't eloquently said, but why not believe him? Because I think he knows what one is because maybe he was one at one time. You know what I mean?
Could be. That makes good sense. And like I said, and I'm seeing in the comments, folks are pushing back. Somebody mentioned something I wanted to read. I don't see where it went, but yeah, the idea that Trump has done stuff for African Americans. I mean, do we ignore the fact that Biden appointed a African American Supreme Court judge, an African American vice president? He was a key figure in helping Obama become the first black. I mean, do we ignore all of that? But then we go with, well, he gave money to HBCUs. We can see that in Trump. But we look at Biden, we skip over all that stuff. And with Biden, well, vote for me or you ain't black, made him a racist. So I'm just simply saying you got to judge it fairly. If you are saying that about Biden, but then acting shocked while people are saying Trump is a racist, it doesn't make sense to me. Because Biden did way more for the black community than President Trump did. Way more. Remember, he's the dude that was going to forgive student loans, which would have done a lot more for the black community than HBCUs. Most of us don't go to HBCUs. Most of us have never stepped foot in an HBCU. Most of us never will be in an HBCU. Most of us that have a college education have student loans. So, yeah, to me, Biden has done significantly more for the black community than President Trump.
And I would even argue, his first term. Yeah, I mean, you bring up the HBCUs, but I think the lady name was Alma Adams that he tried to zero it out, and she made sure, like, no, you're gonna put that back on the books. Of course, he took credit for it, as he does. He brands the shit, and he took credit for it. So I give him credit for taking credit for it, but he didn't even want to do the shit then. And and just to push back on you a little bit, sure. I totally don't. I was done with Trump after the first administration. I don't see what people could see as some hope and shining light from that first administration unless you're just a fan.
Oh, I see.
When it came...
you and I disagree on it because I do see a lot of legitimate reasons for why people voted for Trump. I understand
and I've heard you... Go ahead. And I've heard your legitimate reasons, and all I'm saying is the elephant in the room. When it was time for him to be presidential and make decisions on behalf of the people and his citizens, he chose to bullshit us.
What do you mean? Explain.
The pandemic. Same thing with the straight. It's no different, Tim. It's just a different situation. Oh, 2 weeks, summertime. Oh, you know.
Well, but
60 days.
here's
It's
the
same
difference.
Bullshit.
With the pandemic, and I'm on your side. I think Trump handled the pandemic miserably, but I am going to point up to the pandemic. We had a decent economy and all that shit. We can say it was Obama, he was riding it, but under Trump, things are going very well, or at least decent, going well until the pandemic hit. Now, with the pandemic, yes, I think he handled it horribly, but they're gonna still ride with Trump. Because they don't blame his handling on the pandemic necessarily on him. They're blaming it on Fauci. They're looking at it like, look, it was a novel virus. We didn't know what the hell was going on. China flooded us with some bullshit. And we went to the top scientists hoping he could straighten things out. And he fed us a bunch of bullshit about masks and social distance. That's the way they look at it. So they're not blaming Trump for the pandemic. So if you take the handling of the pandemic away from Trump's first term, most of it looks decent. And then they see what Biden gave us, and they like, well, shit, I'd rather have Trump back. That's why they voted for him.
I hear you, but like I said, fans. That's all I hear you saying. They're fans because if you look at it, he's doing the same shit now, man. You know.
Yeah. No, I don't agree with that. He's doing worse.
What?
His first term,
Yeah, exactly.
Trump 1.0 was a much better president than Trump 2.0.
But was it?
Yes.
I mean, it really wasn't. Nah, Tim. Only difference is he had a few people that smack his hand. That was it.
But that's the goal. But that's how it works, Pimp. Is that you surround yourself with the best and brightest. The first term, he had a lot of educated, highly established people with real resumes around them. I mean, the people he got now are just loyalists. These are not the best and brightest that are around him now.
And Tim, I think we're coming from the same. We try to get the same point coming from different angles.
Okay.
All I'm saying is he wanted to do these things. I mean, it's documented. He wanted to do this shit. We just had adults in the room.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by it's the same shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's able to impact us because nobody's there to put the fucking seatbelt on.
Yeah, but I can't get a man credit for what he wants to do. I got to give him credit for what he did do. Just like with Biden. Biden wanted to forgive student loans. I'm not going to give him credit for doing it, though. He wanted to do it. I wish he had done it, but he got stopped. You know, it's just like Obama wanted to give everybody universal health care. He did as much as he could, but he got stopped.
Well, that's fair, but like I said, you watch football, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on here a few times. Chicago Bear fan, Caleb Williams, right?
Yep.
All right, if Caleb Williams is always up by 7 touchdowns,
damn,
is he really a great quarterback?
I mean, he got a great line and he got a great receiver. Yeah, he can't be bad if he's doing that.
Okay, now if he's down by 1 but can never win the game, how great is he?
The line might suck. The receivers might be dropping balls.
I get it. So you're a fan as well. You see my point?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're just fans at this point. You know, I've told you before, I get on my mutuals, I want y'all beloved MAGA, you know, we just want to talk to the opposition. But the opposition, they're done, man. I mean, you go with a great poker face and you entertain them for a minute. But I think MAGA Reacts got to you yesterday.
What did MAGA React? What did he say?
I don't know what.
We don't have guests that get to us. So maybe the poker face got you. Look,
Tim, I don't know what the fuck he said to set you off yesterday, but you was done with it. Because he got to talking about the inflation, some bullshit. I mean, this is what they do, man. You know, and he kept fighting about it in the comments. I'm like, dude, go to sleep. Go move on, do something else. You know what I mean? But this is what they do, man. This is all they got left. And this is the best. So at this point, you know, it was 77 million. I think he's now at like 30%. Man, they're brainless.
Yeah, and as I told MAGA Reacts, you're right, he does argue inflation is the way you should judge all this stuff. I'm like, people judging this shit based on what the prices are when they go to the supermarket or the gas pump. I don't care how great inflation is. If they can't afford gas and groceries, life sucks for them. Telling somebody at the gas pump why they paying $5 a gallon, well, inflation is only 2%. That's meaningless to that person that's paying $100 to fill their gas tank up.
And one more thing about the SAVE Act. You know, I just thinking of MAGA. I didn't get up that day, but y'all was talking about the SAVE Act.
Yeah.
They talk about the SAVE Act, and then they talk about all the fake voters or whatever to get caught.
Yeah.
So is the SAVE Act supposed to stop people from getting caught? Because if they're catching people before the SAVE Act, then what the fuck we need the SAVE Act for?
They're not catching
Sounds like
people.
it's working.
No, the fact of the matter is the SAVE Act. If I'm being 100% honest, the SAVE Act is to make it harder for people to vote. It gives you a way that you can discount documents because people got to hand in all kinds of documents to show they're an American citizen. So now you can be saying signatures and seals don't look right. It just gives you a lot more power to limit who can vote and play games. It ain't gonna stop illegal voting and all this other shit because I don't think there's a huge issue with illegal people voting. I'll tell you this, if Trump gets the Save America Act passed, I guarantee it's going to be far more legitimate voters saying that something happened because of this act that prevented me from voting than you're going to hear the right bragging about how many people they stopped. You're not going to see a whole bunch of illegals getting arrested or any of that. It's going to be mostly citizens saying because of this, I didn't get my documents in time or my marriage certificate, they said it came from a church that no longer exists, so I couldn't prove my citizenship. It's going to be shit like that. It ain't going to be stopping illegals. It's going to be stopping legal people from voting.
And yeah, and I'm just saying they defeat their point of saying how much we need it when they talk about all the you said California, they're catching homeless people all the time. Well, it sounds like the system is working.
Yeah.
So you're arguing for a SAVE Act, then also telling me that, the SAVE Act is going to do something what we're already doing.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Well, Speaker of the House, Mike. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson already spilled the beans on that. I think he was caught saying that if the Save America Act gets passed, he actually bragged about how many legitimate voters it will cut out. I mean, they're admitting it amongst each other. If we can get this act passed, we can stop people from voting. He got caught saying it. They're not bragging about how many illegals they're going to prevent from voting. They're bragging about how many legal people they're going to stop from voting.
And I would ask these Trump supporters, Doge, the tariffs. I mean, it's a fucking grift, man. How can you still believe that we're going to benefit from that any kind of way? This guy's making $2.2 billion. At the same time, we got people with bread lines and gas, people moving back in with parents and whatever they got to do. But MAGA's still in there cheering like I'm broke and I'm hungry, but hey, Trump is making billions. He sounds stupid. So
well,
this was all they got left.
Yeah.
That's all they got left.
Well, I'll tell you, they disagree with you because they're going by what Trump is saying. I do got to move it on. I'll explain it on the other side, but what you're saying, while I agree with it, that's not what Trump is telling them, which is why they disagree with you. But Furback, thanks for coming through.
No problem, man.
Appreciate it. And real quick, what he was talking about, what happened, with what Doge has done and what happened to the checks and things like that. Understand, if President Trump says the firings that Elon Musk and Doge did saved American taxpayers gazillions of dollars, MAGA believes that. Therefore, what Doge did was a successful operation. MAGA is not going to request any proof or evidence. If Trump says getting rid of USAID saved American taxpayers gazillions of dollars, MAGA is going to believe that. So that's why the left are seeing things differently than MAGA is. Because MAGA's just, if like with the tariffs, my last caller mentioned the tariffs. Trump was on TV today bragging about manufacturing plants are coming back to America. He's been bragging about manufacturing coming back to America ever since he came down the Golden Escalator. MAGA believes that stuff. They don't need to see any ground broken on an actual factory. If Trump says it's going to happen, it's as good as gold. So that's why they're giving him a lot more credit and accolades than his detractors. Because the detractors of Trump need to see the factory being built. They need to see ground being broken. MAGA does not. I've had a lot of debates with MAGA where they're bragging on stuff that Trump promised versus actually got delivered. When he met with Kim Jong-un, see, look at all he's doing. He's working with world leaders, and now we're going to be friends with Kim Jong-un. Nothing came out of that. But they were bragging on that when he met with Kim Jong-un. Same thing when he met with Vladimir Putin. See, he didn't end it in 24 hours, but he's about to do it now. He's got him over here in Alaska, meeting him on the red carpet. See, that you was wrong about Trump. He's about to end that war. So they're giving him credit based on what he says, not what he does. And he says he's done a lot of successful shit. So if you go by what Trump says, then there's a lot to brag about. because almost every time Trump talks, the story is positive about more things he's about to accomplish. And they run with that. Look at in the comments, Marlo knows these presidents don't create shit, huh? And by the way, another story, we're having an open forum talking about all kinds of stories, but Mitch McConnell, is he still with us? I'm going to do a poll of that on YouTube. Is Mitch McConnell still around? Because we're not hearing from this dude. And I'm kind of wondering, some folks on the right are saying something, but after we went through the whole Biden is a weekend at Bernie's candidate, I'm surprised the right is not. I'm surprised the right is not a little bit more outspoken on this. They were very outspoken on Biden for falling asleep or falling down a few times. This dude is outright missing, and they're saying somewhat. They're not saying a lot about that. So go figure. But I'm kind of wondering, do you think he's going to turn up deceased? Because I'll tell you, and by the way, if something was happening with Mitch McConnell, do you think the right would be honest and forthcoming about it? Do you think they would tell you the truth? The question is how Mitch is being handled. Where is his wife? She could be sitting somewhere on an island counting her inheritance. Who knows? In the comments, tap the screen. By the way, get us up to 110. Trump's not far behind glitching Mitch. Trump is way behind Mitch. Trump ain't nowhere near as out of it as Mitch McConnell. Tim ignores the 162 $50 million factories being built. Yeah, because I haven't heard of them, Robert. Give me some of the locations of these factories. And I'm talking about factories where they've broken ground. And I'm not talking about these fucking data centers you're talking about. Tell me about all these. He said there's 162 factories being built. I haven't heard about those. Trump's job numbers do not reflect the 162 $50 million factories being built. His job numbers don't reflect that. So I'll leave it at. I don't want to Google it. You said it. I'm in the process of doing a live. He tells me to Google it. I'm on air right now. 162 new factories ain't going to last long. You know, American demand, high pay, healthcare, PTO, paid leave, etc. I don't know. I'm just going to tell you, President Trump promises a lot of great stuff all the time. In his first term, he was also talking about factories are going to be built, and it didn't happen. But like I said, the right were giving him credit for it. So it is what it is. Tap the screen. Help your boy out with the hat mustache. TikTok cap goals. We're nowhere near that. He says economy is good because he is looking at his income statement. Yeah, he did say that. He said everybody's profiting. He says, I'm profiting because everybody's profiting. Dude, you made $2.2 billion in one fucking year. Ain't nobody profiting like that. Even the very wealthy businessmen are not profiting like that. M-Dub, thank you for the TikTok cap. Appreciate the love. No, I mean, Trump is profiting off the presidency. It's hard to pretend that ain't happening. What he is telling you is that he's not managing his own money. He handed control of his businesses over, I guess, to his kids or to some blind trust, whatever phrase he's using. And the people he handed his business over to, apparently they're far better businessmen than he is, because they're making him far more money than he ever made on his own. So I guess if you believe that, then you can run with that. But Trump has never come close to making $2.2 billion in a single year when he was managing his own businesses. Never came close to that. Donald J. Trump is not paid a salary, but he will accept Bitcoin. I'm not even for certain, Neek Homo sapien, I'm not even for 100% certain Trump ain't taking a salary. Have you heard where the money's going? Okay, you didn't take the salary. Are you donating it to charity or anything? I'm not 100% sure that's not how. That's something he promised in his first term as president. He didn't even promise that in his second term. So I'm not even for certain that's true. He's not saying that. That's MAGA that are saying that Trump is not taking a salary. You don't hear Trump saying that. He's paid a salary. What he does after that is unknown, says King Mo. Yeah. He donated all his salary, says RJ Las Vegas. Okay, well, I haven't heard about it, but didn't they get, I mean, they just got access to his income statements. They know he made $2.2 billion. Who is his salaries going to? Trump normally brags when he does things for people. Is he giving all his money to HBCUs, to the NAACP? Where's his money going? If he's donating $500,000 a year or whatever the presidential salary is, normally he would brag about that. Who was he giving it to? You know he lies to get oxygen. Damn, Billy Webb. Oh my God. And Certified Fit Pro says, you're MAGA. That's it? Just you're MAGA, huh? Are we going to ever see his tax returns like he promised? No. No, you're not going to see his tax returns. That was a promise he made that he never intended to deliver on. He never had any goal of releasing his tax returns. MAGA reacts. Calm down, Tim. You'll summon Gangsta Grandma. She's already been through. And she got taken off the program, King. MAGA, good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
We back at war with Iran again. What say you?
Yeah, I'm disappointed. Hopefully they'll fucking reestablish the ceasefire, but we'll see.
Are we
what are you gonna do? They attack the ships.
Well, you're telling me this country, their navy's at the bottom of the ocean. They have no air force. You can fly over Tehran. There's nothing they can do about it. They're hurting so bad they're begging for a ceasefire. But yet you keep complaining that they're blowing up shit. How does that make sense?
I mean, anybody could fire rockets at a ship. It's not that hard.
They're begging for a ceasefire,
that's the
though.
problem.
They're begging for a ceasefire. They didn't just fight. They've shot down aircraft.
The problem is they got half of them are begging for a ceasefire. The other half want to keep fighting. I mean, it's a big country, and like us with the Democrats and Republicans, they got one side that wants to fight and one side that wants to make peace.
All of the statements coming out of Iran, including the people that actually come and fly over to meet with our officials, none of them are talking ceasefire. I don't know who Trump is. Is he talking to some old lady, some shopkeeper in the country that wants a ceasefire? The powers that be in Iran do not appear to be asking for a ceasefire. I have not heard. Have you seen anything at all on the internet that appears to come from Iran talking ceasefires? Lego videos, people speaking, people being interviewed on Al Jazeera. Have you seen anything coming out of that country featuring people asking for a ceasefire?
To be honest with you, I haven't been looking. I mean, this is a new one for me. So let me look and I'll tell you next time.
Yeah.
Because obviously you're getting the highlights of all the people talking shit because they're talking shit, you know? You never get the highlights.
Well, we got the highlights of alleged protesters that wanted Americans to come over there. They were just like when we were talking about taking over Greenland. They had no problem finding people in Greenland that claimed they wanted to be MAGA. Where are all of these ceasefire people at?
I gotta look. Let me do a Google search and I'll get back to you tomorrow. Or whatever next live is.
I think tomorrow's going to be just like today. I don't think, because if they actually had people that were begging for a ceasefire, you would have seen it on Sean Hannity or Laura Ingraham or something. Like I said, they're putting Greenlanders up there wearing MAGA hats that want to sell out their whole fucking country to America. They had people in Venezuela doing that. They had people in, they finding Canadians that want to sell out their own country. You can't find any Iranians.
Because it's easy to go to those countries and find people that can speak freely. Good luck finding people that can speak freely in Iran.
Well, they actually
freaking murdered the next day.
They actually did have protesters that were indicating they wanted Trump to come over and stop them from being shot. They found them people.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a group of people in one spot. You're not going to have a person in front of the camera where you could be like, hey, that's Bob. Go kill Bob because he did this.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anonymity in a group.
Yeah.
You could hide yourself as part of a group. You can't hide yourself as an individual tweeting.
Well, then if it's just regular people, you're kind of making my point that anybody asking for a ceasefire is so low on the totem pole, they don't even matter. The powers that be in Iran is not asking for a ceasefire.
I mean, somebody's signing these things.
Ain't nobody.
We did have a ceasefire for 2 weeks. And as far as I know, this ceasefire isn't off. It's just Trump's a little fed up with their bullshit.
Trump just said he hit them hard yesterday and he's going to hit them hard again today. He was talking about taking over Carg Island. He ain't talking about he's talking about really hurting them.
I mean, he did that again. It's every fucking week we've been going through this. We've done this twice before, and the ceasefire was put back on.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's the point I'm making.
It's the same shit as I told you before. It's like carrot and the stick. If you're good, you'll get the carrot and you'll make money. If you're gonna fucking be an asshole, you're gonna get bombed.
How do you know what to believe coming from him? 37. I think he's at 37 times he said we've had a ceasefire already. In 4 months, 37 ceasefires. Are all of those true?
I mean, we have evidence of ships going through. Oil prices were down.
Yeah, you also got evidence. You got evidence of ships going through, but you also got evidence of Trump saying we've been sneaking oil out of the country and they didn't know because we hugged the coastline. So some of them ships going through may have been just ships that Iranians didn't detect. Not that Iranians were letting them through, they were sneaking them through. That's what Trump said.
Well, this is a mix of both, I'm guessing. I don't know. We'll see. I don't like to predict the future. The same shit I tell you every day. We'll find out. I mean, it's like the analogy from the last caller. We're in a football game, and we're still in the second quarter, and, you know, you're bitching that the team hasn't won the game yet.
No,
we're only in the second quarter.
No, I'm bitching that things clearly don't look right. 37 ceasefire claims in less than 4 months. That ain't something you should question.
No, it's fine. It's you want him to claim failure all the time?
No, I want him to be honest.
Make you happy?
No,
it's the same shit. Like, it's not about being honest or dishonest. It's about being like a motivator, a cheerleader. You want a ceasefire. No. You're gonna fucking say you're working in a ceasefire, and you know you're gonna promote a ceasefire. No. You're not gonna say, "Oh no, we're never gonna have a ceasefire."
We fought Iraq for a decade, and we had less claims of ceasefires than Trump has told us in less than a season. No, you don't cheerlead if you're giving false information. At some point, if you keep cheerleading and saying shit that don't happen, it no longer makes people jump up at the pep rally. I mean, how many times are you going to say something that don't come to fruition before people stop believing you?
Tim, in Iraq, we took over the country. There was no one to have a ceasefire with. Who are you going to have a ceasefire with? In Iraq, we took over the entire fucking country, replaced the government, and rebuilt the government from scratch. We ran Iraq. That was our country. You know, who are we going to have a ceasefire with?
Well, first of all, you claiming we took over Iraq and we ran the country. Do you realize we were taking casualties the entire time we were there?
Yeah, those are random terrorists. But that's not somebody you could have a ceasefire with.
Random terrorists. Some people working on behalf of their country. Let me just say this. Hold on.
You can't have a ceasefire with random terrorists.
Let me just say this.
A big group like Al-Qaeda.
No, let me just say this in regards to random terrorists. I don't want to go into racial and crazy shit, but that is some of the most ridiculous. How the hell can you attack somebody's country and then refer to the people that are in their own country defending their country against invaders as terrorists? How the hell can you be called a terrorist defending your own country?
Fighters. Doesn't matter. All I'm saying, they were not a big enough group where you could have a ceasefire with them. There was no one to negotiate a ceasefire with. I mean, at least in Afghanistan, you had the Taliban. They're kind of a big tribe that you could have a ceasefire with. But in Iraq, there was really nobody you could have a ceasefire with. And this is what you do. You make like shitty analogies, and they're hard to
First of all,
because they're shitty to start off with.
It's interesting you would say that in Iraq.
Who were we gonna have a ceasefire with?
The same motherfuckers you want to who are there for us to have a ceasefire with? The same motherfucking leaders you keep bragging you killed. We killed another ISIS leader yesterday. You could have made a ceasefire with that motherfucker. The same people you killing are the ones you can make ceasefires with. Them the ones, the leaders you bragging about killing.
That's another thing. ISIS was only the last couple of years, and Trump got rid of them like that.
Okay.
They weren't around long enough when Trump was here. Trump became president, they were gone within 6 months.
And by the way,
so yeah, ISIS was gone. There was no one in ISIS to make treaties with. Maybe Obama could have.
And by the way, that same problem is happening now, where they are trying to figure out who to talk to in Iran. And they're not necessarily knowing who is in charge because they're killing the people. So you can make a ceasefire if you don't just go in there murdering every damn body. That's the problem.
Sure, but at least you have a big group. You have the IRGC you could make a ceasefire with, and you have the Iranian government you can make a ceasefire with. You got a whole country to make a ceasefire with. You don't have just random citizens being terrorists.
But that's what's happening now, MAGA, is that you started the program off by saying or our conversation off by saying they're making a ceasefire with this group, yet another group is attacking. That's what happens when you take out leaders, is that you get smaller factions and you may make a deal with one faction.
No, that's not what I said.
That's what's happening.
You changed what I said.
That's what's happening.
I said is they have, like us with the Democrats and Republicans, they have two groups. They have the IRGC and they have the other group. I don't know their name.
Did you not just say...
Just like we argue about how to run America, they're arguing about how to handle the ceasefire.
You're not making sense. Okay, let me ask you. Why has Trump said we had 37
we
ceasefires?
We have Democrats and Republicans.
Why did Trump say we...
make a ceasefire
Why has Trump said 37 times we've gotten a ceasefire? Who is he talking to?
Because he was working on one, and said he was
working on it with who?
Let me give you an example. If Iran was to come here and make a ceasefire with the fucking Democrats, do you think Trump's going to listen to that ceasefire?
No, they're not in charge.
Exactly.
So who is he making it? Who is he making a ceasefire with?
Whoever is there. He's trying to work with both sides, but I don't know. I don't know enough about Iran.
I agree with that part.
You're asking me shit that neither of us know the answer to.
No.
I just know he's working with them. And we did have a ceasefire for most of the last 2-3 weeks.
We ain't had we have not had a ceasefire for the last couple of weeks. What has happened is Iran is calling Trump's bluff, and Trump does not want to take it to a full-blown boots on the ground war. So he's allowing Iran to do little shit long as it don't get out of hand. Iran has been blowing up shit this whole time over the last couple of weeks since you claim we had a ceasefire. They still been striking shit. Trump just ain't responded to it because Iran wants boots on the ground. They've made it clear that they want boots on the ground. Trump don't want to do that. They're not calling for a ceasefire. They're calling for an escalation. And Trump don't want to admit that he's actually getting punked out. He's not winning. That's pretty obvious.
How's he getting punked out when he's bombing them every time they act?
Because you were bragging
a bunch of oil out. We're getting the oil. We're getting everything we want.
How is Trump getting punked out? Because he is bragging about doing stuff that absolutely is not coming true. He's making it sound like Iran has been completely decimated. What did he use? Obliterated, all this other shit. And it's clear they still have plenty of fighting capability. That's why we had to hit them again tonight. It's because they're still fighting. They're not in a weakened state that he keeps bragging about. That's why he's getting punked out. He's lying.
No, they're definitely weakened. They're just not completely dead. There's a difference, Tim. It's like, what do they say? A wounded animal is the most dangerous.
Right.
Because even though it's wounded and it's about to die, it's got nothing to lose and it could fucking go all out and kill you. I mean, they're pretty much wounded. They have one leg left to stand on, which is their fucking missiles. And once we find a good solution to take them out, that's going to be it. They're going to have nothing.
I don't know if you realize, MAGA, but China and Russia are on the Iranian side. For all we know, they could be getting restocked, just like the Ukrainians, rather. When we stopped helping the Ukrainians, they found ways to do their own shit. They got a lot of drones that are in mountains and shit like that. I'm telling you, that country got a lot greater arsenal than we think they do. They just don't have the arsenal to deal with us from the air or from a distance. If we put boots on the ground, I guarantee you're going to find out that the Iranians are a far more greater threat than we thought. They're not dilapidated like that.
Tim, what's happening is we're behaving ourselves. If we really want to go all out and fucking take out all their fucking infrastructure like total war, we can. But we're behaving ourselves because we don't want to take out their power. We don't want to take out their water. We don't want to take out their infrastructure. We want them to We want them to pop up. We want them to be a good country. We want them to be thriving after this.
I don't think
we want to have a carrot available to give them as far as having a good life. But if we really fuck them up like we can, if we do the Gaza treatment to them, they're going to do the Gaza treatment. There's no end to this.
No, if we do this is not the Palestinians. If we do the Gaza treatment to Iran, they're going to do the Gaza treatment to all those allies we got neighboring their country. That is why we're not doing that. Yeah, they can't fuck with America, but they can destroy Bahrain. They can fuck up Kuwait. They can mess with the Saudis, and that's why we're not doing this. It ain't got nothing to do with them being scared of us. It's that we don't want to have that regional war explode. because it's already on the cusp of Iran or of Russia or China jumping in. That's why.
Why would a ground invasion? Why would a ground invasion not trigger the same thing then? You're saying the solution, the only option is a ground invasion, that they're trying to get Trump to do a ground invasion. How is that going to stop them from fucking doing the same thing by blowing up their neighbor's shit?
Because you want to make Trump look bad. Because that is the Iranians' best hope. Because if all of a sudden Trump looks bad and he does poorly here, the Iranians know to some degree they got a virtual ally in the Democrats. Because if their Democrats take over, they're going to go after Trump politically and try to certainly impeach him, possibly criminality. So if the Iranians can keep this war going, which will not fare...
Isn't that sad that the Democrats are the Iranians' ally?
No, it's not.
America?
The guy said he hates Democrats. What do you think they're going to do? Kiss his ass?
So they ally with the fucking enemy of America?
The guy said he hates. The guy said he hates Democrats. What do you think the response is going to be?
He hates the leadership. He hates the
I never heard the word leadership. I can play you the clip. I can play you the clip. The word leadership never came out of his mouth.
We've argued about this.
The word leadership never came out of his mouth. The word leadership, it didn't come out of his mouth.
Shutting down his bill.
It did not come. The word leadership never came out of his mouth. You're adding that in there. He said, "I hate Democrats."
It's clear. If you pay attention to the context of the speech, he's clearly talking about the leadership. And
I'm sorry. I didn't interpret it that way. I heard Dems. I'm going with that.
You purposely interpret it to a way that benefits you.
Well,
you're doing it.
Then how about he clear it up? How about he clear it up then?
He's never really asked about this.
Bullshit.
If I go up to him and be like, "Hey, do you hate the leadership or do you hate the voters?" He's gonna say the fucking.
So when he showed a picture, so when he posted a picture of him dumping shit on protesters, that was all Democrat leadership?
That was protesters. Specifically, he shit on a fucking TikTok dude. What's his name? I don't know his name.
Yeah, he was a Democrat leader, right? That guy was leadership, right?
He is. He's a leader because he's kind of like a Charlie Kirk.
Everybody.
Charlie Kirk. It's the equivalent to taking a shit on Charlie Kirk for the other side before he passed away, obviously.
That's what you're trying to tell me, that when he dumped shit on protesters, that was somehow going to only meant to be the leadership.
And then either way, being a Democrat is not like being black or Egyptian or anything. It's not something that it's who you are. It's just the group you're voting for. You can switch. I was a Democrat. I'm a Republican now. So you're saying he hates me because I used to be a Democrat?
I'm telling you, the man said I hate Democrats. I took him at his word. I'm not trying to make up context and all this other shit you're doing. The man said I hate Democrats. I'm running with that.
If you pay attention to the context of that speech, he was clearly talking about the leadership.
So when he says,
Pelosi and the rest of them fucking up his bill.
So when he says my home,
talking about a bill getting reached.
So when he says my hometown,
so
when he says my hometown of Chicago is a shithole, he's only talking about the leadership in that town.
He's talking about the government, about how the government isn't taking care of its people, about how they're letting crime go rampant. But he's talking about the condition of the city, and it obviously could be improved. I mean, he wants to improve it. He wants to go in there. I mean, you guys have murders every 4th of July. It's like clockworks. Luckily, this 4th of July wasn't as bad as before, but still, like
you do understand.
He wants to shit. Sorry, I got a call.
Yeah, you do understand. Everybody is not interpreting this stuff the way you're interpreting it, right?
Well, most Republicans, most people who are actually paying attention are, but obviously...
Yeah, the same people who are... most of those people are the same ones that tells you the Confederate flag is about pride and heritage. We think your interpretations are wrong.
I mean, that's why I'm here. I'm here to tell you my interpretation that you're getting wrong. Otherwise, if you were getting it right, I wouldn't be up here talking to you, Tim.
Yeah, well, we don't.
What you're getting wrong. Isn't that what my job to tell you?
Yeah, but we can disagree with you. You understand that, right?
No, I completely understand.
Okay, we disagree.
At least now you have my side of it, so you can't speak for me. Like, you still speak for me as soon as I hang up. I'm sure you're gonna misinterpret something I say.
Yeah. Well,
I'm still gonna try to speak for me, but
I
at
won't
least correcting it
misinterpret
when I
it.
can.
I think everybody heard what you said, and
Oh,
they've
you
come
do
to
it
their own
9 out of
conclusions.
10 times.
All right, well, I'll make this the one time I don't, but we don't buy the interpretation that he's only talking about Democrat leadership. We just don't. I mean, you have that
Why would
interpretation. You're fine with that. We don't buy that.
Why would he hate the voters? The voters didn't fuck up his bill. The voters don't stop the SAVE Act from going through. The voters haven't really done anything.
I think it's
the
pretty
leadership.
obvious, MAGA, that Trump does not favor people that don't support him. I mean, he don't even favor MAGA that don't support him. So the idea that he's not going after a whole bunch of Democrats that he know didn't vote for him, I mean, it's pretty. I mean, he actually to go after Lorena Bobart, who wanted to get down to the bottom of the Epstein stuff. Her town, there was a bipartisan piece of legislation because the water supply in her Colorado area had been tainted by shit going into the fresh water supply. So they were going to be shipping in bottles of water and stuff to the area where Congresswoman Lorena Bobart is over. And it was a bipartisan bill. Both the left and the right had voted to look out for her area. Once she started talking about getting to the bottom of the Epstein stuff with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Trump vetoed that bill. So he vetoed a bill that would have provided fresh water to her constituents because he was pissed off with her trying to get to the bottom of the Epstein file. If you don't support that guy, he will say fuck you, including all Democrats, not just leadership. That's the point I'm making. So apparently he had a call, so he dropped. But yeah, his idea that Trump is only going after leadership is it falls on deaf ears. And in your comment, he responds by saying, if you oppose him. Well, all of the Democrats that voted for Kamala Harris oppose him. They all oppose him. There are a lot of Democrats calling him a racist, calling him a pedo. They all oppose him. He don't like him. He made it clear he does not like him. Nobody on the Democrat side of the aisle is entertaining the notion that Trump is only talking about leadership. Nobody's believing that. Rianne, thank you for the love and support. Some of you folks, not a lot on the hat and mustache. I'll go ahead and wrap it up shortly. Tap the screen if you will. In the comments, who do you think would win in a fight, Charlie Kirk or the Second Amendment? Damn, Johnny. Somebody asked that question. Holy shit. Who do you think would win in a fight, Charlie Kirk or the Second Amendment? That's cruel. Oh my God, that is horrible to say that. In the comments, I can't believe somebody said that. In the comments here, oh my God, a real life Mr. Ruckus says identity. I like the name, not a real life guy though, but thank you for your input. You talking to less than 100, Trump is talking to millions. True, that is true. And there's a lot less people dislike me than there are disliking Trump. Just like Trump said, was it yesterday or earlier this week, talking about he's #1 on TikTok, even more so than Taylor Swift, indicating that, he's trending on TikTok or more people talks about him on TikTok. He said, I beat Taylor Swift by a lot. I don't mean it's good. As I mentioned yesterday, they talk about the devil more in church than they talk about Moses. I don't mean it's a good thing. Taylor Swift, there's not a lot of people bashing Taylor Swift on social media. There are millions of people bashing Trump. If you only talked about the numbers of people speaking favorably of Trump on social media, I bet you Taylor Swift would be far ahead of him. Because Taylor Swift has a ton of international people speaking favorably of her. She does concerts all over the world. It ain't a lot of people outside of America that love Trump. Some pockets of people. But once you leave America, it ain't a whole lot of people that love Trump. So yeah, if you took only the people that like Trump and compared them to Taylor Swift, she'd be way out in front. He's trending more on TikTok than Taylor Swift because you got all these millions of people that don't like you. That's why you beating her out. Looking in the comments, there's no tic-tac. What does that mean? TikTok. Did I say tic-tac? MAGA is the most loving cult. Damn. Did you say there's not a lot of people outside of America that like Trump? Oh, buddy, you really need to open your eyes. No, I'm saying that. I'm still saying that. There are not a lot of people outside of America that like President Trump compared to the people that hate him. I mean, think about when he went to England and they had the big parade and protesting the fucking Trump baby flag. They're not showing that kind of love to Trump when he go to most countries. No, most of the outside of America, the folks that like Trump drops off dramatically. Yeah, there are some right wingers in different countries that do like Trump. In the UK, for instance, they're starting to talk about "Make England Great Again," MAGA. There's some Trump supporters over there. There's some Trump supporters in Canada. But I guarantee you there's more people in Canada, there's more people in England that do not like Trump than like him. Far more people. In the words of Donald J. Trump, I love the poorly educated. Yikes. You do know that you're talking about millions of people who don't like him when there's billions of people on the planet. You really, what is it, 7 billion? You think there's a whole lot of love for Trump on the continent of Africa, one of the biggest continents on the planet? No. You think that even the continent of Asia, you think there's a whole lot of Trump supporters in Asia? I don't know. I think you got that one wrong. I don't think there's a lot of love for Trump like that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm not going to say maybe you're right somehow. I don't believe it though. I do not believe that. Trump never said I love the poorly educated. You guys are a bunch of hacks. Alexa, did Trump ever say I love the poorly educated? I'm sure he did.
Yes, Trump did say I love the poorly educated during his Nevada victory speech in February 2016.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm certain he did. He's on video saying it. I just didn't feel like pulling it up. But yeah, he absolutely did say, I love the poorly educated. So maybe you just were watching the wrong network or something. He's on video saying that. I don't think it's hard to find it. You can go to YouTube and type Trump says I love the poorly educated, and I'm sure that video will come right up. America has been giving financial support to NATO for many years. Here's what I don't get. Maybe somebody can explain this to me. Why the hell are we targeting NATO for not doing their part in military support, which I think they were contributing about 2% of their GDP to military support when it was supposed to be 5%? Why are we complaining about NATO not doing this part when we're basically defending Israel carte blanche? I mean, we're defending Israel completely. NATO is doing far more than Israel is. I think we're funding Israel like 100%. Why is NATO getting hammered and Israel is being favored? Make that make sense. I never could understand that. Somebody says because NATO is their neighbors, laughing my ass off. Yeah, I don't get that. Why are we okay with funding Israel 100%, but then complaining about any little bit we give NATO? Makes no sense to me. What does it say? It doesn't say in the Bible what Jesus looked like. We just have to surmise because of where he lived and what the people of that era looked like. He was Arabic, so he probably had dark. Yeah. I don't want to get too deep into religion, but yeah, when you look at the names of the books in the Bible, I don't believe there were any Arab dudes walking around named. My name is in the Bible, Tim. Ain't nobody in the Middle East named Tim. Those named Peter and all of that shit and Paul and all. No, that stuff has been changed, by the English for whatever purposes they wanted to do to manipulate the Bible. I don't believe in some of that stuff because it makes no sense from that standpoint. Man, what African have you met named Jesus? Here's another one. There you go. The Bible says he had hair like wool, so he was definitely Middle Eastern. Well, when you think about how we've done history in this country, where we didn't want certain things to be told that may have favored non-white communities, it wouldn't surprise me if they did Jesus the same way. I mean, it's kind of what we did to everything else. Fuzzard. Good evening, Fuzzard. We'll bring him up real quick. Stick said, good evening, Fuzzard. Welcome to the program.
How's it going?
I don't even know, man. We're back at war with Iran yet again after the 37th ceasefire. What gives?
37 ceasefires. That's going well.
Right.
I don't know. And their biggest brag I've heard all right along is, well, oil prices are coming down. Well, that just went astray, didn't it?
Yeah.
That just went out the window.
Yeah.
Tim, I actually came up, there's a few things while I was waiting that I want to talk to you, but I came up here because you have open forum, and I want to talk right now real quick. I am from the state of Maine.
Oh.
And I think we know what's happening in the state.
Yeah, we're talking about Mr. Plattner. What say you?
Yeah, hold on one second. I was trying to put my camera on. It's not letting me. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
So yes, Mr. Plattner. I'm a big Plattner supporter. Well,
Even
was.
still, right now with all this going on,
No. But let me get there. I donated. I've done campaigning. I've gone through all of it up until these last allegations. And I do have a question for you, Rand. This is actually, let me go off topic for 1 second. What does the clock do in behind your head? What is that for? I've been watching you for 6 fucking years, and there is no rhyme or reason to that clock.
I generally give the guests about 10 to 15 minutes to discuss their point. Sometimes the conversation gets to be really good and I can lose track of time, so I need to know because people are waiting. So that's what the clock is doing.
I don't think it's ever gone. I have not been on here. Okay, anyways. So back to Graham Plattner. So I've not defended the tattoo, but he had a story. Like it or not, he came out, addressed it, and he covered it up. Okay. He said these things. He had a story. Always had a story for it. That's why I stood by him. That's whatever. This is too much. You have several allegations of essay of these women. I have a line. This is too much. Can't support him. Now it's very frustrating where the state of Maine is going to go and how we're going to put someone in to replace him or the nomination, what have you. If I hear one motherfucker from MAGA or anyone try and MAGA-splain it to me, Maine-splain it to me, fuck all you all. Who's our president? Who is our president? Man, our president has done so much more. He's gone through the courts. He is right now been told again today that he has to pay E.G. and Carol because he has gone through the courts. So fuck you, MAGA. I am tired of hearing it. You guys put that man in our president, and we're trying to ride it out as long as we could with this guy, who I think would other than all this stupid ass shit, he has a lot of good things. So fuck all y'all, MAGA. I am so tired of it.
Well, I will, but I'll say this, and I said this at the beginning of the program.
You're gonna piss me off, Tim.
No, well, sometimes that happens, but this is a free speech program, so you can certainly let me know if I piss you off. But I'm gonna say this. I said at the beginning of the program, if you're accused of sexual assault or some kind of impropriety like that, you are better off being a conservative politician than you are a liberal. Because the liberals tend to believe the women making the accusations. The right tends to question whether the woman is in it for the money or in it for some personal gain. And the right tends to believe the guy. So if you're being accused of sexual assault as a man, if you're a liberal, your career is probably over. If you're on the right, you're probably going to get a lot of people defending you. That's just the way it is.
I agree 100%. And all I know is all over the app, all over like the Facebooks and all that, it's all these high and mighty liberals, conservatives saying, oh, look at your guy, look at this. Oh, you guys stood beside, you made that man. Look what we did to, I can't think of it, the guy running for governor of California.
Newsom? Oh, no, the new guy. Yeah, I knew you told me. Yeah, I know. Well, look, the Democrats.
Accusations came out about him, gone instantly.
Yeah.
You know, that's what we do. You made your man president of the United States. Shut the fuck up, MAGA.
Yeah, I agree with you. MAGA, this is something that should be internal with the Democrats. MAGA,
Swalwell, thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. The Democrats, this is something that should be internal with the Democrats, internal with the party. Don't let MAGA, because MAGA is going to tell you, well, how are you letting a woman, a guy that assault a woman lead your party? Knowing, you're right, they wouldn't say shit if it was Rob Roy or anybody else in their party. So I agree with you. This is something you should put up a wall for the right and not even hear what they're saying. Because, if this dude, like, Hexef got tattoos that they claim are white supremacist tattoos, the right defended that stuff. Meanwhile, on the left, your guy had to cover his shit up. If you're on the right and you got racist tattoos or tattoos that look like they're racist, the right is going to come up with ways of saying the tattoo is not racist. So, you can't let the right get involved in the conversation because they're trying to get you to deal with it in a way that they never would.
It wasn't
It wasn't MAGA that said, wait, Matt Gaetz can't be attorney general. That wasn't MAGA.
Nope.
That was Congress.
Yeah.
You know, you guys wanted Matt Gaetz to be the attorney general.
There was a guy down there in there was also a guy down there in Arkansas that was allegedly hanging around the mall, picking up little girls and shit. And they were Trump was endorsed. Was it Roy Moore, whatever his name? They were endorsing him too.
Yeah, and then you go. Let's step aside from this. What's happening right here? All this shit about them going around saying we're getting all the fraud. We're cracking down on fraud. We're doing this about fraud. Motherfucker is a 34-time felon for fraud. He's a 34-time felon for fraud, and you put him as the president. Stop being so hypocritical. JD Vance, you're going after fraud in Minnesota. You're going after the Somalis in Minnesota. You came to Lewiston, Maine, and attacked Somali residents here.
Wow.
Why? Because you're going after fraud and you elected a 34-time felon.
It ain't about the fraud. It's about the Somalis. They don't give a shit. It ain't. The fraud is the excuse to do it, but they don't like Somali immigrants. It ain't got nothing to do with fraud. Whatever excuse, whatever avenue they can use to go after them people, they're going to do it. But the real goal is we don't like Somalis.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, just look at the referee at the World Cup. He had all of his papers aligned. I don't know if you're familiar with this. He was a Somali referee. Had all of his visa papers.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that.
Well, he ended in Miami. Yeah, landed in Miami, detained and deported.
Yeah.
He's a fucking FIFA referee, and you deported
He got a hero's welcome, I heard, when he went back home.
He did.
Yeah.
He got massive parades and everything else.
Yeah, some of that is just hate for the particular people. So I mean, you know this referee, you could if you know the guy's going to be a ref, and you can if you want to put a guard on him or whatever, and then just let him leave the country. There's no reason to deport the guy. I mean, he ain't done nothing. He haven't committed any crimes or anything. You just blocking Somalis from coming here.
But I mean, if you're even going to put a guard on the guy, the Somalis have never really attacked our defense or our homeland. Was there a supposed fraud allegation? That wasn't really like an internal attack, like a defense, like a threat to our well-being.
I mean, look, the Somali fraud in Minnesota was perpetrated by a handful of people, and they went after the whole Somali community for it.
Right.
It was a few people that were, I mean, it was some fraud, but it didn't represent. Somebody said in the comments, they're saying your boy just announced, Planter just announced he's suspending his campaign. So it sounds like folks in the comments are saying he just dropped out.
Yeah, I'm watching it too. He's actually just released a video. I haven't seen it yet. I'm watching it. They're playing it right now on MS Now.
Yeah, I got News Nation on there not saying it because O'Reilly was debating with Cuomo. So I guess when the commercial break comes off, it'll pop up here on News Nation. But well, he did the right thing. I think that I give him credit for doing it a hell of a lot quicker than Joe Biden. Because if Joe Biden had done it quicker, it probably would have helped the Democrat Party out.
I mean, you say this, but it's only like 115 days to the election.
Well, then yeah, maybe. But this stuff just came out too.
It's very different. Right, it's very different. Why the delay was here is because the state of Maine plus Plattner was saying basically we knew it was going to happen, but he's very progressive. So we don't want and progressive was voted in. That's what the vote was for.
Okay, now Maine is Maine a blue state or a purple state?
Very purple. And it's basically the divide. And I live on the divide. Bangor North is red. Bangor South is blue, and the middle is purple. So that's basically how it goes.
Who won it? Who won Maine? Did Kamala win Maine, or I think she won Maine? Didn't she?
Kamala killed me. Yeah, Kamala won by a landslide in Maine.
Did Biden win it in 2020?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's been a lot more blue. A red governor was taken out in Tom LePage. Janet Mills has won it twice. And probably, who knows what's going to happen in this.
Now the senator that Plattner or whatever his name, Plattner, the senator he was trying. That's currently a Republican senator, right?
Susan Collins. She's a big name in the Senate. And it's time for her to go. And the state says it. Unfortunately, the state got behind the wrong guy. But we've said, look, we want a more progressive view. Our state right now, Plattner, we made a bad decision, but we don't want to go moderate. We don't want you guys to plug in some moderate right now.
I don't know. Here's the problem I have with that, with the rise of AOC and Mamdani and all these people. After President Trump, who is taking the country sharply to the right, are we ready to go all the way to the progressive side? I mean, like, I almost think going back moderate and then heading toward progressive. But I mean, are we ready for this sharp swing like this?
Well, that wasn't really what I mean. Yes, I think we are one, but that wasn't where the point I was making. The state of Maine has said we are. That's what the state said by putting this guy in, and it looks like the state of Maine is not going to have the say of, okay, well, we want to replace him with another progressive. We're going to replace him probably with a moderate.
Who is your other senator? Is that person also red or blue?
He's independent. So it's oh my God, why can't Agnes King? Okay. So he's listed as independent, but he's very Democratic leaning.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, and then there's Jared Golden, a representative, who a lot of people say he might step into this, who is also independent, but he's been going a lot of a lot of right leaning.
Now your state, you said the state of Maine is purple. Is it? Do you believe it's starting to turn more blue because of Trump, or I mean, because listen, Trump's policies are different than what we've been dealing with over the last several presidencies. I mean, do you believe that's having an effect on the people of Maine?
100%, yeah, 100%. It's shifting a little bit because of I say 100%. That could be my bias. I shouldn't say that because that's how I shifted, because I was Republican. And I have fully swung. So, and a lot of it is because of this administration.
Wait, you were Republican. Trump's ran 3 times. Did you vote for Trump any of those 3 times?
No, but I didn't vote for Hillary either.
Okay.
I wasn't at that, so in 2016, I was still Republican. And I voted for, was his name Johnson? And I also voted for Bernie. Yeah.
I actually, something, I get folks like you all the time that, a lot of Democrats didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. I'm going to tell you, if to me, in my opinion, I know some folks are going to agree, some folks are going to disagree. I think that's where the biggest Democrat fuck up was, is letting Trump. I think Hillary Clinton would have been a better president for Democrats than Kamala, Biden. It might have been competitive to even Obama. I think you guys really fucked up by skipping Hillary Clinton. That's who you should have went for. And I think the whole dynamics would have changed going forward had Hillary won.
So I was almost going to write in Bernie just because I think Bernie got screwed in that. But I agree with you. I think Hillary would have been by far the better president at that time, and we would not be in this fuck up. But it was Donald Trump that caused me to go from Republican to where I'm technically independent now. Mm-hmm. That's just where but I am learning to be very progressive. I've gone extreme.
Well, I can kind of understand anybody on the right that's a conservative that says Donald Trump is the reason they don't vote Republican. Because Trump is not a Republican. If you're small government, fiscal responsibility, pro-2A, the stuff that the conservative party traditionally ran on under Reagan and both Bushes, that ain't Trump. Which is why Trump is not a big fan of Reagan, the Reagan family, the Bushes, the Romneys, the McCains. He ain't a fan of none of them, and they don't like him. He is not a Republican. So it would make sense that if you're a true conservative, you're not a big fan of Trump. MAGA are not conservative. MAGA are Trump. It doesn't matter what Trump does today. If he changes and does something different tomorrow, MAGA is going to follow that. So MAGA is Trump. They're not conservatives.
I could pull out a pew-pew and shoot someone on, what was it, Fifth Avenue?
Yeah.
That holds true. I am convinced. I thought it was funny when he said it, but I think it's true. Here we have a guy that went through the courts with E. Jean Carroll, and they're still saying, well, that was a libel suit. That was this and that. But it went through and it was unanimous by 9 jurors that he was found liable of this. He now has said again, pay the $5 million, and we're going to go the rest later.
He's appealing it once again. Like, I wonder how much money is he spending on appeals? Like, E. Jean Carroll, I mean, he don't appeal every step of the way. Like, I mean, obviously you got access to endless money. You're losing all this shit. Like, I mean, at some point, just get abroad the $5 million. Like, this ain't got nothing to do with you trying to save the money. You just trying to fuck with her. Because you're probably spending almost as much money fighting her at this point.
Tim, don't kid yourself. It's the GOP that's paying that money. He's not paying a fucking penny. It's the GOP. They've paid for all of his law defenses, all right in the beginning. All of them. They have paid for all of it.
See, the Democrats would never do that. For no candidate, they would never continue paying for a guy that's been found liable in a court of law for sexual assault. Democrats would never keep paying for a dude like that.
I'm sure it is. I mean, I have nothing to back that up. That's just, I know while he was going through his campaigning, they paid a lot of those last lawsuits and all that. They did do that out of the GOP funds. So it makes sense that they're still doing it. Well, I don't know why they wouldn't be.
The man, I gotta move it on, but the man got love in this country. A lot of people love him. So folks are saying he deserved every dime of that $2.2 billion he earned because of all of the great things he's doing for America. So I saw it with my own eyes. So I'm sure you did. Debated people. So a lot of love for Trump.
Tim, I will discuss with you sometime actually, real quick, let me drop one little tidbit before I go. Why a black person can't be racist. Because a black person, when they do racist things that appear to be racist, it's because of the oppression it's not because just solely on the color of the skin, Tim. Hold on, hear me out. The white person, the white man, the Caucasians, their hatred came straight from the color of the skin. The white man, the hate against the white man is because of what the white man did against the black community. Like that, and that will never change.
Yeah, I disagree. I'll respond to it on the other side. But Fuzzer, appreciate you coming.
I'll talk to you later, Tim.
Good convo. Thank you. And tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to 130. 30 THURDY. Get the likes up to 130, and help your boy out with the hat mustache. We actually got kind of close on the TikTok on the hat mustache. A little close. Still a ways to go, but thank you folks that have supported the program. Here's my last call. You guys know I vehemently disagree with the claim that blacks cannot be racist. I absolutely believe I know black people that are racist. I think Farrakhan is a racist black person. But I'll just say this real quick. What he was saying is, in Furback, thank you for the TikTok cap. I'll just say this. I think racism can develop from any race for the same reasons. Now, he's talking about they don't like, whites didn't like blacks solely for the color of skin. That ain't always the case. Sometimes it's based on lies and propaganda. There's a lot of people that are sitting at home every day watching Fox News that do not live around any black people whatsoever, and they're developing a negative opinion of black people because Fox News don't show you nothing but negative shit about black people. If you listen to Charlie Kirk every day, you're not going to walk away talking about, damn, I need to hang out at a cookout and eat barbecue. Charlie Kirk ain't saying nothing positive. So I don't know if it's just the skin color. I think sometimes racism can be developed because you see nothing but negative images. And I do believe that happens in the black community as well. There are plenty of people in the black community who watch certain media outlets, certain podcasts and platforms where they don't show you nothing but white people doing bad shit. Cops mistreating people, white people saying racist shit, walking down the street with tiki torches and shit like that. And it causes you to develop a negative opinion. So I think black people can be racist for the same reason white people can. Fact is, racism is taught. If you put two people of different races on an island together and let them grow up together, they'll never hate each other based on skin color. It's taught. And that's how it's been in this country, and to some degree on both sides of the aisle. Just far, far more from white people than black, because the white people controlled all of mechanisms that made the country work. I mean, I know when we went to school coming up as kids, you watch cartoons and television shows. There was really no prestigious black people to look up to other than athletes and musicians. I mean, a lot of the television programs you watch, for the most part, the black person was a bad guy in it. I'd say probably around the time the Cosby Show came out, maybe the Cosby Show and the Jeffersons. Those are about the only two shows that really portrayed African Americans in a positive light. Outside of that, you watching Beretta or fucking Hawaii Five-0 or something. All of them, the black guy on those shows was bad. He was the criminal. He was the bad dude. So you're kind of getting that. You're kind of getting that mindset implanted into you, and you don't even realize it. You're seeing people of color in bad positions. The doctor's white, the astronaut's white. You watch your superhero cartoons, all of those characters are white. I mean, you see the white people in all these good roles, you see the black people in all these bad roles. So yeah, it absolutely can. It's like feeding propaganda to children, and it works because there is a YouTube video you can look up easily and find on Google or YouTube. It's called the Doll Test, DOLL, the Doll Test, where they took kids that are like 5 or 6 years old, and they sat them down in front of 3 dolls. A doll that was black, a doll that was white, a doll that was brown like a Hispanic doll. They're the same fucking doll. Just imagine 3 Barbie dolls or 3 Ken dolls just painted different shades. And they literally asked the kid, which one of these dolls is the ugly doll? Which one of these dolls is a bad doll? And they were picking negative aspects for the black doll and positive aspects for the white doll. Everything about the doll, it was literally the same doll, same face, same everything. It was just painted different shades. And these are young children, like 5 or 6 years old. And they've already, and some of them were black. Some of the kids were black, and they were still attributing all the negative aspects to the darker dolls and all the positive aspects to the white dolls. It's because of what you see on TV. All of the shit that was positive. And look, we all knew coming up in the Gen X era when the news made sure you saw all the black criminals. When it came time to interview somebody, were you a witness here? They put all the people that could barely speak the language, put some black person in there talking about none but slang and sounding ghetto as hell. I mean, it was just bad images. It was just bad images. So you can actually propagandize a young kid without the kid even realizing it's happening. And yeah, so I just think racism is taught. It's taught. You know what you're doing. They know how to do it in a way that it's already in you as you're coming up. In the comments, Tim, you forgot the Family Matters show as well. And also but them shows are in the 90s, Evil. I'm talking about shows before. Family Matters is a 90s show, if I'm correct. Cosby Show was 85. The Jeffersons was in the 70s. But like I said, most of the shows that were on television either did not feature African Americans at all, or they featured African Americans in subservient roles or as criminals. That's it. It was not positive. It was all negative shit. Now, yeah, by the time Family Matters and stuff came, and keep in mind, even when you mention Family Matters and stuff like that, another aspect of television I bring up that people try to ignore also is the police. Virtually every show featuring a predominantly African-American cast has had at least one episode devoted to police misconduct towards one of the cast members. I think the Cosby Show is probably the only show that hasn't done that. Even Family Matters, where the dad was a cop. The oldest son got mistreated by a cop. I mean, every show, just about every black television show has had at least one episode dedicated to bad policing. The cops treating one of the people bad. That's how far back, that's how deeply rooted police misconduct is to African Americans. It's something you just can relate to. It's just something you can relate to. Every show featuring African Americans has had a show like that. Anyway, let me continue on and tap the screen. Get us up to 130, if you will. Archie Bunker was right about the meathead. Okay, in sci-fi, black people don't even exist. Now, Star Trek had black people. The Klingon, the Klingon with all the shit on his face. I mean, but he wasn't supposed to be black. You're right. He was played by a black. Well, LeVar Burton was he considered? Well, he was an alien or something. He was. I don't know a lot about Star Trek, so I'll just leave it at that. But no, I don't think was LeVar Burton's character an African American from Earth, or was he something else that just happened to be brown skinned? I don't know. Let me know. I wasn't a big Star Trek fan. The problem is that people in the black community set their community as way different than everyone else. You think only the black community do that? You don't think the white community has viewed the black community as way different from everybody else? You think only the black people are doing it, huh? White supremacists in the comments white-splaining how welfare benefits black people so much when white people far more benefits are active out. Okay, but look, it's a free speech probe. We're going to get shit like that. Racism is taught, but racism is also learned. You can learn it just by looking around you, and you can become racist by looking at what you see around you. True. When I left the inner city of Chicago, and I was a big Fox News watcher myself at times because I used to call them, and I'll go back to the box. You guys get us up to 135. Tap the screen. I watched Fox News heavily from the time Saddam Hussein was, the Iraq War broke out. Certainly when he was captured in 2003. I watched Fox News real heavy to about 2018, 2019 or something like that. I mean, I used to call in and debate with Brian Kilmeade. And I've mentioned this before. John Gibson was on there at the time. He got replaced by Glenn Beck, and Glenn Beck got replaced by The Five, which is still on the air now. Tom Sullivan. I used to call and debate with all of them on Fox News Radio. I've been to Fox News studio. They invited me out there. I've actually been out there. But the point I'm making is, it changed how I viewed black people when I went back to the hood and when I was in places, because it is so negative about African Americans. It is if you watch just that, I can absolutely understand why you would have an adverse opinion towards immigrants and people of color. And I stopped watching it, not because they were bashing African Americans, because I didn't realize that was happening to me until I started going places where I was like in deep hood, like, damn, why am I grew up around these motherfuckers. Why do I feel like this? But what led me to stop watching it, because I had been watching it for almost 20 years, is when I saw them defending President Trump for doing things that I knew from watching them that long they were really against when somebody liberal did it. When the hypocrisy became unavoidable, I'm like, I can't watch this no more. This is bull. You guys have been telling me how fucked up MSNBC and CNN is for fake news and all this shit. And now you expect me to believe this? I know you don't stand for this. I've seen you speak out against it. I'm looking at Kilmeade or O'Reilly. Like, I've seen you have shows where you criticize somebody doing this. Now all of a sudden Trump does it and you coming up with excuses for why it's a good thing? That's what led me to stop watching them. Is when I saw them being so hypocritical, it was undeniable. Like, you just defending Trump no matter what. I was already gone when he started claiming he won the election, which, once again, they just said that because he said it, but I was already gone by that. Let me go back to the box, and we'll make it happen with Chopper. Good evening, Chopper. Welcome to the, is it bringing them up, or did we get M-Dub? M-Dub, good evening. Not just Fox News propaganda everywhere. Yeah, but Fox News will give you a specific type of propaganda.
Yeah.
M-Dub, good evening.
Good evening, man. It sounds like you was getting brainwashed by Fox and didn't even know it.
Well, any news outlet you watch enough of that is a cable news outlet with a lot of opinions and debate shows, you're going to get brainwashed to some degree. But yeah,
I agree. I mean, I was like that with CNN for a little bit, you know, and before you wake up and you're like, yeah, dang, man, what am I doing?
Well, I wasn't going to wake up like that, though, because I enjoy, like I said, they were inviting me out. I went out to the Fox News studios at One America out there in New York. What made me wake up is seeing them do stuff that I knew they didn't agree with from all of the years I had been like, you don't agree with this. Why are you defending this?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I have a tendency to say, right, left, or whatever. It doesn't matter. They two cheeks on the same ass.
I don't know.
Yes.
Does MSNBC do that? Where they defend something that they normally would criticize if a right person done it?
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's just, they just, and I think CNN is just all about the clicks, I just think that, and they all try to discourage you by saying, see, people get their news from other places like TikTok and Facebook and all. That's because people get tired of hearing that same old shit instead of trying to tell the truth about stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that's what it is, man.
Yeah, I've never been a big MSNBC or MS Now, whatever they call it. I've never been a big watcher of that network, but I did go to see once Fox News. Once I got turned off to them, I started watching Cuomo and Anderson Cooper and Don Lemon on CNN a lot. And I still watch Cuomo. He's on News Nation now. I still follow him and O'Reilly and all them. So I still get some Fox, because Geraldo's on News Nation. He's a former Fox. I mean, so News Nation is getting a lot of former Fox people, but they're not, other than O'Reilly, they're not as far to the right as they were on Fox.
No, agreed. Yeah, I agree with that. But my friend from Maine there, from the Deep Purple State, I agree. I mean, I don't agree with what he was saying about why blacks can't be racist and black male too, because when you look at history, I'm going all the way back to 1700s. They were discriminating against the Irish, the Scottish, and those folks that were coming over too. It just wasn't until they kind of
America is just an anti-immigrant country. I mean, once we took the nation. Once the natives were friendly and let us in, we got in and said, fuck it, nobody coming in after us. We've been hateful to all immigrants.
No doubt, and it's at the core essence of America, and that's why, they can't get it right. That's it. That's why I think, we'll always catch hell. It's always going to be there. You just got to keep fighting it. That's it. Yeah. That is it. But I was trying to figure out how to come up with my man MAGA Reacts. I just wanted to ask him, man, dude, don't you get tired of coming up with excuses and shit?
Well, the way the program is set up, there's a charge to that. If you sit in a galaxy, you can be brought up with any guest. If you hear a guest saying some crazy shit, you send a galaxy, you get to be brought up with that guest for 10 minutes. So that's normally the path. But yeah, MAGA Reacts energizes the audience. He says shit that nobody fucking agrees with.
I mean, it just makes me wonder sometimes, does he really believe it, or is it just kind of like grifting like his boy in the White House, So that's crazy, man. The other thing that I wanted to see if you could shed some light, I saw one of your posts today about, police and blacks. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Never Trust Police is what it was titled. From 2023, Never Trust Police. I reposted it.
Okay. Yeah. Now, has your view changed on that? Do you still feel the same?
I don't know. My view on that video, it was about an African American that got out of a car with a gun in his hand and took off running, and the police lit him up and shot him a bunch of times. A justifiable shoot. But my video, because people were saying he didn't aim the gun or something at the cops, and it was, people were saying the cops could have done all kinds of other stuff. My video says never trust the police to go high when you go low. In other words, if you run from police or you spit on them or you're fighting back, never ever trust that the police are only going to do what the law requires them to do. There are plenty of police that will kill you for the slightest indiscretion. Just like you seen the Chris Rock video where he jokes around about if you run from police, an ass whooping's going to come with it. They're not supposed to do that. They're not supposed, but they do it all the time. So never trust police. Yeah, never trust police that if you do something stupid, they only gonna do to you what the law allows. That is not the case.
I mean, I would think any black male growing up, or that's kind of like 101.
No, it ain't. I see people all the time talking about, well, you could have tased him, you could have shot him in the leg, or you did. Look, he's doing something wrong. Understand if he's doing something wrong. Don't expect the police to limit their response to only the force necessary. They may kill this dude.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, they may kill this
dude. Absolutely. I'm just saying, when I'm talking to my son, I always let him know the playing field is not level.
No, it's
So,
not.
you know, even if you think it's the right thing that you're doing or whatever, you got something to stand on. You got your hand in a lion's mouth, right? So you got to pull it out carefully or you're going to draw back a nub.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, there was something else I was going to mention to you, man, but, you know, getting 56, you know, things catching up with you and it starts slipping and all that type stuff. But but good show, man, and keep doing your thing, man. Just wanted to come in and give you some props. Oh, I know what it was. Trump being over there overseas talking shit to all these other people, you know, NATO and all these other folks. You know, I don't know if you heard today, you know, I'm one of the ones who kind of believe that Ukraine is not really winning the war. I think they giving Russia some licks, you know, and some ass whoopings, but I'm looking at the long term and see how their line keeps moving over, right? When the war started, they didn't have
Someone is
keys.
at the front door.
I think they're winning. This is where I look at it. If the actor known as The Rock, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, if he's fighting let's say he's fighting Kevin Hart, and Kevin Hart is blackening a couple of his eyes or whatever, to me, he winning. He shouldn't be doing that. He's doing more damage than he should be. The Ukraine is doing more. They may ultimately lose, what you're trying to indicate, the line moving back, they're taking territory. Right. When you look at all the Russians they've killed, they doing way better than anybody. Nobody thought the Ukrainians were going to be still putting up a fight 4 or 5 years down the line?
No doubt. I give it to them. You know, they putting it up. But I just think, like you said, in the end, you know, this line is moving. And, you know, I think that from the West, the way they reported in the West is like, oh, Ukraine is doing this. And then I heard today Donald Trump say, well, we're gonna show them how to make Patriot missiles and give them the technology to the batteries. It's real complicated.
You gotta take Trump. If I'm Zelensky, like, look, we need America's help, but you gotta take any promise this dude make with a grain of salt. Something may happen. He may go talk to Putin tomorrow and decide Putin says something and he gonna rescind it. You can't depend on what he's saying to be consistent at all.
Exactly. And if you look at him when he's overseas with those other leaders, try to read the nonverbals on those other leaders' faces.
They don't trust him.
You know,
you can see the nonverbals on Marco Rubio's face.
I was gonna say that on Marco Rubio. They're like, man, this motherfucker.
I mean, but listen,
I don't even like Rubio. Yeah.
I mean, but listen, he's lived up to that. I mean, you can't trust him. I mean, he's only as good as the last person he talked to. So if you're the last guy he talked to and you kissed his ass, he's gonna be friendly to you. But Putin may reach out to him and talk about something shiny he's willing to give him, and all of a sudden he's telling you he can't let you get these Patriots no more. I mean, this is that simple.
That's it. And that's what MAGA reacts want. He wants him to be friendly to him. That's why he always pulling on his dick. So.
You sound like gangster grandma with that. Oh,
anyways, man, go ahead and do your business, man. Keep up the good work, man. And, I'll be pulling for you, man. So.
Appreciate that, M-Dub. Thank you very much.
All right, my man.
Shout out to you. You said he pulling on you. You said you pulling on his dick, MAGA. In the comments, there's no evidence that Mitch McConnell is deceased. Do the contrary people spoke? Well, he said due to the contrary people have spoken to him. I don't know if I really believe the people that are saying they spoke to Mitch McConnell. Just think about when Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi and all of them were saying that they've talked to Biden in private and he is within his faculties and he is just as alert as anybody else. You didn't believe that, did you? Because you've seen how Biden was acting in public. Mitch McConnell has been worse. Motherfucker just freezing up like an old car with bad gas in it. So, no, I don't believe what the Republican Party is saying when they say they spoke to Mitch McConnell. I don't believe it. I need to see more evidence than that. I don't believe that Mitch McConnell is what they're saying. So I'm not going to say he's deceased, but I'm not going to say he's alive either. There's only so much money I would bet that he's still alive. I mean, look, I suppose if I only had one option, somebody put a pistol to my head and said, you get it wrong, you're going to get shot. Is he dead or alive? I would guess alive, because there are options like being a vegetable and being out of his fucking mind and being in a coma. There's other options in there. But I would say alive, but I wouldn't feel confident with that. I'm not confident that dude. I certainly am not confident that he's capable of being back in the Senate for the rest of the remaining term he has until January. He's supposed to serve until January. I'm not confident he could do that. So it would be good if he would show evidence and prove that he's alive, though. But we're not going to get that, I don't think. Trump's only concern is MAGA is worried about pissing him off and not understanding he doesn't. John, again, I don't get what you mean by that. Hanson Conservative says, see, this is what I'm saying. That is why I stopped watching American news channels too. Watching the news channels, too much division. Yeah. A lot of that came with Trump, though. Not to say it wasn't there already. To me, I believe Fox News, and I think veteran reporter Ted Koppel has said this. Fox News is kind of where the political division in news channels came from, because they started from day one very divisive. Now they believe they had a reason to do it. They thought that their claim, what was it? Roger Ailes and Rupert Murdoch. Their claim was they believed that most networks lean left, and they were going to give conservatives something to watch. Fair enough. They probably are correct. Most networks do lean a little bit more left than they do right. But Fox News came along and they leaned way to the right to counter. Like, look, your local ABC, NBC, CBS affiliate that you watch at 10 o'clock, that shit ain't that far to the left. They got a 30-minute span to give you the news on what's going on in your town. That shit ain't that far left. Fox calls that far left news. They just telling you about some fireman that got promoted or some chief that died or maybe a shooting on the other side of town. That shit ain't very far left. They're not even really talking politics on that. Fox went way too far to the right, in my opinion. In the comments, Biden made decision. What do you mean by Biden made decision? The guy went to see him yesterday. He wouldn't confirm. He still does. Yeah, he said that he believes that Mitch McConnell has been watching the news. He wouldn't confirm if Mitch McConnell was capable of doing his job, though. I believe what many folks believe is that Mitch McConnell is incapable. I'll say that. I won't say deceased, or I'll just say incapable of doing the duties of that job. And the right does not want to risk having him replaced with somebody that leans left that could hurt Trump's agenda. So they're going to, in my opinion, what I believe, they're going to drag it out. They're going to drag. You may not see Mitch McConnell again until you get some bad news about him or the midterms happen. The midterms are over with. But my guess is the right is going to try to drag that out. In the comments, tap the screen and help you wear out the hat mustache. We almost got close, huh? Something came close. Which one was it? The hat mustache. Thank you. MAGA are so obsessed with this one man that they'll say and do anything for him, and he wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire. Truly fascinating. I'm trying to push back. There's a lot of validity to that. I mean, I can't push back a lot on that because MAGA are very obsessed with Trump. Now, the argument that Trump would not piss on MAGA if they were on fire, I disagree with that. I just dropped my damn glasses and he went somewhere and I can't find them. But I disagree with that for the simple fact is Trump would help out MAGA as long as you're worshiping Trump. Now, if you criticize Trump, he wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. No, he would not. Once you start criticizing him, I don't care how much of a fan you've been, how loyal you've been to him. Once you fall on his bad side, you might as well be Nancy Pelosi. It don't matter. I mean, he don't treat Marjorie Taylor Greene any better than he treat Nancy Pelosi, despite all the shit she did to help him. Once you fall on his bad side, all the stuff you did in the past is irrelevant. So, and I don't get why people keep lining up to be behind him. Like, he has a long history of people that were really in his good graces being treated like shit. I mean, that's what he kind of does. I mean, I expect Netanyahu to be on the wrong side of Trump eventually. I don't expect him to be friends forever. I think I can see Trump eventually attacking Netanyahu and saying bad things about him. That's if it stops benefiting Trump to back Israel, he's going to stop doing it and probably start criticizing the work of Israel. In the comments, they not friends now, says Ernita. Well, yeah, but Trump ain't attacking them yet. Trump ain't started attacking Netanyahu yet, but I can see him doing it. Trump is easily dislikable. He's likable too, though. He is very likable too, to some degree. When people who are with Trump in private, even liberals, say he is a very charming person. I know when I went to a Trump rally, he came across as likable. I mean, the shit he was saying, it sounded good, and I leaned left, and I'm like, it don't sound bad. Chopper, good evening.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
You and I in the box right now.
Oh shit! Bring it on. What am I getting wrong?
Was your TV broke back in the day, sir?
No. Explain.
Okay. You were saying all the negative things what black people were put out there for, all these negative things. I Spy, a black dude, Bill Cosby was a police officer. In my day, what's happening in the 70s, in my day.
What's happening?
That's not negative. That is not negative. You said the 70s, did you not?
Yeah.
Because your list part of it said the 70s.
Okay. Keep going.
Oh my God, Julia?
I don't know about that one.
Right, exactly, a black nurse.
Okay. All right. I stand corrected. My TV, I watch What's Happening. To me, What's Happening was just a sitcom. It wasn't positive or negative. It's just a sitcom.
Are you okay?
Rerun and all them, what was positive about it?
It was comedy.
Yeah, the mom was essentially a maid on What's Happening. What did I say? A subservient position. The mom was a maid.
The Jeffersons.
I mentioned the Jeffersons. I mentioned the Cosbys.
I'm just saying, but you made the whole picture of we're all in that.
Think about wait. Think about how many television shows was on the air. Most of the shows on the air did not portray us in a good light. You got me on a couple of them, a handful here or there, but most of the shows on the air did not portray us in a good light. I still stand by that.
Oh my God.
You disagree?
Fully disagree. I just can't rattle them all off.
Okay. And by the way, Arlita, you said it's a different word. Those are 90s shows. I'm talking about, going
Fat
back.
Albert.
That show was not. Come on now, nobody.
You said the 70s.
Fat Albert.
Don't work on that.
To me,
you not said the 70s.
To me,
can I get an answer, please?
I'm about to answer. To me, I put Fat Albert as a cartoon version of fucking Little Rascals or something. If Fat Albert was drawn by if Fat Albert was created by white people instead of Bill Cosby, we would have probably been yelling racist. That shit looked like Aunt Jemima. Black people didn't look like them characters.
No, it did not. Are you serious?
Yeah.
And they were from the hood, sir. Those instruments were not bought from no music store.
Them characters look like something off of an Aunt Jemima bottle.
Sir. Were those instruments bought from the music store?
What?
Were there instruments bought from the music store?
I don't know about that. I can't remember that.
They're from the hood. They were handmade.
Okay.
And they're from the hood.
I don't see Fat Albert as a. I mean, it was the
Jackson 5 cartoon.
I mentioned athletes and musicians. I did say that.
But it's positive. It's not negative.
I mentioned athletes and pop. I said there was not much for blacks to look up to other than athletes and musicians. Yeah, it was positive. I didn't disagree with that.
Oh my goodness. You're trying your best to drag.
How many doctors? Shows featuring
Julia was a nurse.
Who?
Julia. Google it, sir. She was a nurse.
I don't remember
that.
It's
in the 60s. It's in the 60s.
Before my time. Okay, like I said, you're certainly naming shows that I didn't catch. You are correct on that. You're naming some shows that I didn't catch.
Okay, but all you got to do is Google it, and probably the numbers will go bigger to make your point not as valid. Just go back on television shows in those times to see what was going on, and that will probably make your point not valid. Just because I can't name them off the top of my head now doesn't say they don't exist.
Okay, so you're saying that there were tons of positive images of African Americans to look up to on television throughout the 60s and 70s.
Shaft.
Huh?
Shaft?
Shaft? You talking about with Richard Roundtree?
Richard Roundtree, yes.
Was that a show or a movie though?
It was a show. It was a television show before it became a movie.
Okay.
I'm 61 years old, so I got you by a couple years.
Okay. All right. I don't know. I don't. What you're saying, I cannot deny because those are real shows. I don't recall many of these shows though until you started bringing them up. So I will. But I see some folks in the comments are saying no, it was very few. But I don't recall of these positive African American images like you're talking about. But them shows did exist that you're bringing up.
Just Google it.
I don't need to Google them. I know the shows you're mentioning. I actually know them.
Okay. So I just shot down what you just said. That weird.
You put some holes in the aircraft, but I think it'll make it to its destination. I don't think you shot it down. You put some holes in the aircraft.
Some holes in it? That's what I did?
You put some holes in it, but we'll make it. I think we'll
give me a little bit of credit.
Yeah, I think I'll give you a little bit of credit. You hit the target. We took a little bit of flag, but we're gonna make it.
That's all I needed to say, brother. Have a good week.
Hey, you too. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
And he's right. He's look. He got me. I'm not gonna say that he got me. But I don't. And some of you guys are naming shows further out, like you mentioned in Family Matters and stuff. We're talking about stuff that Gen X growing up as kids. Family Matters, as somebody pointed out, was in 1989. By then, a lot of Gen Xers were entering adulthood. That's beyond your childhood. I'm talking about childhood shows, which is why I mentioned Jeffersons and what was the other one I mentioned? The Cosby Show came out in 85. So, Land of the Giants. I don't know if I've seen that one. I don't know if I even heard of that. Thank you for the support there, Jay Sid. How about the Wayans Brothers? Scary movie. Once again, those are shows in the 90s, though. Those are shows that are much later on. The Wayans Brothers the Wayans Brothers and the Scary Movie stuff, all that. Living in Living Color, which is where the older Wayans Brothers got their start. All of that's 1990 stuff. So that stuff is much later on. I'm saying for us Gen Xers, when we grew up, there was not a lot of positive images on television. My last caller pointed to a few shows. In the comments, nobody says, Tim, you're not wrong. Verb was a bigger superhero than Black Vulcan. But he did point out some shows that I had forgotten. And like he said, he's older than I am, so he pointed out some shows that are also before my time. I didn't know, like for instance, I didn't know Shaft was a television show. But I actually also thought Kojak was a black guy. Telly Savalas, I didn't realize he wasn't black. So some of them shows are even before me. Sanford and Son is not positive. Somebody brought up Sanford and Son. That ain't positive. He's a fucking junk man talking basically trash all day long. Sanford and Son, he's impoverished. And he just, to me it's like Good Times. There is some positive aspects to it. It does portray a nuclear family. But other than that, they're living in the projects. It's crime ridden. But it did portray a nuclear family. So go with that. Children being properly disciplined, properly raised. But outside of that, the mom was basically a servant, and dad was a blue collar worker barely getting by. But the positive part with them being a nuclear family. In the comments, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Sanford and Son was a great comedy. Yeah, it was a comedy, but I don't want to say it's positive. You can have a comedy that's negative. Andrew Dice Clay is funny. It ain't positive, though. I used to laugh my ass off at Andrew Dice Clay. He wasn't positive, though. The shows that he mentioned back in the 70s that was not a positive things for blacks. You Believe with Butlers, Maids, and Nannies, 1960 to 75. That's what I was saying, is that most blacks in those roles were servants. Even like Nell Carter in Give Me a Break. She was basically a nanny and a maid. That's kind of the roles that African Americans had. It was you were servients. You were in servient positions, or you're watching shows like Hunter and the confidential informant, the guy that's on the street committing crimes that occasionally talks to Fred Dreyer, the guy who played Hunter. He's a criminal, though. It's them type of dudes. That's who played the black guys. You know, that's who the black guys played. It was generally people that were, you know, maids and servants or criminals. But he mentioned a few people that were, you know, a little bit better. Hunter was a good show, yes. And by the way, it still comes on Samsung TV. The first show to feature an intact black nuclear family on television was Good Times. Did the Jeffersons predate Good Times? I mean, the kid Lionel was grown. The kids in the Jeffersons was grown, but it led you to believe they had an intact family as well. You thought Telly Savalas was black after you saw him. Just thinking back, I thought the dude was a black guy. I mean, Kojak was on when I was a kid, so I don't remember it beyond that much. A black man having a business in the 70s wasn't positive. A junk. I don't look at, if you're trying to use Sanford and Son because he had a business. No, I don't see that. To me, I think he would have been more of a leftist. Like, no, I mean, Knight Rider. What? Was there anybody black on Knight Rider at all? Anybody? In the comments, Tim, the clips of Julia I watched was racist. Damn. I've never seen Julia. I've never seen that. Now that's a great show. Somebody mentioned Miami Vice. I still love to watch that. That is an African, one guy. I mean, that was one guy on television, certainly, that was portrayed in a positive role. Philip Michael Thomas, a.k.a. Tubbs in Miami Vice. Great show. Great show. Moving on, though. Tap the screen. Never heard of The White Shadow. Nobody. You said The White Shadow. I've never heard of that. Kojak was a Greek person. And Shaft was not a TV show. It was a movie, says Josie. That's what I thought. I've never heard of Shaft, a TV show. I know it was a movie with Richard Roundtree. And Samuel L. Jackson reprised the role, you know, about 10, 15 years ago, or maybe a little bit more. But I didn't know Shaft was a TV show either. I thought the same thing. I thought it was just a movie. But my last caller said it was a television show. So I don't know. Anyway, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 145,000. Some of you boys show me some love. Head mustache, TikTok cap goes. You know what I always say. Why are you Optimus Prime was black? What? The Transformer truck? Okay, I don't know where to go with that. I don't know where to go with that. Knight Rider on and off was Knight Rider. Soul Train. It's a dancing show. Soul Train, Solid Gold, American Bandstand. I mean, that ain't what we're talking about. Maybe we've been on too long. Anyhow, folks, I appreciate the 139,000 likes. It actually is good to go down this road, though, because a lot of you guys are obviously Gen Xers. And what is the generation above Gen? Baby boomers. I probably got a few baby boomers that tune in. So it can be fun to go down this road sometimes. Shaft was a short-lived American action crime TV series starring Richard Roundtree from 73 to 74. So it was only one season. Okay, so it was a TV show. Okay. He also referred to some cabinet members as Nicki Minaj. Why can't we talk about his mental health? Who did that? Who talked about Nicki Minaj? The only thing black in Knight Rider was the car. Yeah, I don't remember anything in Knight Rider that was black. None of the characters. I don't remember any other, even the bad guys and shit. I don't remember anything black around David Hasselhoff in Knight Rider. And I watched a lot of that. I think some of you folks may remember the Alien TV series V standing for the Visitors. They had a couple black characters in that were playing the aliens. I think that one of the guys, I don't know if he was from the Five Heartbeats or not, but I think he played in that. But and I really used to love that show. But I'm just thinking of some of the shows back from that era. I don't remember any black people in MacGyver. Another show I watched a lot of as a kid with Richard Dean Anderson. I don't remember. A-Team, there you go. Is that a positive show? I mean, they're basically hired mercenaries. I don't know. They certainly are dishonorable discharges from the military. I don't know if the A-Team would have been. I mean, they were doing something positive, I guess. If you need somebody to help you, you can hire the A-Team. But they were running from the government. At the end of most of their shows, they had to jump in the van and escape. The military was looking after them. So I don't know if the A-Team was I enjoyed watching the A-Team, but I don't know, is it positive, so to speak? They were helping people. In the Heat of the Night, that was originally a movie with Sidney Poitier, and it became a big NBC series, but it was that was also in the 90s, because my granddad and I used to watch that. That didn't hit the air, I don't think, until the 90s, In the Heat of the Night. But it was a movie at first, but the television series, I believe, is all from the 90s. Just like Texas Ranger with Chuck Norris, he had the other African-American guy in that. I think that's a 90s series as well. Both of them have passed on, Chuck Norris and the black guy that was in that. It wasn't a lot. I mean, my other caller named some, but I don't think a lot. Black people didn't get all the positive role model roles that white men had. Shit, some would say they still don't get it, but they certainly didn't back then. You just glad to be on TV, period, in any role. Silver Spoons, Ricky Schroeder, Ricky Schroeder has grown up to help bail out Cal Rittenhouse in real life, but I don't remember Silver Spoons having any. No, Alfonso was on Silver Spoons. But that ain't a black show. He was just one black character in it. But Alfonso Roberts, whatever the guy who later was in Will Smith, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, he was in that. He was his friend in that. So he was in Silver Spoons, but I mean, he was a decent character. I guess he was a kid. He was a neighbor. I mean, that would have been a wealthy family, because Ricky Schroeder, the character in that sitcom, had every toy you could imagine. Electric Company. Yeah, that absolutely was positive. It was educational. Okay. Different Strokes. Ooh. What do you say? You had every young black poor kid looking up, hoping they would get a Mr. Drummond in their life, because it wasn't nothing positive for African Americans. It was two kids, Arnold and Willis, coming from a horrible background and being fortunate enough to land in the hands of a very wealthy white man. That's like lottery odds. I think Webster was kind of like that as well, but I don't know if I would say that's necessarily positive. Did you look up to Arnold and Willis, hoping that you could have a white dad look out for you? I don't think that's positive. Same thing with Webster. I don't think you looked at those two characters and, man, I wish I was Webster. I can't really grow. My growth is stunted, but if I could find a nice white family to take me in, I would be better than the shithole I live in. I don't know if that was if that's positive. Positive black roles were not prevalent until the 90s, says Jay Sid. I'm on your side, Jay Sid, but my last caller had a beef with me and suggested I was wrong. H2098. Appreciate that. Thank you for the love. In the comments real quick, this guy's doing some serious crying. I hope he gets some help. Oh, no, that's an older comment. You want to get really old? How about the Little Rascals? I don't see nothing positive about the Little Rascals. They would have been that era's equivalent of juvenile delinquents. I mean, I didn't look at the Little Rascals. I mean, the nappy-headed kid running up and down the street. He would have been the equivalent of a modern-day child walking up and down the street with his pants sagging or something like that. I'm sure the white community would not look at the Little Rascals back in the 20s when that came out and see anything but a bunch of juvenile delinquents. So the Little Rascals certainly was not meant to be positive. They would be more meant to be something to ridicule. In the Heat of the Night, it did that same guy that played Archie Bunker in it. Yeah, it had Carol O'Connor in it as the chief of police. A lot of racism, a lot of racial aspects to that show. That was a good series. Heat of the Night was a good series. Really good series. All in the Family. Nothing positive about that whatsoever, unless you just like bigotry and racism. Evil says, here is the TV show, Tim, Nighthawk and the PJs. I'm not aware of what that is. Nighthawk and the PJs. I'm not aware of that show. Robert Kennedy says, Tim looks for the worst in America. You're telling me I look for the worst in America and you voted for Trump? You ain't never heard me say a whole fucking town is a shithole, have you? I ain't never said I hate a whole party. I think if you want somebody who's looking for the worst in America, I say you look at the ballot you selected. I ain't never said none of the whole encompassing negative shit that Trump has said. Deeming a whole fucking town as a shithole. That the whole military is dilapidated, or said people, the country's a laughing stock. I mean, Trump done said some pretty awful shit about this nation, which is why I keep saying I don't understand why you guys say all the time that if you don't like America, you should leave. When Democrats criticize the country with all the shit that Trump says. Living Single came out much later, but was a good positive. Yeah, Living Single was really positive. 4 girls living on their own. They were all professional, but that is a 90s sitcom. But that was that whole evening on Fox back in those days. You had Living Single. No, was Martin Lawrence first? I think Martin Lawrence was the first. It was from 7 to 9, because that's, or 8 to 10, depending on where you live in the country. But the Fox affiliate, their primetime schedule is only 2 hours instead of 3, like ABC, NBC, and CBS. Theirs is only 2 hours long. And I think it was Martin Lawrence, then it was Living Single, and then it was New York Undercover. All of those were positive shows for African Americans. All of those were. And Fox took that incredibly successful lineup down. Malik Yoba, who played the cop on New York Undercover, was actually in tears. He held a press conference and was talking about racism. Like, they took us off the air when our show was making a killing. He was like, people were watching that. That is, if you get your hands on some reruns of New York, that's still a good show. New York Undercover was an excellent cop show. Here is the TV show. What does that says? Girlfriends, Tracy Ellis. All of those are 90s shows, though. Tracy Ellis, right? Yeah, all of that, Girlfriends, all that stuff is, all of that You People's Network, UPN, and what was the other one, CN or whatever. All that stuff is the 90s. By then you started having positive shows featuring people of color by the 90s. We're talking about 60s, 70s, and early 80s is what we're talking about. But by the 90s, it was okay at that point. Good Times was one of my favorite. That was a heavy show. Yeah. Good Times had a whole issue with constantly having JJ say dynamite, which is kind of like tap dancing in some people's eyes. I think the father, Amos, what was his name? John Amos or whatever, he left that show over an argument about how they were doing that shit. That's what he later said. He's passed away, but he said that, like, we got this, he didn't like it. He saw this tap dancing. So he didn't like it. So there you go with that. My ancestors used to own people like this dude. Really? Your ancestors used to own me? Are you proud of that? Whatever your name is there, some 35. Night of the Living Dead in 1968, The Guy in the House. I didn't see that. You're going too far back. That's before my time. John Amos left for Roots in Away. You said he left Good Times to play on Roots? To play Kunta Kinte? I didn't know that, if that's the case. Living Single, Welcome Back Kotter had a positive black character in it. Okay, that's a fair point. It was a high school television show with Travolta and all of them. That is true. They did have one of them. He was there's more. It's better than I said it was. Now that I've actually talked to you folks, there were more African Americans in positive positions than I originally said. Still, I don't think it was many. I still don't think it was many, because as a child, some of these shows you guys are naming came on past a child's bedtime. Like somebody mentioned Shaft. When Shaft was a television show, Most of us were not up watching. That would have been coming on at 9 o'clock, 8, 9. That would have been the last show before the nightly news. Most kids are now up watching that. Back in those days, you didn't stay up and watch that kind of stuff. Your parents, we didn't. At least I didn't. You were asleep by the time that stuff came on. Rod is the greatest. Says Shaft was a movie series. Yeah, but it also was a television series, which many of the folks in the comments here have proven. I didn't realize it was either, but for one season it was on TV. But what I'm saying is those kind of shows like Shaft and Beretta and fucking Kojak and stuff like that. As a kid, you were going to go to bed like MASH. When MASH came on, when you heard that theme, I knew that was bedtime. I wasn't up watching MASH. That's another
I'm not gonna jump with
9 o'clock show. That's another show that came on right before the nightly news. I was, as a kid, I didn't want Barney Miller or fucking Hill Street Blues, those type of shows. I didn't watch those shows. I would have heard the theme, because Hill Street Blues had the cops coming out of the station and you hear this theme going on. I was going to bed when that was coming on. Those are the end of the, that's the end of the night, those type of shows for people that are that age. Moving the goalposts. Now, no, I didn't move the goalposts. I admit it. Now that I've talked to you guys, there were more people of color in positive positions than I originally thought or remember. Night of the Living Dead. Jay said I didn't watch that one. I don't think I watched that one. Tim, that was for your parent comedy, not you adult comedy. Don't quite get what you're saying. By the way, in regards to that poll I put up, somewhat humorous, I guess, fictional, of course. Question being, is Mitch McConnell deceased? 175 people responded. Crazy. 55% of that 175 people responded said, yes, he is deceased. Damn. 55% of respondents said, yes, Mitch McConnell is deceased. I'm not in that category. 45% said no. Wow. He needs to speak up. Since you're not reading, Clapper One show is called 227. 227 that's an 80s show. Yeah, with Marla Gibbs and that's a good example. That was also a NBC night as well. I forgot the other shows that came on that night. It was a show featuring a pastor, Clifton Powell. Amen was that show. That's a good point. Those are on NBC. It was 227, Amen, and I forgot what the other show would have been, but that was a night of African American. That's what they used to do. All the African American programs would be put on the same night. Be like Black Night. But Amen, but that is a really good one, Handsome Conservative. 227, that was a good show. And that did feature African Americans in a positive light. So did Amen, by the way, as well. The show that came on the same night. So that is a good one. I didn't think about that one. And that would have been 80s, I believe. Probably late 80s. I'd have to think. Fresh Prince is 90s. Fresh Prince. Wait a minute. Fresh Prince? Now that might have been the 80s, was it? Fresh Prince might have been an 80s show. Absolutely a positive show in Fresh Prince, with the homeowner being a judge and them living in Bel Air. Now, somebody said Fresh Prince was the 90s. Then, yeah, that's different there. But Fresh Prince was absolutely a positive show. Kind of like the Cosby Show, where it's almost unnaturally positive. They were rich, living, a big-ass home in Bel Air, California. That's above even the overwhelming majority of African Americans even today. So, that's my mama. I've heard of it. I never watched it, though. I never watched that one. But 227 was certainly a good one. 227 and Amen was certainly a good one. 227 was not late 70s, Handsome Conservative. That is not accurate. That show was not on in the 70s. That would have been probably after the Cosby Show. Was it 90s? Alexa, when did the NBC series 227 premiere?
"227" premiered on NBC on September 14th, 1985.
Okay. So right along with the Cosby Show. All right, I knew it wasn't out in the 70s. Rock, Fox, the Fox channel, somebody mentioned Rock. Fox came out I think in '88. It had on Tracy Ullman. The Simpsons was a part of Tracy Ullman, and Cops, and I think America's Most Wanted. So Rock would have been a '90s show because Fox didn't start as a network until the late '80s. So Rock, I'm thinking Rock is a '90s show. America grew up on black culture. I don't. Were there a lot of white kids breakdancing and stuff that we used to do? Obviously, hip hop is dominating music now, and a lot of white kids listen to it. But going back into the '70s and '80s, well, they liked Michael Jackson and shit. So you're right. You were right about that. In the comments, Taxi with Danny DeVito. I never watched Taxi. Was Robert De Niro in that? That's another show. I didn't watch that. Taxi is another. Soul Train is a music show. Soul Train is. I definitely grew up on black culture and not Michael Jackson. All right, we grew up on. Well, you were in Miami. You probably grew up on 2 Live Crew. Pop that pussy. Yes, indeed, New York. Many whites dance in the city. You know, it's interesting you would bring that up. I was looking up on YouTube the other day. Kelly from Breaking. She's still around. Turbo and Ozone. Ozone is dead. He died a few years ago. I looked him up, but Kelly, the white girl on Breaking. So yes, I guess some white kids did look into it. And Beach Street was out back then too, and so was Crush Groove. I don't think anybody white was in Crush Groove, unless it was some greedy musician, like some greedy producer or something, trying to rip off the talent. I think when LL Cool J busted in the room and did his radio, I need a radio inside my hand. I think it might have been a white guy in the room on that, in Crush Groove. So maybe it's a white guy in there. You're too young, Tim, but I grew up watching Soul Train. I'm not too young to have known Soul Train. Really? You think I'm that young? The Asian girl that everybody watched on there? I mean, yeah, I watched Soul Train even when Shamar Moore started hosting it. I've seen a lot of Soul Train. So I ain't too young for Soul Train. Jody Watley was a dancer on there who later went on I'm Looking for a New Love and all the songs she made. She was part of what group Jody Watley was part of. But no, I watched all of that. Getting Jiggy with It. Don't know what you're bringing that up for. Arsenio Hall show. That's a 90s show though. That's on Fox. Like I said, the Fox network was Arsenio. Yeah, the second time he came back, he was on CBS. But when the Fox network in the beginning gave a lot of latitude to black shows. Like you mentioned, Arsenio was the night talk show on Fox. I mentioned New York Undercover, Living Single, and Martin. Fox put on a lot of black shows in the beginning. Fox was pretty cool on that. Ford Dan wants to let everybody know that I'm an Uncle Tom. I appreciate your comment, Ford Dan, for whatever it's worth. Jody Watley with Shalimar. Yes, make this a night to remember. Great group. There are more white kids growing up on the shows we're talking about than you could imagine. There are more white. What are you talking about? I don't get what you're saying with that. People were watching Thundercats and Transformers. I guess you could say Panthro on Thundercats. He would have been considered a black guy, would he not? I don't know. Like I said, the cartoons didn't feature a lot of black people in them. I think there was one or two black characters in G.I. Joe, but it wasn't a lot of black characters on. I used to watch Battle of the Planets. You got to be pretty old to remember that one. G-Force. There was a black character in that, if you're old enough to remember that. Ford Dan, I don't block, ban, or censor anybody, but if you spam, I have to. You've gotten your point across that you believe I'm an Uncle Tom. Fair enough, I don't mind Ian, so. But you've typed it enough at this point. So I'm trying not to block you for spamming, but you've gotten your point across. We're talking about TV shows. I mean, do you know a television show called Uncle Tom? You type it over and over again. Who was the black guy in G-Force? He was an overweight character. Tiny. I think was he black? I thought his name was Tiny. Maybe he wasn't black. Maybe his costume was black. They could jump and fly. I think his name was Tiny. He was not black. Okay, fair enough. He wasn't black then. Okay. I thought he was a black character. You might be right, because they had on a mask And the nose, okay, you can see the mouth. He might have not been. Okay, you might be right then. Okay, fair enough. I thought he was black. Was his outfit darker? Okay, I know there was nobody black in Speed Racer. I'm trying to think of some of the cartoons I watched as a kid. He-Man, there was nobody black in that, was it? I don't think Master at Arms was white. I don't think there was anybody black in He-Man. No, most of the characters. I mean, Tom and Jerry had the black mom as a maid, Thomas, but you only saw the feet, and she was in a very slave-like role in Tom and Jerry. She might as well have been a slave. No MAGA reacts to Car and Knight Rider does not count. Did they finally get rid of the slave character in Tom and Jerry, Tito? I didn't know that. He could have at least made it the original and call you Uncle. Yeah, I don't care about the Uncle Tom stuff. He just kept typing it over and over again. I get called. The left calls me Uncle Tom every live stream. The right calls me the N-word. In one of my streams, somebody types the N-word every live stream. It is what it is. I don't give a shit about that. Captain Planet and Power Rangers. Power Rangers is probably 90s though. And I don't remember Captain Planet too much. Did Arsenio Hall debut in the late 80s? It would have had to have been really late because the Fox network didn't come around, I think, until about 88. Arsenio Hall it must have been in 88 or 89 if what you're saying is true. There are more white, I saw that already. Do you have any thoughts on Don DT's cankles? On Trump's ankles? I believe it is what it is. I mean, he may be in the early stages of, what do they call it, congestive heart failure or whatever. His body may not be moving around fluid effectively enough to get it back up to his system. So it's leading to swelling in his ankles. I mean, he is 80. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I believe is happening. I'm no medical personnel by any stretch of the imagination, but that's usually what that is. Unless, like, I used to be an over-the-road driver. When you sit down for long periods of time, if you don't have them compression socks on, you can have swelling in your feet as well. But I don't think that's what's happening with Trump. I think, yeah, I believe that. And in fact, I think they've seen or got access to some of his prescriptions, and he's taking heart meds. I think that's pretty clear what's going on with him is that his ankles are swelling because his heart is not pumping fluid strong enough. That don't mean he's going to die tomorrow, though, but I do believe that's what's happening. Trump is 80, give him a break, more energy than a 45-year-old. Mr. T2, I wouldn't normally agree with you in saying Trump is 80, give him a break, more energy than a 45-year-old. But when you talk about people the way Trump does, nobody's going to give you a fucking break. Nobody's going to. I mean, Biden has stage 4 pancreatic cancer, and Trump is still talking about him every day. Trump does not deserve a fucking break. Even upon death, in my opinion, the way he has treated people who have actually died, there's not going to be any break for Trump. He has been horrible to people, up to and including after death. He talked about the guy who played Meathead on All in the Family after that guy was dead. He talked about Robert Mueller after that guy was dead. He talked about John McCain a few years after that guy was dead. So there is not going to be any sympathy for President Trump. Even if he stepped out in front of a train and got turned into pizza in front of the cameras, people are going to laugh at that dude because he said some awful shit about people in horrible circumstances. I'm just telling you. So when his day comes, ain't none of that bullshit about you guys are wrong, let the guy rest in peace. You can forget that. I'm telling you, you can forget that. They're going to be all over that dude when he passes. Looking in the comments here, He-Man had Clamp Champ and Sunman. I don't even remember them. They must have not been in every episode. I remember Orko, Evil Lynn, obviously Skeletor, Tila, the white girl that was in that, Man-at-Arms, and of course He-Man, and then She-Ra was a spinoff. I don't remember anybody black in that. I don't remember the people you're talking about, but somebody said they jackhammered his star. Huh? Yeah. By the way, He-Man, there's a movie coming out. They got a movie for that coming out. There'll probably be black people in that. But the cartoon, I don't remember anybody black in that. I'm tired of US Riel. They are on my nerves. I'm looking at News Nation right now in the background. They're showing Iran blowing up. Tim, did you want to show? Tim, I guess that means that you watch a show cartoon called Sharks. Also, Barney He-Man had a black hero. Which I don't get what you're saying here. Which was, okay, the way you typed this, Eva, I'm not going to be able to interpret it. You said, Tim, did you want to show cartoon called The Street Sharks? Also, Barney He-Man had a black hero, which was Gold Shield Guy. None of that's I don't get any of that. I'm gonna have to say I don't remember that. Cartoon Network is gonna be a cable outlet, so that certainly was not around in the 70s and 80s. You talking about Cartoon Network. So whatever's on there is gonna be later. In the comments, English, do you speak? I don't know what you mean by that, Neo. Real quick in the comments, he said U.S. Riel, not Israel, U.S. Riel. I don't know, Kareem. It sounds like Trump is already starting to separate himself from Netanyahu, because we just agreed to sell our #1 fighter, the F-35. Where's my F-35s at? I think that's yeah, it's way up there. I'm not going to be able to reach it. I got an F-35 up there. Do I have one over here? 16 and a 15. I got jets all around me, but no, we're going to sell an F-30. We're going to sell F-35s to Turkey, obviously an Arab nation, and Netanyahu's not happy with that. Netanyahu said that Turkey does not qualify as a model ally. Netanyahu tried to get Trump not to do that. So obviously Trump is going in a different direction than the wishes of Netanyahu. I mentioned this early in the live, and I adamantly believe this. Trump is befriending a lot of nations that we were not normally friends with. Arab nations, Saudis, Qatar, now Turkey. I really believe, and I've said this before, I really believe that eventually we're going to find out that those nations were lining Trump's pockets. I think that guy is getting paid. All of a sudden, you doing all this stuff with, we're not friends with those countries like that. For you, I really think that those countries have found a way to, look, it doesn't take much to realize Trump is somewhat compromised. You already can see, if you kiss his ass, you can get things favorably from him if you're a politician or an American citizen. If you're Saudis or Kuwaitis or Qatar, you give them some gifts, he'll look out for you. I think that's pretty obvious. Did the woman in charge, and once he got rid of Maduro in Venezuela, there's a woman. She's not the woman that gave him the Nobel Prize, is she? But I think it's pretty simple. If you look out for this dude, you can somewhat buy his affection. You can buy, Trump is for sale. You can buy his affection. Oh, she is. That's what said the other Nick Shannon said. Yeah, I mean, she gave him a Nobel Peace Prize, and now she's in charge of Venezuela. You can buy his affection. It's pretty clear of that. So I do believe that once you get a more unbiased administration, or let's say the Democrats win in the midterms and Congress and the Senate goes left, and they can start doing investigations, you're going to find out that people were buying Trump. That free jet from Qatar came with some promises that Trump didn't tell you about. The ballroom that was allegedly going to be paid for by private donors, that was going to come with some promises from Trump. I mean, he is selling assets to himself. He is for sale. I really believe that. He is for sale. That $2.2 billion, it comes from shit like that. I don't know how in the hell a president can have their own crypto. Just the word crypto and transparency don't even belong in the same sentence. I don't understand how it should. Well, I understand why it's legal, because it had never happened before. But absolutely any type of currency like that, as a politician, even at the lower levels, you should be banned from having that. Or you should have to absolutely put it in a blind trust that somebody has access to, like Congress. Somebody should be able to investigate and look into that. Trump is in a position now, I think, what is it? The IRS can't nobody audit him or anything. So whatever he's doing, you can never bring it up. It's crazy that all of a sudden his taxes got leaked, and we're going to suggest that just the leaking of his taxes gives him all of this. They were going to give him first of all, they were going to, when he sued, he was going to get a few $1 billion as well that he was talking about giving to the January 6th folks. But they were going to give him a ton of money, and they're giving him basically tax immunity for the rest of his life just because his taxes got released. Why the hell would you get such a large windfall from that? I mean, is there really even any significant damages from his taxes being released to justify that type of a settlement? So, yeah, to me, that looks corrupt as fuck. Sorry, I meant to say just a cartoon show called Street Sharks. I never saw that. Also, Archie, also Looney Tunes, also Savory Cartoon Adventure. Some of these I didn't see. I was a big fan of Archie, but I read the comic books. Veronica and Betty and Archie, and both of those girls were trying to get, or Archie was trying to get both of them, and they were trying. Mr. Weatherby was the principal. I used to read the Archie comic books. I don't know about I know there was a cartoon show of it too. I didn't watch the television show though. Tax Savory cartoons. I'm not aware of that. And The Adventures of Superman is another one I never watched. Tim, I honestly think Trump knows the tales of the crypt. He's sleeping with somebody on the other side. That's why he's doing crooked stuff. Well, in defense of Trump, the hourglass is close to an end. I think Trump probably feels fairly confident there's not going to be a lot of accountability for him. I mean, even if they do prove he did something corrupt, it'll probably just end up with him having to give up a bunch of money and just stay away from politics, which he ain't going to be coming at anyway. Trump is not going to do any time in jail. I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, worst case scenario, they take a bunch of money from him, which he still will be insane. I mean, just the amount of money he gets as president for the rest of his life. He's in Florida, so I believe they got laws down there. You can't fuck with pensions. I mean, he's got enough shelters that he'll be rich for the rest of his life, no matter what they take from him. And that's kind of it. Now, that's not to say the same for his children and other folks. Some of them may pay a heavy price, but Trump will be fine. He'll never be held accountable. I don't think he has anything to worry about. Not to mention, the Supreme Court's still going to be 6-3 probably after he's gone. So he has that. I mean, he still has the courts will still be favorable to him, so he'll be okay. Trump is going to be on the run. Iran is going to put a contract out on him for murdering the president of their country. I don't think the Secret Service, I don't think whoever the Democrat president is, I don't think they're going to let Trump be harmed by the nation of Iran. Now, you could have a Democrat president, if you want to talk about retribution and revenge, due to Trump, what he did to John Bolton and Hunter Biden and Kamala Harris, remove a fucking security detail. I mean, once Trump leaves office, do what he did to Hunter Biden. Take all of his children, have a security detail. Just end it. Look, you guys all made a ton of money. Buy your own security. Ain't that what they told the Bidens? That's what they told Kamala Harris. You can buy your own security. So literally the minute a Democrat gets sworn in on day one, I'm cutting their security. Ain't nothing MAGA or the right could say, because Trump just did the same thing to Kamala Harris, Ambassador Bolton, and Hunter Biden. Just cut their security. So he could do the same thing. Tim, you were too young for Wonderbug, also known as, I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. If the Democrats take power, do you think they will do investigations or do their job by working for the American people? Both are going to happen. there's no doubt they're going to come after some of the money that Trump has made, some of the money that his kids have made, some of the deals that he's done. I don't think they're going to let that Qatar jet sit in the Smithsonian. They're not going to let a tribunal arch be built, the ballroom, some of that stuff they're going to come after. Guaranteed. I don't know. Like I said, I don't expect Trump to be held accountable criminally. But yeah, there's a lot of investigations that are going to be done. Because, hang on a second, Gen X. For the simple fact is, my personal opinion is Trump has done stuff you don't want to happen again. So you need to get to the bottom of how it was done and pass laws so it don't happen again. There's some things he done you just don't want to happen again. Those loopholes. Gen X, what brings you up?
Man, why are you hating?
Hating how?
Why are you hating on Trump? Wishing all this bad shit on my man.
I don't know, because Trump don't do nothing but love every motherfucker in his path. All Trump does is talk about love. Why the hell would anybody hate Trump?
Bruh, you don't understand love?
No, not that kind of love. That's like a rapist looking at me after he's done and like, you don't understand how I love you? No, I don't. My ass is sore.
All right, fuck Trump. Let's go voting.
What do you got? What do you got?
Not a man. Just come up and say hi, man.
We at war again.
Good. We should be. Trump's finally taking this shit serious.
How do you know?
Well, let me rephrase that. I hope that Donald Trump is taking this shit seriously and doing what needs to be done once and for all and being done with this shit. If he just goes in and fucking ends this shit, now here's what I care about. I care about civilians. I care about the Iranian, the Persians. They don't deserve that shit. But to wipe out the Iranian infrastructure, man, these bullshit motherfuckers, wipe them the fuck out.
How can you wipe out the infrastructure without hurting the innocent civilians? I mean, if you take out their water supply like Trump is threatening to do, that's going. The soldiers are going to still get water. You're primarily hurting civilians by doing it, little babies and shit.
Well, you can't, and that's why I said I feel for the civilians.
I think when you say you hope, and thank you for that alter ego, that is beautiful. Thank you, alter ego. I appreciate that. I think that when you say you hope this time he's going to take it all away, I can't wait to find Sarah Palin once this shit is over with and play her old clip about how's that hopey changey thing working. You guys keep putting hope in this stuff and it's not turning out well. What does it take for you to realize this man ain't delivering?
So when Obama says,
"Oh my God,
it's all right, it's all right,"
Obama,
is that where we're going?
What did Obama? What do you even? I don't know why Obama's coming up, but what are you even referring to?
Hope and what do you say? Hope and pride? No,
yeah, that's what Sarah Palin was responding to. That's exactly what Sarah Palin was responding to. Is Obama talking about hope? She said, "How is that hopey changey thing working out?" That's exactly who she was talking about. And now it applies to Trump.
Oh yeah, hope and change. Hope and change.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, how is that hope thing working out now? You're still hoping you're going to get a stimulus check. You're hoping the war is going to be over in 24 hours. You're hoping your rent's going to be cut in half in the first year. You're hoping gas prices and groceries are going to come down on day one. How's that hope thing working out?
Hey, gas is coming down.
Coming down. That ain't what he promised. And by the way, gas ain't coming down. It's going back to where it was. Gas was cheaper than it is now. It ain't coming down. It's going back to where it used to be.
It's coming down here.
What was gas?
Not a lot, but it's come down.
What was gas prices before the war began with Iran back in February?
Are you asking Siri?
Who the hell? Yo, I'm talking to you. The price of fuel, the price of fuel in your area before the war began with Iran in the end of February. Gas is not that. Gas is higher than that right now. What?
$2.47.
Right. So gas ain't coming down. It's getting closer back to what it was. It ain't coming down. It's still higher than that.
Yeah, well, it went up significantly,
Yeah.
and now it's come down a little bit.
Yeah. He fucked things up so bad that bringing it back to normal feels like an improvement.
Yeah, someone said, honestly, the gas argument's fucking tiring. I agree.
Yeah, it wasn't tiring when Biden was in office, though. It became tiring when Trump fucked it up. When Biden was in office, you guys could have you could have played background music to gas conversations. Trump gets in there, well, we tired of talking about this now. Yeah, because it's your dude fucking up. That's what's making you tired. It's your guy taking. If we put a liberal back in office, you guys will go right back to talking about gas prices with no problem again.
When's your next vacation?
I don't have one planned.
If you do, when you do, brother, come to Montana.
What's in Montana?
It's a beautiful state, big sky, open country, a lot of fresh air. I would love to have you as my guest, Tim.
Really?
All joking aside, you'll disappear. No.
Do you have any trees on your property? Do you have any trees on your property?
That depends on the property. I own several properties.
Oh, really? Okay. Somebody said it's gonna be 3 white guys. I'm gonna be the only black guy. Four white guys and Tim, says alter ego. They say you trying to put me on the news, man. They say you trying to put me on. I see it even on YouTube. It says Tim will never be seen again. Y'all trying to make my big ass disappear. There's a lot of holes in the desert, says Joe Pesci in Casino. There's a lot of holes in the desert. They're saying you're gonna make me disappear.
You see how negative people are? Dude, I genuinely like you.
Why do you
think you're a good motherfucker?
Why are they negative towards you? What have you ever said or done to lead them to be negative towards you?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man.
You know you are the guy that said women shouldn't vote, blacks shouldn't be in positions of leadership. You don't say some wild shit, Gen X.
Women shouldn't vote.
Why?
Because women shouldn't vote, man. Women vote based on emotion, based on feeling. Can you imagine a woman president once a month? She wants a war.
Well, first of all, most women that would run for president are well beyond menopause, so they're not going through anything once a month. They're beyond that.
And you think they get stable after that? They get worse. Them bitches those women get worse.
And I see in the comments, handsome conservative agrees with you. Said that's why I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I don't know. You don't think Trump does anything based on emotion?
Oh, I think Trump does a lot based on emotion, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not going to argue that.
So
just like our private conversation today, bro, I'm not happy with him at all. I think that Iran has reeled him in to a fucking idiot fest. They made the man look stupid, but it's his own fault for falling for it.
Yeah. I don't think
it's his own goddamn fault.
I don't think it's Iran, Gen X. I think it's Netanyahu. I think Netanyahu convinced Trump to get in this quagmire that he can't get out of. There is a reason why all other presidents chose not to go and invade Iran. They were smart enough to listen to the top brass in the military on how bad this was going to turn out. Trump let Netanyahu tell him shit that the military was speaking out against. That's why when you got Tulsi Gabbard and all of them telling him they're not developing a nuclear bomb, and he says, well, yeah, they are. She don't know what she's talking about. We all know who was telling him otherwise. He just let one dude basically dictate U.S. policy that was favorable to Israel. And now he's in a mess, and I do believe if it gets worse, Trump will eventually start blaming Israel for why this happened. I think Trump, once it starts looking really bad on Trump, I actually think he's going to throw Netanyahu under the bus and finally come out and say that. It's just a matter of when.
I hope so. I hope he throws Netanyahu under the bus. As weak as it'll make him look just as strong.
How would that make him look strong? You
admit your faults.
Huh?
Admit your fucking faults. If you make a mistake, admit it. That don't make you look weak.
Bullshit.
Mistakes don't make you look weak.
You made a mistake. Wait. You chose to listen.
Everybody make mistakes.
That ain't a mistake. That's damn near treason, Gen X. You said fuck the American intelligence agencies and took something from a foreign country and got into a war over it. That's a little bit more than a mistake. That's a fuck up.
That is a fuck up. I agree. I'm not going to argue with that.
And he also did the same shit with the Russians and the Ukrainians. He also said in that case that he was not listening to U.S. intel and he was taking the intel from Russia. He did it twice. He had a 2017 interview with Super Bowl interview with Bill O'Reilly, and Bill O'Reilly was telling them then that the Russians were on some bullshit, and he was saying, well, we do stuff too. And they were telling them then that the intel coming out of that area was showing that Russia was getting aggressive, and he wouldn't trust our intel on that. Putin was kind of doing the same shit that Netanyahu did. Putin had him listening to him, just like Netanyahu did.
Well, I think the two are two different animals.
The outcome is, yeah.
They're two completely different animals. I think you're totally right. With Netanyahu. Netanyahu was one that started this whole shit. And I think now that Trump sees that he made a fucking mistake, he just doesn't know where to turn.
I wish he had turned to Tulsi Gabbard. I wish he had just turned to his own intelligence agencies and top brass in the military instead of making them all resign. If he had just turned to the people that are in charge of telling him the information, he would have got the right shit. Why he chose Netanyahu, I don't know. As I mentioned earlier, some of these folks are lining Trump's pockets. I don't know if Israel offered him anything, but I think Trump is making a lot of decisions based on the possibility of personal gain.
How the hell do you figure personal gain?
How the hell do you figure $2.2 billion in a single year for a man that never made even a fourth of that the remaining 79 years of his life? Where all that money come from, Gen X?
You got receipts? You got proof? You got evidence?
He admitted it. He's admitted he made $2.2 billion. I don't need a receipt. He's admitted he made way more money than ever before.
Show me a clip. I haven't heard that.
You haven't heard him admit he made $2.2 billion?
Nope.
Okay, I'll see if I can find a clip, but I don't think anybody has said he didn't do that because he was on a runway and he said, well, everybody's profiting. He said the stock market's up, everybody's profiting.
Now,
they asked him about
him saying everybody's profiting and him making $2.2 billion is a big difference, bruh.
He was asked, how did he make $2.2 billion in a year? And he said, well, everybody's making money.
I want to see some receipts.
Okay.
I want to see some evidence. I want to see some proof.
Okay.
You yell and scream.
I mean, well, let me just say it like this. Have you look? There's news reports everywhere that he made $2 billion. Have you heard him deny that he made the money?
I haven't heard him admit it either.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll see if I can find the clip. He absolutely admitted it, though. I'll just tell you that. It says Trump filing reveals he made. So he even filed something that says he made $2.2 billion as well. But I'm seeing if I can find the clip. But he even filed it. The reason we know he made the money is because he told us he made the money.
Again, I haven't heard that.
Okay. Like I said, it's beyond public knowledge. Let me see if I can.
Well, I don't get involved in my personal. We have funds that run my money.
But you are benefiting.
Well, I've made a lot of money before I became president, and they invest my money. I don't talk to them. I don't even speak to them. So I have many people. I don't know what they call it, closed accounts or something. You put your money in, and that's it. I don't talk to them. They're big institutions, and they run it. But yeah, I've had a great career in business. I've had a great career. I don't know if I've had a better career in politics or business, but I had a great career in business. And, you saw the cash and you report the different things. And what they do is we gave it, I think it's called the blind account, but they take it. And I never speak to any of the people that run the money. but they're big institutions, and they invest in whatever they invest
people that run the money.
You believe that?
Fuck yeah, I believe it.
Like I said, if you believe this man is making decisions that literally can affect wealth, and he ain't cashing in on none of this, he just got look. I'm not gonna reach the age of 80 and let somebody I don't know blindly control my money at that stage of my life. I wouldn't even be president. If I got that kind of money, I'm not going to blindly put my money in somebody else's hand where they might fuck up and cost me all my money. I'm going to be involved in that. And there's no way I don't believe he's not involved in it.
That's why you're not a billionaire.
No, I'm not a billionaire because I don't have the presidency behind me where I can say, I'm going to tariff tomorrow. You should invest based on my tariffs. This guy, look, we know from his own filings how much he's made over the years from him doing his taxes and shit. He ain't never came close to making $2.2 billion in 1 year. By the way, most very, very extremely successful business people on the planet do not make $1 billion in a single year. You got to be, even amongst the 0.01%, not a lot of people make $1 billion in 1 year. That's incredible that he made $2.2 billion in 1 year.
He didn't make $2.2 billion. It was made for him. Do you know what his investments were? Do you know what made him that $2.2 billion?
Yeah, I do know. He was
cryptocurrency.
Yeah, right.
Crypto.
Yeah, crypto. All of a sudden, you allow the Qatar folks to learn how to fly F-15s in Idaho. Do we know if they made any contribution to your crypto? The Qatar jet and all this shit. Do we know if they made? I mean, you don't. That's the problem when you allow a president to have crypto. You don't know who's putting money in there.
Hold on. How much do you think that old man knows about fucking crypto? Nothing.
That man.
I don't know shit about crypto.
That man pardoned the premier crypto corrupt king, the Binance guy. Once he pardoned that dude started controlling his crypto, and all of a sudden he became super duper rich. The guy who swindled tens, if not hundreds of $1 millions from people in crypto was given a stiff prison sentence. Trump pardoned him, also removed all the restitution that he had to pay back to the people he swindled, and put him in control of his crypto. That's what he don't need to know anything about crypto. That dude told you, if you get me out of here, I'm gonna make you an incredibly wealthy man. And that's what happened. It's pretty obvious what happened.
So he's a hustler. He knows how to hustle, baby.
You fucked over all of the people that this dude had robbed by removing any restitution demands he had. Everybody he ripped off, not only that, but you also got him out of prison, so he didn't pay any prison time. And all of the restitution he had to pay back to all his victims, you threw all that out the window as well. You fucked over all those people, hired this guy, and now you're making all the money.
What victims are you talking about?
Everybody he ripped off. Look, you rip off some folks, white collar criminal. You rip off people like Bernie Madoff or somebody.
How do you rip people off with crypto? That's what I'm asking.
Tell them lies. Give them phony information. There's all kinds of ways you can rip somebody off of crypto. Tell them stuff that ain't true. Maybe not even invest the money they're giving you. Just tell them it's invested. There's a million ways you can rip people off when they're trusting you.
All right.
I would just say look up the Binance guy. That guy's the one that made Trump all his money in crypto. That dude did. I mean, yeah, if you think he made $2.2 billion rather, and it was all on the up and up, that's what you believe, right? It was all on up and up, all legal, all legit.
No, what I'm saying is I don't think Trump had his fingers dipped in it. I think somebody else made it for him, which there are no rules against that.
Well, I don't totally disagree with you, but I do believe a lot of his money was amassed due to legislation and executive orders he was passing. Like, for instance, the 37 ceasefires we keep talking about with the Iran war, you notice how the oil market is fluctuating based on those ceasefires? They got money invested in that. Same thing with ICE. He and Holman, the board, what he ain't the borders are. What does Tom Holman consider now? Whatever his position is, both of them dudes got money invested in the tasers and shit they're using with ICE. So when Trump decides to hire more ICE agents or do more with ICE, and they need more equipment, they're going to buy the equipment from places he invested in. So he's doing things that is making himself money. So he can tell you it's in a blind trust or whatever, but I think it's pretty obvious he's making money based on his own legislation.
Back to the oil thing. Go back to the oil thing. I mean, there is no way he's making money off the oil thing.
Yeah, it is. If I know every time I tell you there's going to be a ceasefire tomorrow, it leads to alterations in the oil market. All I got to do is announce there's a ceasefire about to happen tomorrow, or I announce I'm about to bomb them tomorrow, and people are making bets and they're shaking and moving based on my words. Then I know where to invest. I know when I say this, that happens. So I just invested the day before I say it, and I either profit or I don't. I mean, you know what to say already.
Let me explain something to you. You understand that all the oil spoken for is already harvested and on tankers?
That ain't got nothing to do with what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is the price of a barrel of oil is changing based on his statements. This stuff, so you know when to buy and sell because you know when you say something, how it's going to control the price. I mean, his statements is making this stuff happen.
He does not control the price of oil.
No, he doesn't. His words, though, is making people act in a predictable manner. So you can actually make your investments before you make the statement because you know how they're going to act. That doesn't make sense to you?
Not really, but yeah.
I don't see how that doesn't make sense. You know people are doing stuff based on your words. Same, like I said, the ceasefire is one thing, the tariffs. Like, for instance, he got mad at Brazil because they were trying to, there was a guy down in Brazil that staged a coup, just like a January 6th type coup, but he was actually held accountable and prosecuted. And Trump did not want that guy to do prison time. So in response to them actually holding their former leader accountable, Trump threatened to increase the tariffs on Brazil by 50%. You already know investments are going to happen based on that. If you all of a sudden say I'm increasing tariffs by 50%, a lot of the products coming in and out of Brazil are going to have major swings based on you saying that. All you got to do is invest or take your money out of stuff before you make that statement. Because you know what people are about to do the minute you do that. The day he went on TV and held up that pamphlet said tariff in the whole world, April 1st, Liberation Day, you don't think they knew ahead of time? If we're taxing 10%, you can predict what the agriculture market is going to do. You can predict what a lot of these markets are going to do.
No way. Nope.
That don't make sense. I don't get how you don't understand that.
You cannot predict that. There's no way.
Okay. So, yeah, I don't. If that makes no sense to you, I'll leave it at that. Because there's no way in hell I'm going to tell you that I'm about to increase. Let's say you and I do business and I sell you something. Let's say I go and cut your grass every Saturday or whatever. I know if I tell you, as of next Saturday, I'm charging you 40% more to cut your grass, there's a good chance I'm not going to have that job anymore. I mean, I can say things that I can predict how you're going to respond to it. If all of a sudden you impose all these tariffs on these countries, it's predictable that you're going to lose some business here and gain some business there. I don't see why that's so hard to understand.
Sorry, I'm reading the comments.
Okay. Yeah, and they're not favorable, are they?
Oh, no, they never are when I'm here.
They're not favorable. I'll leave leave it at that. I gotta get out of here. But,
all right, Tim. Hey, we'll talk about it on the boat Saturday.
What boat? I gotta go. I'm out of here. Appreciate it, Jennings. Thank you.
All right, brother. Have a good night.
You too. All right. In the comments here, real quick. Yeah, the market manipulation thing. The fact that he don't understand. I think he was just pretending. I think he's smart enough to know that that what Trump is saying is causing predictable swings on investors and how people move and shake. I think that's predictable. I'll give you another good example. Mamdani in New York. He promised to. Well, first of all, he limited rent increases. So you can't raise rents for 2 years if somebody already has a lease. He's also targeting the Airbnb people, purchasers, the investors that make their homes in the Airbnb because, if you're a first-time home buyer, you're competing against people who are purchasing homes to make them into Airbnb. I mean, these are people who can pay for 5-10 homes in cash. As a first-time home buyer, you can't compete with these folks. So if Mamdani comes in and says he's going to target that industry, it's predictable that folks who are investing in Airbnb and stuff like that are going to make certain moves. I mean, that's predictable. If he's going after you, you may have been thinking about purchasing some homes in Philly or maybe purchasing some homes in New York, and you're trying to debate, which one would I be able to sell more, which one would I be able to rent more and make more money on? Well, once he said that, you're going to go straight with the homes in Philly. You're not even going to buy in New York anymore because now we got this mayor in that is going to be targeting what we do. You can make predictable decisions based on what the policies of these people are. And you can make predictable decisions based on Trump and the tariffs. My last caller likes Trump, so he's trying to pretend otherwise, but he is smart enough to know what Trump is doing. I've talked to Gen X enough to know he is more than smart enough to know that what Trump is doing is manipulating the market. In the comments, Rita Rabble says, your show is a lot better when you're chill with your callers like that was. Have a good night, man. Thank you, Rita Rabble. And I'm going to do the same. It is that time. I got to go to work in the morning with the man, just like all you folks do. I appreciate you guys rolling with your boy this long, though. Certainly, if you're watching me still live on Clapper, Instagram, TikTok, and Substack, follow the program. We'll be here tomorrow. Follow the program. If you like this type of dialogue, certainly subscribe if you're watching us on YouTube. And we'll pick it up then. Hopefully there's another ceasefire, maybe the 38th ceasefire. Perhaps we'll see a nice video of Mitch McConnell sitting at a Yankees game having popcorn. Who knows? Until then, it's your boy Tim the Hands. I got to go. Y'all take care. Have a wonderful